Lord out. Lord out. Asul. 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 Lord out.
that way you keep it. Whether the baby present is having infection or not, that is, I am talking about only AIMS Delhi. They have made this protocol in their fetal medicine department. So they do for all pregnant women, they do just basal, torch, IgG and IgM, and then if it is normal, they don't proceed for anything. And if consecutively, if you find any ultrasonic feature in the baby, in the fetus, like ventriculomegaly, if there is liver calcification or any calcific spots anywhere, and if you are suspicious baby is not growing well to the environment, baby is having fetal growth restriction, at that time you can repeat the torch again. So it will value if the IgG, IgM are increasing, decreasing, or whether it is due to infection or something else.
Yes. So many things can happen, but that may be an AIMS Delhi protocol. It is not yet standardized. Like we at AIMS Bhubaneswar do not do. Most of the other Government of India institutes do not do. I'm sure SCB also. It's not mandatory, but it's a good to do thing. Because later on if you get problems, a baseline is there. But let us do the 5-6 basic investigations which were told, which should be done: hemoglobin grouping, RH typing, urine culture, serology, sugars, and the thyroid profile. So today we are running a bit slow, so we'll run a bit fast. Now we will take up these 8 high-risk cases on hypertension in pregnancy, gestational diabetes, thyroid disorder, fetal growth restriction, preterm labor, preterm prom, RH negative pregnancy, and pregnancy with hemoglobinopathy. So case 1. Now this is a 32-year-old, second gravida, para 1 with no living issues. She has come to you at 10 weeks gestational age for antenatal checkup. She had previous history of preeclampsia and she had severe features then. At that time, during her first pregnancy, she had vaginal delivery at 34 weeks. Normal pregnancy is 40 weeks. So this is 8.5 months in which she had her delivery with small for gestational age. Baby was small, probably fetal growth restricted newborn. And this small baby, less than 2.5 kg, died in the early neonatal period. So now she has come to you at 2.5 months of pregnancy for antenatal checkup. So what special investigations will you advise her other than the routine antenatal tests that were already advised? So this question goes to Dr. Jitendra.
Actually, प्रथम तो जानना चाहिए हमें प्रेगनेंसी रे हाइपरटेंशन टा जो कहूँ जेस्टेशनल हाइपरटेंशन सेटा कितना बड़े एक्चुअली आफ्टर 20 वीक्स जदि आपनकर सिस्टोलिक और डायस्टोलिक सिस्टोलिक माने जोटा ऊपर जोटा हमें 140/90 जोटा धरू जोटा ये कटअप तार जदि अधिका होउची आउ टू सेपरेट ओकेजन माने गोटे गोटे पेशेंट आसिला 20 वीक्स अधिका हो जाइछि आउ तार हमें ब्लड प्रेशर चेक करूछु आउ तार माने 4 घंटा पर पुणी आउ थे चेक करूछु आउ से रीडिंग आसुछि कि ताठू अधिका आसुछि आमे सेटा को स्टैंड करूजे एटा होछि जेस्टेशनल हाइपरटेंशन तो से केसेस रे आमे ताको इमीडिएटली माने ट्रीटमेंट करिबा तार इन्वेस्टिगेशन करिबा स्पेशली आज ए आईवीएफ स्पेशलिस्ट माने मो आमे जते आईवीएफ करू बहुत गुडे मदर माने आसुली जो मानकर बहुत एज बहुत अधिका माने मोर देन 35 34 एज ग्रुप आसले तो ए कंडीशन में जो मानकर एल्डरली पेशेंट जो एल्डरली पेशेंट से मानकर हाई रिस्क थाए प्रीएक्लाम्सिया आ सेकंड जिंस होची इवन समस्त को जानिबा दरकार जे जो मान 19 वर्ष रु कम जो मान मैरिज करचंती समान को भी ए सब जिंस होबार बहुत संभावना थाए तो से केस रे आमे कोन करिया दरकार जेंति कि ये केस रे देखले जे प्रीवियसली तार गोटे बेबी मरि जाईछि तार छोटो माने आईयूजीआर बेबी थिला आ प्रीवियस हिस्ट्री ऑफ प्रीएक्लाम्सिया माने ता पूर्व प्रेगनेंसी रे भी तार एंटी प्रीएक्लाम्सिया थिला तो से केस रे सेकंड जेतेबेले से प्रेगनेंसी नउछि सो से गोटे आमे हाई रिस्क ये कंसीडर करिवु काहेकि आमे ताकू तार ऑलरेडी थरे हेछि माने ए प्रेगनेंसी रे होबार चांसेस और बढ़ी जाउछि तो से केस रे आमे तार माने तार एडिशनल फैक्टर जेंति कि मैडम समस्त जो एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन देले डायबिटीज इट इज वेरी एसेंशियल काहेकि डायबिटीज जदि आमे फर्स्ट ट्राइमेस्टर रे जदि जन को डायबिटीज अछि कि
ओवर एंड अबव दिस फॉर प्रीएक्लाम्सिया स्क्रीनिंग व्हाट वी विल डू
75 ग्राम जीटीटी वी विल डू एक्चुअली सी नाउ एक्चुअली हमर फिटल मेडिसिन जोटा प्रीति मैडम अच्छी जोस्ना मैडम अच्छी श्वेता मैडम माने दे आर डूइंग डेफिनेटली गुड जॉब माने हमको सेफ बेबी दोचनी तो से केसेस रे जेतेबेले हम तांको दी पेशेंट पठाऊ तो से माने स्कैन सहित गोटे डुअल मार्कर करती जोटा कि आजिकली बहुत इंपोर्टेंट जोटा कि ता सहित प्लासेंटल ग्रोथ फैक्टर दिस इज वेरी एसेंशियल जोटा कि एबे हमें बहुत गुडे प्री एक्लाम्सिया प्रिवेंट करि परिबा सेकंड जिंस होला जो ग्रोथ जो कम अछि तो सेथिरे हमें फर्स्ट जेतेबेले पेशेंट आछी तार डेटिंग स्कैन जो फर्स्ट स्कैन ता हेटा इज बहुत इंपोर्टेंट एंड एन्युप्लॉइड माने किछि तार डाउन सिंड्रोम थाई पारे तार किछि ये पारे तो अर्ली एनोमली स्कैन तो अर्ली एनोमली स्कैन एक्चुअली मो माने इफ आई एम नॉट wrong we should do it 16 to 17 weeks right madam or
No, 12 weeks.
Early anomaly scan can be done along with the NT scan between 11 weeks to 13 weeks 6 days. That is the between CRL of 45 millimeter to 84 millimeter.
Okay.
In this we can identify 70% of the major anomalies.
okay
Which include
So since we are running behind schedule,
and most important is
go on.
uterine artery Doppler.
Yes, so
That is very
uterine artery
important.
Doppler, at that
Exactly.
time if we do, it will be, we are able to predict the risk of preeclampsia. There are other methods also, and if you have facility and if she is able to take, then you can do the biomarkers also like PLGF. So what will you advise her? She had preeclampsia in her, we'll take it up to the next panelist. She is at risk, higher risk of having preeclampsia with the previous history. So what will you like to advise her?
Yes, madam. To prevent the preeclampsia further, so you have to advise her aspirin. That is 150 milligram per day after food, and it should be started as early as from 12 weeks onwards to 34-35 weeks of gestation. And along with that, she has to take the extra calcium. That is 1000 milligram to 1.5 gram. And other antioxidant in the form of vitamin E, omega-3 fatty acid, and she has to continue the folic acid. And we should ask her not to take extra salt. Extra salt in the food she should not take, and she should have adequate rest to prevent the preeclampsia.
So my question to Dr. Mahija sir, when to start aspirin to prevent preeclampsia and eclampsia, and what is the mechanism of action of aspirin for prevention?
So this aspirin has to be started as early as 12 weeks if there is a chance, or later we can do it start it by 16 weeks. ता माने 3 ରୁ 4 मास भितरे गर्भावस्था रे aspirin जदि हमें start करिबा at the dose of 1 to 2 milligram per kg body weight per day. ता माने हमें around 150 मिलीग्राम जाए aspirin एई patient को दे परिबा, एई मदर को दे परिबा. एंड एटा कौन करिवो ना एटा हमर जो सर्कुलेशन अछि जोटा कि नॉर्मली सर्कुलेशन ता अफेक्टेड हो जाए गोटे मार ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ला फरे दैट इज समहाउ इज हेल्प बाय दिस एस्पिरिन रक्तटा को किछिटा परिमाण रे पतला करी से जगह रे मार छुआर माने प्लासेंटा रे सेटा पहुंचेबारे सहायता करे एंड दैट सर्कुलेशन इज अगेन समहाउ is going to go to the fetus or the embryo so that the growth is proper. Can anchor history achi already asubidha rahitla boli.
Even if jodi patient second trimester re asuchi and she has not received aspirin earlier, the uterine artery Doppler in second trimester is also helpful, and you can start the aspirin even if after 16 week also. That is the new agenda. Yes, we should not think that patient has not done uterine artery Doppler or not, neither she has started aspirin earlier. Still we can start it later part also. That is important.
So definitely start by 16 weeks. That is the
cannot be
take home
that
message.
helpful, but still not, something is better than nothing.
Madam, we will move on because we have 8 case scenarios. We are still in the first.
So next question is Sama madam's favorite, that is justice scoring. And my question goes to Dr. Radhakant Panigrahi. What is justice scoring and how it helps for the pregnant women?
it is a scoring to predict pre-eclampsia को लोक मानकर pre-eclampsia हबो सेटा गोटे स्कोर जानिबा पई बहुत तार लंबा लेंथी अछि ता स्कोर ता 3 रहिले आमे ता कहबा से प्रेडिक्शन जे तार eclampsia हबो माने ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़िबो ता भीतर अछि गोडे अछि जोडा कि आपनकर एल्डरली सपोज गोटे लोक 35 वर्ष पर गर्भवती है कि 19 वर्ष पूर्व एक्सट्रीम एज 19 वर्ष पूर्व 35 वर्ष पर आगुरु आनीमिया मैटरनल आनीमिया हिमोग्लोबिन लेस देन 7 कि मैटरनल हाइपोथायरॉइडिज्म थायराइड कम अच्छी जोटा कि थायराइड ग्लैंड ठीक भाव सिक्रेशन करूनी कि आग हिस्ट्री ऑफ प्रीएक्लाम्सिया अच्छी ओबेसिटी मॉर्बिड ओबेसिटी द बीएमआई इज मोर देन 35 किल मोर देन 30 से ही लोक मान क्षेत्र में कि मल्टीफिटाल प्रेगनेंसी दुई तीनटा पिला थिबो पेट भितर डायबिटीज तार डेभलप करथिबो किंबा मल्टीपिटल ट्विन्स ट्रिपलेट ए सब डायबिटीज थिबो से प्रेगनेंसी रे थायराइड तार थायराइड भी डेभलप करथिबो एई लोक माननकु हमें नै कि तार उडा स्कोरिंग सिस्टम कोटा एक स्कोरिंग कोटा दुई स्कोरिंग लेंथी इज देयर लेंथ सो आगुरु किडनी डिजीज थिबो सपोज ब्लड प्रेशर किडनी डिजीज थिबो स्कोरिंग टा 3 एकात्रक 3 हे जो तेणु ए जो जिनसोडा को थिले ताको हमें जेस्टोसिस स्कोरिंग सिस्टम जदि गोटे लोक मोटापण होइथिबो तार आगुरु ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ी की थिबो क्रोनिक हाइपरटेंशन किडनी डिजीज थिबो मॉर्बिड ओबेसिटी थिबो एज 35 लेस देन 19 थिबो सेही लोक माने तो प्रेगनेंसी हेबे किबा थायराइड थिबो डायबिटीज आगुरु डायबिटीज थिबो किबा जेस्टेशनल डायबिटीज ए माने प्री एक्लाम्सिया डेभलप करि पारंती एई मानु को इकोस्प्रिन जोटा मैडम कहले इवन यू कैन स्टार्ट द इकोस्प्रिन आफ्टर द ऑनसेट ऑफ कार्डियक एक्टिविटी आफ्टर द ऑनसेट ऑफ कार्डियक एक्टिविटी यू कैन कंटिन्यू जस्ट बिफोर डिलीवरी 2 days or 3 days because when you stop the aspirin because 150 milligram does not interfere with blood coagulation आपण को 2-3 दिन पूर्व बंद करि परिबे aspirin टा होची लाइफ सेविंग
yes so very important आमे अल्ट्रासाउंड करे परिबा यूट्राइन आर्टरी डॉपलर आमे पीएलजीएफ बायोमार्कर्स जोटा की कॉस्टली सेटा करे परिबा जदी किछि नाही आमे जेस्टोसिस स्कोर प्रिंट रखुछु हिस्ट्री आ तांकर कोन हाई रिस्क फैक्टर्स अछि स्कोर 3 रो बेसी आसले वी कैन स्ट्रेट अवे स्टार्ट एस्पिरिन फॉर देम सो
जदि ऑडियंस मानकर किसी डाउट अछि रिगार्डिंग जेस्टोसिस स्कोरिंग बिकॉज़ ए स्कोरिंग कले आमे जानि परिबा जे सेमानकर ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़िबो कि नाही एवं जदि से स्कोरिंग 3 किंबा ताठू बेसी आसिला तो आमे स्टार्ट करि परिबा इकोस्प्रिन व्हिच इज अ वेरी वंडर ड्रग वी कैन स्टार्ट एंड टू डेफिनेटली प्रिवेंट फ्यूचर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द प्री एक्लाम्सिया एंड एक्लाम्सिया so we'll go to the next session very important what are the maternal alerts for the development of pre eclampsia and eclampsia and the question goes to first panelist
okay जेतबे मैटरनल अलर्ट्स आसे एक्चुअली आपण जदी हेड टू टो देखिबे सबु जिनस रे गोटे ना किछि सिम्पटम्स रहइबो जेंति कि फर्स्ट पेशेंट हेडेक कहइबो परसिस्टेंट हेडेक देन ब्लरिंग ऑफ विजन देन वोमिटिंग सम टाइम वोमिटिंग भी हेपार सेकंड ट्राइमेस्टर रे देन आपणकर जो एपिगैस्ट्रिक पेन नाही ऊपर को पेन हबो देन डिफिकल्टी इन ब्रीथिंग तापरे ओलिगुरिया परिस्रा कम हबो जोटा कि आमर घंटे जेते मिनिमम एटलीस्ट 30 ml हबा कथा सेथरे ताठू माने 30 ml तळे हबो तापरे अनकंट्रोल हाइपरटेंशन आउ टेंडन रिफ्लेक्स माने आपण माने देखिथिबे जेते नी जर्क हमें चेक करू तो एक्सैजरेटेड रिफ्लेक्स जेते ब्रिज टेंडन रिफ्लेक्स रहे एंड सम टाइम it will be presented as a altered consciousness
correct आउ टेस्ट करेले कोन हमें जानि परिबो
हां जेतले मांकर ब्लड टेस्ट करा एवं कितर ऑक्सीजन सैचुरेशन मापा जिवो ऑक्सीजन लेस देन 95% यदि छिले इट इज सजेस्टिव ऑफ द सीवियर फीचर्स एंड गुडे लिवर एंजाइम टेस्ट करा जाय तब एलडीएच कहा जाय इट इज मोर देन 800 व्हिच हेल्प सिंड्रोम जोथरे कि जॉन्डिस है कि रक्त पतला हो जाए एवं प्लेटलेट कम जाए एवं किडनी फंक्शन इज कंप्रोमाइज्ड इन द प्री एक्लाम्सिया सीरम क्रिएटिनिन मोर देन 1.1 एंड लिवर एंजाइम्स मोर देन 2 टाइम्स एएसटी एंड एएलडी मोर देन 2 टाइम्स जो प्लेटलेट कम बोली कही एवं यूरिक एसिड गोटे केमिकल जो कि हमें ब्लड टेस्ट करवा एवं यूरिक एसिड मात्रा जो मोर देन 8 मिलीग्राम पर डेसिलिटर थी इट सजेस्ट सिवियर फॉर्म ऑफ प्री एक्लाम्सिया एंड पेशेंट माइट डेवलप एक्लाम्सिया
सो वेरी इंपोर्टेंट फॉर एवरीवन टू नो कि आमे कहूचु प्री एक्लाम्सिया आगे ताकू टॉक्सिमिया ऑफ प्रेगनेंसी भी कुहा जाउथिला सो जो मां मानकर प्री एक्लाम्सिया होची बीपी बढ़ुची आमे खाली बीपी मापुछु किंतु बॉडी सारा ऑर्गन रे तारो बीपी द्वारा तारो चेंजेस होची जोटा कि आमे टेस्ट न कले जानि परिबुनु जेंति मैडम माने सर माने कहले तारो किडनी इफेक्ट होई पारे तो किडनी फंक्शन करा जाए लिवर इफेक्ट होई पारे तो लिवर फंक्शन करा जाए आखि रे भी बीपी रो चेंजेस आसी पारे तो फंडोस्कोपी करा जाए आउ विभिन्न रक्तर पैरामीटर्स भी कले तांकर आपे आपे हिमोलाइसिस होतिबो हेल्प सिंड्रोम ही जाइतिबो सो बीपी बढ़िले मां पाई सेटा विपद बेबी पाई भी सेटा वेरी डेंजरस सो जहार जो मां मानकर बीपी अधिक रहउची वी हैव टू डू एन एंटायर बॉडी टेस्टिंग बिकॉज प्री एक्लाम्सिया इज अ मल्टी सिस्टमिक डिजीज सब सिस्टम को से इफेक्ट करे so this question is to Mahija madam how will you manage a case of pre eclampsia with severe features or with eclampsia
जहाँ भी आमर मैनेजमेंट कनसर्न्स रहिबो सेटा अर्लीस्ट डेलीवरी हमको करबा को पड़िबो केना जेपर्यंत fetus or placenta they have not been expelled it is not possible to control all the severe symptoms but simultaneously we start treating the patient, resuscitate the patient with oxygen, the IV line that we need to establish, monitor the input and output chart, give medications to control the blood pressure, and simultaneously we will also plan for earliest delivery. If the conditions are all conducive, then we will plan for earliest delivery vaginally. That means within 6 hours. Normally we plan the delivery to happen within 6 hours. Really possible now with all multidisciplinary approach with good anesthetist, OT and good support. हमको 6 घंटा भीतर cesarean, we need to do the cesarean section and take the baby out. And if there is a time that we need to give a antenatal corticosteroid to the mother, even if we are giving a one dose also, that will help the neonatal survival. तार lungs problem गुड़ा कम रहिबो एवं तार survival better हबो. So if it is before the term, that means 37 completed, 38 completed weeks आगुरु हमको delivery करवा को पड़ुची for these severe symptoms हमें बाध्य होचु ताले छुआ को माँ को corticosteroid दे कि हमें delivery plan करिबो.
So Amaro, we would like to have regarding hypertensive disorders in pregnancy, one quick sentence take home message from each of our experts today.
So in this case specially, I want to tell one investigation. So it is a early onset preeclampsia in the previous pregnancy. So in this case, I think APLA test should be done. Test for APLA should be done because other, as it is a case of previous history of early onset preeclampsia with severe features, we should go for APLA test, and all the investigations they have seen nicely, the panelists have shown. I don't have to tell anything else extra.
Only one thing, take the growth and Doppler scan very seriously and do it as required, and prevent any stillbirth or IUFT prior to the history. But is at 34 weeks she had IUFT, she had neonatal death or stillbirth, IUD. So you should be very careful just 1 week prior to the previous pregnancy death. So that time Doppler and growth, that is the most important. Whenever you are seeing any abnormality in the Doppler, inform the concerned obstetrician, and again it is a teamwork. Neonatologist, obstetrician, fetal medicine, they should come up to give a good baby to the mother.
One universal screening for preeclampsia in the first trimester, that is 11 to 13 weeks 6 days. That is the need of the hour, because we can prevent many dates, many preeclampsia from that period onwards. So 11 to 13 weeks along with NT&B, what you have to do, you have to take PLGF, PAPE. Previously we are using PAPE and beta SCG double marker as first trimester screening, but nowadays they are giving along with double marker, along with Down syndrome, Edward Patau report, they are giving preeclampsia screening and open neural tube defect screening. So please do that should be universal for all the patients. Instead of doing first trimester screening, do the enhanced first trimester screening to prevent preeclampsia.
Right, so preeclampsia we have covered, all women are at risk and prevention is there with aspirin tablet, and therefore we should screen all. If you are able to do the costly biomarkers ultrasound, very good. If not, simply use the gestosis score more than 3, start aspirin.
So आपण माने जानिबे जे को गर्भवती महिलांकर उच्च रक्तचाप होउची जदि तांकर ओजन बहुत शीघ्र बढ़ी जाउतबो, साधारणतः गोटे मासरे हमर 2 केजी ओजन बढ़िया कथा. So already risk विषय जेस्टोसिस करिंग रे already risk विषय सब कुआइची. तेणु गोटे मास भितर जदि गर्भवती महिलांकर 2 किलो रु अधिक ओजन बढ़िला किंबा गोड़ हाथ बेसी फुलिला किंबा अन्य जो अलर्ट साइन गुड़ा कुआला से सब लक्षण जदि किछि हैला, मुंड बोलेला, छाती जंत्रणा हैला, परिस्रा कमिला किंबा तार जार एक्जाजरेटेड हैला, जदि एई सब लक्षण किछि हैला ताले आमे जानिबा जे तार रक्तचाप बहुत बढ़ीची, ताको संगे संगे आमे हॉस्पिटल रे एडमिशन करिबा, एडमिशन करिके ताको उपयुक्त चिकित्सा करिके आमे चेष्टा करिबा जते शीघ्र पारिबा ताको डेलीवरी करेबा. एटा होची गर्भावस्था रे उच्च रक्तचाप जत्न. जदि आमे सब न करिबा ताले अल्टीमेटली से तार कन्वल्सन हबो, एक्लाम्सिया हबो, and it is one of the major cause of maternal death nowadays, because it is now surpassing the PPH and obstetric hemorrhage. So गर्भावस्था रे उच्च रक्तचाप तार पिला जेहेतु आमर अर्ली स्टेज रे डेवलपमेंट होची प्री एक्लाम्सिया बा उच्च रक्तचाप तेणु पिला प्रीटर्म होबार चांस बेसी अछि पिलार ग्रोथ रेस्ट्रिक्शन हम एवं पिलार स्टिलबर्न बा गर्भावस्था रे पिला मृत भी हो जाई पारे किंबा जन्म हेले मध्य लो बार्थ 2.5 केजी रु ओजन रु कम पिला जन्म हम एवं सब्सिक्वेंट नियोनाटल कॉम्प्लिकेशन हम बढ़िबो सेतिपई हमको हाइपरटेंसिव डिसऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेगनेंसी जोटा कि हमें कहूचे प्री एक्लाम्सिया हमको प्रेडिक्ट करबा पड़िबो एग्रेसिवली ट्रीट करबा पड़िबो एवं जो पिला जन्म हम तार मध्य जत्न नेबा पड़िबो एति कही मु प्री एक्लाम्सिया चैप्टर क्लोज करूची ना सत्य मैडम को रिक्वेस्ट करिवि से किछि कहबा रिगार्डिंग बेड ऑब्स्टेटिक हिस्ट्री एंड डायबिटीज
सो आमे हम नेक्स्ट केस को जाउछु 33-year-old वुमेन से 4th टाइम प्रेग्नेंट होइछंती आगे तांका तीनटा आपे आपे नष्ट हो जाइथिला सो 3 abortions before came for antenatal checkup at 9 weeks of gestation 2 months and 1 week. She had 3 consecutive spontaneous abortion in the first trimester over a period of 2.5 years. तांका family history है तांका माँ diabetic थिले. So what investigations would you like to advise her, Dr. Radha?
सो फास्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट जहाँ आमर आगुरी टेस्ट कहुई रूटीन टेस्ट जता आपणकर भाइराल सीरोलोजी हिमोग्लोबिन ब्लड ग्रुपिंग आरएच टाइपिंग सुगर टा 75 2 ग्राम 2 आवर पोस्ट जीटीटी 75 ग्राम ग्लुकोज खाइब 2 घंटा पर सुगर टा टेस्ट करिवो आपण माने जानती जे सबु ऑर्गन गुड़ाक बाय द टाइम 11 वीक सबु ऑर्गन गुड़ा फॉर्म हो जाता तेणु 75 ग्राम जोटा कि कहती माँ पेट भितर ही अभिमन्यु सृष्टि होता है केमती सृष्टि हुए ना 7 सप्ताह रे आपणकर ग्लूकागन सिक्रेशन हार्मोन जोटा डेल्टा सेल से अल्फा सेल से फॉर्मेशन हो जाए 8 सप्ताह रे जोटा पानक्रियास कहते आइलेट लांगरान से फॉर्मेशन हुए 9 सप्ताह भितर सोमाटोस्टैटिन फॉर्मेशन हुए 3 सप्ताह रे अर्लीस्ट ग्लैंड होची थायराइड जदि माँ पेट भितर थायराइड पुअर माने पिलार जदि थायराइड टा डेवलप न कला आमे सप्लीमेंट न कले छुआ को सही समय ताले कौन हम छुआ हाइपोगॉइटर किंबा तार न्यूनाटल हाइपोथायराइडिज्म हो पारे तेणु 3 सप्ताह अर्लीस्ट ग्लैंड डेवलपमेंट किए होचे 3 सप्ताह थायराइड ग्लैंड 7 सप्ताह रु 10 सप्ताह भितर पानक्रियास तैयारी जाउछ तेणु छुआर जदि आम 7 रु 10 सप्ताह भितर मार सपोज टिके डायबिटीज थिबो से ट्रीट कलानी एकाथर को 24 रु 28 सप्ताह जोटा आम कहूँ डिप्सी स्टडी से सप्ताह रे कला ताले छुआ ऑलरेडी अफेक्टेड हो गलानी तेणु आपण को बर्तमान प्रथम सप्ताह जोटा 75 ग्राम जीटीटी सेटा भी आम मिसक्यारेज करुच्ची जदि हिमोग्लोबिन A1C जोटा ग्लाइकोसिलेटेड हिमोग्लोबिन कहती जदि मोर देन 8.5% अधिका रहा से पिला को नष्ट करदेव तेणु जदि आम तो बर्तमान डायबिटीज कैपिटल इंडिया बर्तमान डायबिटीज माने कैपिटल इंडिया गोइंग टू सरपास वर्ल्ड ऑल्सो तेणु आमर डायबिटीज आम ऑलरेडी 40% पॉपुलेशन आम डायबिटीज हो सारे तेणु आमको डायबिटीज टेस्टा 75 ग्राम 2 आवर जीटीटी करिया को पड़िबो ता सहित थायराइड टा करिया को पड़िबो थायराइड इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट अर्ली मिसक्यारेज करिवो तापरे टॉर्च प्रोफाइल जोटा मैडम आगु पचारथिले टॉर्च रूबेला एम्ब्रियोपैथी सेटा अर्ली ट्राइमेस्टर अफेक्ट करे दो टॉक्सो एंड सीएमबी अफेक्ट्स लेट इन प्रेगनेंसी सो एगुड़ा कला परे इंपोर्टेंट कॉज होची कैरियोटाइपिंग कारण मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स रे 10 सप्ताह भितर जोड़ा नष्ट हो जाउची सेथिरे मार किछि दोष न थाए ऊपर वालार दोष तेणु जदि आमे कैरियोटाइपिंग करबा बोथ हस्बैंड आ वाइफ रो जोटा कि बैलेंस ट्रांसलोकेशन किंबा एन्यूप्लॉइडी किंबा तार क्रोमोसोमल डिलीशन इन्वर्सन एगुड़ा थिबो आमे सेडा को धरि परिबा सो कैरियोटाइपिंग ऑफ बोथ द पार्टनर्स एज वेल एज कैरियोटाइपिंग जोटा क्रोमोसोमल एनालिसिस छुआर मध्य करिया को पड़ो जो कांसेप्टटा बाहरला तार मध्य करि पाले आमे ताकू नेक्स्ट को कारण पई होची सपोज बैलेंस ट्रांसलोकेशन है ताकू आईवीएफ करिया पड़ो ताकू नॉर्मल प्रेगनेंसी रे पिलाटा नष्ट हो जिवो थायराइड अछि थायराइड करेक्शन करिया पड़ो डायबिटीज अछि इंसुलिन दवा पड़ो कारण प्रेगनेंसी में इंसुलिन नो टैबलेट ओनली इंसुलिन विल सेव द फिटस तेणु इंसुलिन हमको
सो तांकर वेरी इंपोर्टेंट कि आमे इंडियंस भारतीय मानकर रिस्क बहुत हाई थाए सेति पई आमे सब स्त्री मानकर गर्भावस्था रे डायबिटीज पई टेस्टिंग करूछु सो जीडीएम वाज डिटेक्टेड ये जो सर कहले 75 ग्राम शुगर टेस्टिंग करा हैला ता 2 घंटा रे वैल्यू मोर देन 140 आसिला डायबिटीज ताकू डायग्नोज हैला नाउ हाउ विल यू मैनेज दिस क्वेश्चन गोज टू डॉक्टर महिजा
So first thing is diabetes to diagnosis we'll go for some intervention. So first thing what we'll do is a medical we'll give a nutrition therapy that is called MNT or medical nutrition therapy. 2 weeks we'll put her on medical nutrition therapy. आ विषय में टिके कहि दिए जे हमें around 2000 calorie per day supplementation of food हमें दबा को चाहिबा कना मदर रो सेति की calorie requirement दरकार for the growth of the fetus inside कारण आमे अलगा लोक को जेमती stringent condition में मैनेज करिया पई को not to take all these things हमको सेटा भी करिया को पड़िबो प्लस मार हाइपोग्लाइसेमिया बा लो ब्लड शुगर तक भी अवॉइड करिया को पड़िबो कारण मेनी अ टाइम्स इट विल लीड टू कीटोएसिडोसिस बोली गोटे कंडीशन जोटा कि मार बॉडी रो चेंजेस ता छुआ को भी अफेक्ट करिवो तेनो अराउंड 175 ग्राम ऑफ कार्बोहाइड्रेट दैट इज अ कॉम्प्लेक्स कार्बोहाइड्रेट अराउंड 71 ग्राम ऑफ प्रोटीन हाउ 28 ग्राम ऑफ फाइबर से डेली जदि खाई परुची माने एटा को आमे तो निजे हिसाब पसी कर परिवार घर को सो बेटर टू गो फॉर अ मेडिकल न्यूट्रिशन therapist who is a registered one and will advise us on that. 2 सप्ताह परे once they are put on the medical nutrition therapy will reassess the blood sugar not with any more glucose but doing a fasting and postprandial बा खाइबार घंटे परर sugar 3-4 थर आमे करि देबा दिन सारा भितरे then we can think whether she requires any insulin or no. So many a times it is seen that with MNT 60-70% of mothers are in GDM not with diabetic but pre-existing diabetes not है कि when they have started developing GDM they are controlled with medical nutrition therapy. But our option जदि एटा न हैला there is a high blood sugar we take the opinion of the endocrinologist because we cannot treat everything. So they will be going for some advice from the endocrinologist, medicine specialist who are well versed with this and they will manage with insulin and I think insulin is the only option as Dr. Radhakanta has already said for a euglycemia and for the smooth management of the blood sugar. से तो माँ बहुत reluctant हुई. This is my message कि से माने जम्मा reluctant होंतुनी insulin कहवा फल समस्त रोडे phobia है जाए. मैडम केमती नबू कौन नबू आउ कहीं की नबू कारण आमे जदि बटिका रे हमर एत्ती की सुगर अछि why we will not take tablets but गोटे जिनसे आमे तांको रिक्वेस्ट करू काउंसलिंग करू कि take it for your baby थोड़े बेबी बाहरी गला पर तुम्हारा डायबिटीज भी न थाई पारे if you are a GDM patient. So you manage with this for few till you are delivered and then we can think of the rest of the management.
Correct.
So madam, what should be the ideal target blood sugar while managing the GDM patient?
Yes sir. So जोटा हमें एबे कहउतले महिला मैडम सुगर अति कम हेबा कथा भी नुह कि अति अधिक हेबा कथा नुह कहना अति कम सुगर भी माँ कोमा को जाई पारे हाइपोग्लाइसेमिक कोमा और सुगर जो बहुत अधिक हुए माँ को कीटोएसिडोसिस हो जाई पारे जोरा कि छुआ पई विपद तो आमार गोटे सुगर जतले माने विथ इंसुलिन कंट्रोल करा जिवो हमें देखिबा जे फास्टिंग टी जेमती 95 पाखापाखि रहउची एवं खाइबार घंटे परे 140 एवं खाइबार 2 घंटा परे 120 रहबा कथा एवं ता संग को ए जो हमें डायबिटीज कंट्रोल संग हमें ओवरऑल होल बॉडी प्रोफाइल नॉट द ओनली डायबिटीज बट द लिपिड प्रोफाइल and this our blood pressure status we have to also see as a fundoscopy and fundoscopy जो मैंने already chronically diabetes थे तांकर fundoscopy examination जरूरी but जो मैंने gestational diabetes तांकर fundoscopy changes बहुत न थाई पारे but as madam has already told delivery परे तांकर sugar मात्रा normally हेबार बहुत संभावना.
Thank you madam. Now question goes to Dr. Jitendra. What other investigation you will do while managing pregnancy with diabetes or GDM?
Yeah, actually when the patient is coming in the first trimester, we have to do the anti-scan along with all the dual markers, all those things. Then second thing, when she is coming in 18 to 20 weeks, we have to go for the anomaly scan. Then though she is diabetic, so very high chances of any cardiac problem in the baby. So we have to go for fetal echo at 24 weeks. And after that also subsequent growth scan is very essential because in the last trimester the baby will sometime have a means rapid growth, so there may be chances of macrosomia baby also. So those are the things, and especially when in the 32 to 34 weeks, after 34 weeks he has to be in complete antenatal surveillance to be done by NST, non-stress test. So they should be review every weekly for the better outcome.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
So what complications will you expect in a neonate born to diabetic mother?
सो डायबिटीज माँ जदि क्षतिकारक छुआ ताठू अधिका गुण क्षतिकारक छुआटी जो पेट भर थाए देयर इज वेरी हाई चांस द बेबी विल आल्सो ग्रो विल क्वाइट लार्ज साइज जेट कहते माक्रोसोमिया 4 केजी अधिका छुआ जन्म हो जन्म है जेहेतु से माँ अम्बिलिकल कॉर्ड से डिटेच होगी रोचे माँ ब्लड डिटेच होगी सांगे सांगे ग्लूकोज कमी जबार संभावना ये बेबी जन्म हो अध घंटा भितर ब्रेस्ट मिल्क स्टार्ट करवा जरूरी एवं हाइपोग्लाइसेमिया संभावना बेसी आ देखा जाइए डायबिटिक मदर छुआ मैंने लंग्स फंक्शन कंप्रोमाइज थाए सो दे डेभलप द रेस्पिरेटरी डिस्ट्रेस क्वाइट अर्ली कंपेयर टू नॉन डायबिटिक मदर एवं सेमानकर जॉन्डिस होवार संभावना अधिका कहीं पॉलीसाइथेमिया हुए जो से रक्तकणिका जो लोहित रक्तकणिका भांगिकी जॉन्डिस होवार संभावना अधिका थाए और हाइपोकाल्सिमिया हो पाए और देखा यही बेबी मैंने जो बड़ होती डायबिटीज कि हार्ट डिजीज होवार संभावना अधिका एवं चाइल्डहुड ओबेसिटी भी से हुए और देखा जाइए न्यूरो डेवलपमेंटल आउटकम भी कम रुहे।
थैंक यू।
सो एबे हमें ताका थायराइड प्रोफाइल को देखिबा हमें ताको डायबिटीज बॉलरे मैनेज करलु हर TSH वैल्यू इज 3.2 नॉर्मल फ्री T3 एंड T4 वैल्यू वेदर टू ट्रीट सबक्लिनिकल हाइपोथायरॉइडिज्म और नॉट मईजा मैडम
this actually e case scenario re this is optional because jehetu TSH ta less than 4 achi we may not treat her.
So if it is suppose say 8 or 9 TSH then how will
exactly,
you treat?
because apan aa gote katha bhi koi parante because she is already a case of bad obstetric history. In that context we may start L-thyroxine, that is only L-thyroxine. Other preparations we do not give at the dose of nearly 25 microgram to start with and then we can titrate it. But it is not necessary ki we will treat this, but as you have asked Sweta madam the right question, if it is around 10 then definitely we'll treat her.
Definitely.
But, and in this case scenario we have to give her like
we will give
because
correct.
we don't want to leave any stones unturned to make her comfortable and continue this
Correct.
practice.
So आजिकली आमे जहाँ देखु छु कि one mother may have multiple complications. तांकर diabetes भी थिबो, thyroid भी थिबो, BP भी बढ़ी पारे, twin pregnancy भी थाई पारे. So each of these protocols we have to follow. तो तांकर checkups भी बढ़ीबो, आउ सबु जो complicating factors अच्छी सबुरा आमे yes सबुरा आमको देखिया को पड़ीबो please. And every thyroid जदि अच्छी औषध खाउछंती every 4 to 6 weeks serum TSH and FT4 level हमको देखिया को हबो. Audience question now.
Please.
Good morning panel. My name is Abhijit Panda. I'm a gynecologist in Bhubaneswar. I have a question regarding hypothyroidism, the level. I understand that there are different guidelines regarding the management of thyroid disorders around the world, and recently I've come across Indian guidelines stating that the ideal optimal range is less than 2.5. However, if the thyroid is more than 4, then we should definitely treat, but between 2.5 and 4, should we treat or not treat or do further investigations like anti-TPO antibodies? Thank you.
There is
You
a
answer
school
your
of,
question.
so there is a school of thought. There is a European guideline, European Endocrine Society. There is an American Endocrine Society. But till date, Indian Endocrine Society has defined that any case of hypothyroidism, if the TSH level crosses more than 2.5, 2 to 2.5 in the first trimester and more than 0.5, 3.3 around in the second trimester and third trimester it is 3.5. You must treat. Prior to that, you must do a pre-T4, T3 level and TPO antibody level. TPO antibody level you must do. Number one. Number two, she has a history of recurrent miscarriage. That's why you must definitely treat. But there is a school of thought that if subclinical hypothyroidism, if the level of TSH is less than 5, if she has not come from endemic area where the goiter or the hypothyroidism is prevalent, don't treat. But in a case of Indian scenario, must treat it.
Sir, we will finish this
Those
question.
patients who are mothers who are undergoing ART, they should be given with a high TSH value of 2.5 and more the supplementation. But as regards the others are concerned, as Dr. Radhakanta said, now it has gone to the limit. The recent 23 guidelines says if it is above 10, definitely we will treat. between 4 to 10, you have to take the decision, that is the clinician's perspective, because this is, in this particular case we want to start because she has got a bad obstetric history. And as regards the other part is concerned, as you have rightly said, anti-TPO antibody has to be like supplemented with this test so that we can take a decision. If it comes out to be positive, definitely yes.
Yes, the fine tuning we leave to the treating obstetrician and the endocrinologist. So the last question on this, the effect on maternal, thank you very much. What is the effect of maternal subclinical hypothyroidism on pregnancy and the neonate? Subclinical.
Yes, madam. And though it is clinically, the mother will not have any symptoms, but it can affect the pregnancy in a quite large. That's why the government has the guidelines that all mothers should have the screening for the thyroid dysfunction, especially only TSH should be done from the beginning of the pregnancy and if possible prior to the preconception period. And the range already we have discussed. So hypothyroidism can have the effect in the form of hypertension, because in the gestation scoring we have seen that hypothyroidism is also having a score. And also it can affect the for abruptio placentae, premature delivery, but mostly the mental, the intellectual level of the kid. So it will affect the intellectual level of the kid, and also it will also affect the baby's thyroid function, and the baby's goiter can be formed in utero.
Nice. Okay.
Now I request the experts to opine regarding the GDM and the thyroid dysfunction in pregnancy.
Regarding the GDM, I want to tell, so the discussion hella, only thing is that when a young couple comes and you diagnose that you are having diabetes, it is a disaster to them. For them to counsel few points, it is GDM, it may disappear after the delivery, but you are still at risk of developing diabetes in your future life, so lifestyle modification is a must. So this is also a good news, because more likely this may go into, she may become euglycemic after delivery. Another thing is that they are very negligent in glucose in euglycemic, controlling blood sugar. So they should be counseled. One point will ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ କହିବ ଯେ ଗୋଟେ ପଏଣ୍ଟ କହିଲେ ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ଉତ୍ସାହିତ ହେଇକି ବ୍ଲଡ୍ ସୁଗାର କଣ୍ଟ୍ରୋଲ କରିବେ, and that is this is the programming period. Everyone now can understand the computer language. This is programming period. If euglycemic status is not maintained, then there will be wrong programming in the fetus, so that she will develop diseases early in its life or in his or her life afterwards, that fetus which is going to be born. So सेटा कहले सेमान निश्चय ब्लड सुगर कंट्रोल पाई बेसी जत्नवान हेबे, आ सेमाने सब शेड्यूल को आ सब ये को मानिबे, ब्लड सुगर कंट्रोल होबो, आमे गोटे हेल्दी न्यूबॉर्न with minimal complications or no complications we may get. से दीटा पॉइंट मु स्ट्रेस करिया को चाहूची.
The fetus which we can diagnose fetal goiter inside the womb. There is a study of Dr. Susila from Hyderabad. She is giving eltroxin tablet
In utero.
Mother. To the mother by intraamniotic, so that the baby can be prevented from the hypothyroidism from the very onset inside the womb. She has already, there is a study and she has done it for so many cases. That is a greatest advantage, I think, recent advance.
One comment.
I think for diabetic patient, we need to maintain euglycemia for the patient throughout the day, and frequent monitoring for fetal well-being is very important.
Yes, so sir, one thing I just want to tell,
And most will advise the mother to use sterile vulval pad. It is very important because
ଯୋଉଟାକୁ ହାଇଲାଇନ୍ ମେମ୍ବ୍ରେନ୍ ଡିଜିଜ୍ କୁହାଯାଏ। କାରଣ ସର୍ଫେକ୍ଟେଡ୍ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନଟା ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହୁଏ 28 weeks ରୁ କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟ୍ ହୁଏ 34 weeks। ଯେହେତୁ ସର୍ଫେକ୍ଟେଡ୍ଟା ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନ ହେଇପାରୁନି ଲଙ୍ଗ ଟିସ୍ୟୁ, ଲଙ୍ଗ୍ସଟା ମ୍ୟାଚୁର ହେଇପାରେ, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମେ କର୍ଟିକୋସ୍ଟେରଏଡ୍ ଦେଇଥାଉ ଲଙ୍ଗ ମ୍ୟାଚୁରିଟି। ତେଣୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ସେଇ
I want to confirm that, I want to just stress upon the point which Ojaswini madam told. So our aim is to know the homozygous state, whether it is thalassemia major or sickle cell disease. जदि दी जन जाक अफेक्टेड नहांती, both husband and wife, और जने भी कैरियर नहीं, तर husband रो किछि नहीं, normal. तेणु से सब केस रे माँ डिजीज हेले कि होमोजाइगस हेले भी सेठी सीरियस करवा नहीं. आमर what Dr. Ajit told that CBS is now done in SC Medical College, and we have done a lot of cases. Ajit was there, and Ajit, Professor Sasmita Swai, they were doing. Also, Dr. Sangamitra Pradhan, she was doing in our SCB, and soon it will become a training center.
Madam. Few lines.
Same, I think we need to follow up every couple with HPLC test, and if the test is positive, then please ask them to do prenatal evaluation for the baby.
So
खाली गोटे डॉक्टर अजित जस्ट गोटे खाली गोचे तो खाली एठी मां मान को खाली गोटे कहि रखुची जे हम को केस रे हमें तांको काउंसलिंग करबा फॉर कोरोनिकुलर सैंपलिंग गोटे जिंस हला जे जदी हस्बैंड दुजन जाक सिकलिंग ट्रेड किमा थैलासेमिया ट्रेड अछंती किमा सपोज हस्बैंड किमा वाइफ डिजीज अछंती एवं आर पार्टनर जन को ट्रेड अछंती ताले करबा किमा जने ट्रेड अछंती सिकलिंग रो आ जने थैलासेमिया ट्रेड अछंती ताले हम से केस करबा बट जदी जने खाली अछंती अफेक्टेड खाली ट्रेड हो कि खाली डिजीज हो से केस रे छुआ को हेबार चांस कम से और जदी अनलकली दुजन जाक डिजीज हो से केस हम करबा दरकार नै काना सब छुआ डिजीज हेबे.
Yes, that is a very good message.
So thank you. At the last, I thanks my the experts, Professor Kirti Madam, Jasna Madam, Priti Rubey Madam, my esteemed panelist, Dr. Jitendra, Dr. Jasin Patel, Professor Dr. Mahija Sahu, Dr. Radhakant Panigrahi, and my co-moderator, Professor Dr. Sukha Singh, and of course all the audience, faculties, and all gentlemen who are present here, who are actively participating in this panel discussion. So to conclude, we should know that we should identify the high risk pregnancy from the very beginning, and pregnancy purboru गर्भा प्रेगनेंसी पूर्व जत्नटा बहुत इंपोर्टेंट समस्ते ऑलरेडी हाईलाइट कर सारे द पेरिकन्सेप्शनल फॉलिक एसिड इंटेक 3 months before the conception and identification of the high risk factors before pregnancy. Another thing I would like to highlight is the healthy spacing of pregnancy, which is very important. Pregnancy भितर अति कम रे 2 वर्ष व्यवधान रहिबा कथा किंबा एबॉर्शन पर प्रेगनेंसी रे अति कम रे 6 मास व्यवधान रहिबा कथा सेटा को हमको मानिया पड़िबो. तापर प्रेगनेंसी थरे हला परे we have to do regular antenatal checkup as per the protocol. We have to do all the investigations which we do in our day-to-day practice. In high-risk factors, we go for special investigations we already discussed, and all the case scenarios which we have discussed we are facing in our day-to-day practice. So I request Rita Madam to highlight and conclude some few words.
Yes, thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much our panelists and experts. Our chief guest is here. We'll go ahead with the next program. Shri Aurobindo Medical Association and Shama Madam ko hamara बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you all of you. Namaskar.
I thank you all the experts and moderators. I thank all the moderators. You have done excellent job, both Ajit and the panelists, for an excellent and very informative panel discussion. And I request all of them to stay back for the felicitation. And I request Sri Babadhan Mishra, President New Life Education Society, and Secretary Matru Bhavan to felicitate all our delegates. Professor Dr. Ajit Kumar Naik sir. Professor Dr. Sweta Singh Madam. Dr. Joshna Panigrahi. Dr. Preeti Dubey. Professor Dr. Kirti Rekha Mahapatra, Madam. Panelist Dr. Mahija Sahu. Dr. Radhakanta Panigrahi. Dr. Ojas Radhakanta Dr. Ojaswini Patel. Dr. Jitendra Behera. We request all the experts, moderators and the panelists for a group photograph.
Madam, wonderful announcers also. Come, her one.
Good afternoon, friends. Before we go to the inaugural program, we had a fantastic session on the prenatal factors for optimal outcome of the newborn before delivery. And following the inaugural, we had a panel discussion on prenatal factors for an integrally conscious newborn. And before we go to that session, we have the formal inaugural program. I request all of you to give a big hand to the panelists, the moderators, the experts, जो माने बहुत गुड़े भलो काम करछन्ते एते गुड़े इम्पोर्टेंट कंडीशन रो डिफरेंशियल डायग्नोसिस ऑफ अप्रोच डिस्कशन करछन्ते हम डॉक्टर्स मानको पई हम अटेंडेंट्स मानको पई डेलीगेट मानको पई वी हैव मोर देन 650 registration by now and we want it to still increase and I'm sure it will touch 1000. There is a overwhelming response to the conference. Thank you all. Give us 5 minutes to set the stage. Ame inaugural program आरंभ करिबा. Please stay back. हमरो inaugural program परे बहुत interesting session अछि और सेही session परे हमरो lunch break अछि. Thank you.
Next we will move on to our inaugural session. The agenda for the inaugural session is we will start the session with meditation with mother's music, followed by lighting of lamp and invocation by the students of Matru Bhavan. And then we will have our welcome address by Professor Jayant Kumar Pandra,
followed by report of activities of Sri Orissa Medical Association of last year by Professor Dr. Sama Kanendu, and we will be having the opening of the souvenir by our chief guest Dr. Shashi Bani, and we will have address by our guest of honor DMT Orissa and our DFW Orissa, and then address of chief guest Dr. Shashi Bani, followed by vote of thanks by Dr. Sanghamitra Panda. We would like to begin the inauguration ceremony by inviting Professor Dr. Jayanta Panda sir, organizing chairperson, to the stage. Professor Dr. Shama Kanungo, organizing secretary, and Dr. Sanghamitra Panda ma'am, scientific secretary. Kindly accompany our guests of honor. Professor Dr. Sachidananda Mahanti, Director Medical Education and Training Orissa. Dr. Vijay Kumar Panigrahi, Director of Family Welfare Orissa, to grace the dais, and kindly accompany our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Vani, Founder and Managing Trustee of Kangaroo Mother Care Foundation India, to the stage.
We also request Dr. Jitendra.
I also request I request Dr. Nilamadhu Jana sir, President IAP, to grace the dais for the inaugural ceremony. We will begin the inauguration after a 1-minute meditation with Mother's music. Requesting to play the music.
I request our volunteers to present bouquets to our chief guest and guests of honor.
लाइटिंग ऑफ प्लांट पत्थर कौन अच्छे ना लगे भाई लाइटिंग ऑफ प्लांट पत्थर सब अच्छे ना लगे
I request the dignitaries on the stage to kindly light the lamp at Mother's altar. Now we will have a presentation by the students of Matrupavan.
जीव
Shishyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevashishyate
We request our chief guest, Dr. Shashivani, to kindly open the souvenir for this year. We would like to request our organizing chairperson, Professor Dr. Jayanta Panda, to please present the welcome address.
Most respected today's chief guest, Shashivani ma'am, our guest of honors, Professor Eshen Mohanty, our Director of Medical Education and Training, Orissa, Dr. Bija Panigrahi, Director Family Welfare, Orissa, Shri Dr. Nilamadhav Jena, our President of IAP Odisha, Professor Shyama Kanungo, the Organizing Secretary, and Professor Sanghamitra Panda, the Co-Organizing Secretary of the conference, who are on the dais. I see many guests of the dais, professors of medical college, office bearers of Sri Aurobindo Medical Association, the media friends, invited guests, Matru Bhavan team. I request all to keep in the silent mode because the inaugural program is on. I think it's from other hall. Please keep silent. In the second hall, keep the audio off. You are all here giving us inspiration, energy for the program. And you know, Sri Aurobindo Medical Association is part of Sri Aurobindo All Orissa Study Circle Committee, which is a wing of Matru Bhavan, and it conducts its annual events with different themes which addresses the different parts of the health and disorders to the people who are there around interested for their health, including the physicians, surgeons and the medical team who come forward to take the science beyond the boundary of the books and a concept of holistic health. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the 34th Sri Aurobindo Medical Association conference with a very relevant theme of new childhood. All of us bring new life to the earth and give a possibility of newer dimension of the future years. And in that context, if we see new childhood, how important is the theme that a preparatory is required prenatally, natally, postnatally to bring them up above the ordinary living standards and giving them a different vision, outlook and personality. Here in this program, I invite our international faculties, national faculties, state faculties who are enlightening our delegates about the holistic concept in the field of perinatology, infancy and early childhood in 2-day long event. And we know the plenary sessions and the panel discussions. You had watched one which was so informative. आपण माने शुणिले केते सारगर्भक थिला सेई भाषण जहा कि प्रस्तुति पथरे गोटे छोट शिशु को पृथ्वी की आनिया पई आम समस्त को गोटे दिग्दर्शन देइथिला जे केमिति आमे तैयार रहिबा कथा विज्ञान सम्मत हिसाब रे आध्यात्मवाद हिसाब रे चेतना स्तर रे गोटे जीवन को आनिया पई ताको बढ़ेवा पई और समाज को गोटे भविष्य देबा पई आमे जानिचे जे ऑब्स्टेट्रिशियंस और पेडियाट्रिशियंस जो माने गर्भर जत्न नियंती और जो माने शिशुर जत्न नियंती से माने सबु बेले हाथ को मिसई काम करंती और एई जो कांसेप्ट न्यू चाइल्डहुड एथिरे सेमानकर गोटे बड़ भूमिका अछि और आज और काली डिफरेंट सेशंस रे आपण तार सबु विभिन्न दिगर आलोचना पाइबे जेमिति शुनिले दी perinatal factors for optimal outcome of newborn before delivery amaro inaugural session pore jo integrally conscious approach perinatal factors for an integrally conscious newborn rahichi au ta pore jo am launch pore sessions achi child rearing re neonatal infancy au under 5 ro safe childhood au conscious child rearing तापर हमरो ऑटिज्म ऊपर सेशन और काली आपण जानि छथि मेडिटेशन सेशन सह हम ऑनरेबल गवर्नर is coming. He is chairing the valedictory session where you'll listen a lot of facets, consciousness and the actions. At the end, it's my privilege to welcome you all. We have a very good response to the clarion call, and I'll feel in my duty if I'll not mention about my mentor, the person, a visionary who has seen this movement in Orissa, Professor Shama Kanungo, who is the pillar of the organization, who has not only founded such a concept of amalgamation of science and spirituality, but single-handedly managing the show for more than 3 decades, with hosting the annual event with a new theme every year. And the association has not only inspired many clinicians in a holistic approach, but helped society in general and common man to get the best of every discipline for his life and the cure. So such a novel concept, such a noble gathering, such a effort to go beyond science, we are sure in our collective effort we can bring down the best possibility of a new childhood. Thank you all and welcome again.
We invite Professor Dr. Shyama Kanungo to present the annual report of activities of the Sri Aurobindo Medical Association over the last 1 year.
English रे पढ़ी दोची टाइम कम अछि प्रोफेसर शशिवाणी डॉक्टर विजय पाणिग्राही प्रोफेसर एस एन महंती and my friend Nilamadhav Jaina, Jayant, and our dear compeers, uncles, and all of you, my students, my colleagues, my Prasanna, and the advantage of being short and especially and mothers, devotees, aspirants of the new world, you are actually in the forefront. I'm reading out the report of 2022 to 23 of Sri Aurobindo Medical Association. Emancipated from COVID, but learning from COVID, the 33rd annual conference of the Sri Aurobindo Medical Association was a hybrid one. It was a very special event commemorating the confluence of the Sesqui centenary of the 150th year of birth of Sri Aurobindo and the 75th year of independence of our nation. The theme was transformation, the goal of evolution envisaged by Sri Aurobindo. We are not the final species. We will be surpassed and we will be transformed. This theme was selected by none other than Dr. A.S. Dalal, a clinical psychologist who has been closely associated and a very, very senior sadhak of Sri Aurobindo Ashram. He has been closely associated and guiding the Sri Aurobindo Medical Association for long, and for which we feel exceptionally privileged. The day one of the 33rd All Orissa Conference of Sri Aurobindo Medical Association started with a soul-stirring invocation by Namita of Sri Aurobindo Integral Education Center, Rajgangpur, who has compared this also, who has conceptualized this today's Vedic invocation. This was followed by a thrilling pre-recorded recitation of Sri Aurobindo's poem Transformation by Narada, Richard Eggenberger. He was named as Narada by the mother. This was followed by a most inspirational audio message by Dr. A.S. Dalal. Written message by Sri Manoj Dasgupta, Managing Trustee, was read out. Welcome address was given by Prasad Tripathi, the Secretary of New Life Education Trust. So report of the 32nd All Orissa Conference was read out. Professor Badal Mahanti gave the inaugural address and released the souvenir. Vote of thanks was given by Dr. Bipinananda Mishra. This was followed by the plenary session entitled My Body, Its Beauty and Total Health by Dr. Nityananda Swami and Professor Dr. Sindhu Nandini Tripathi. One in Odia, the other in English. Post lunch, there were two keynote pre-recorded addresses, Sri Aurobindo's Yoga and Ayurveda by Dr. Ramadeva Shastri. Dr. David Frawley, the head of Vedic Institute of Vedic Studies of US, United States, and Evolutionary Parenting by Dr. David Marshak. Incidentally, he is very deeply interested in evolutionary education, and we have his video talk this time also. In the evening, there was an oration on destiny of the human body by Dr. Alok Pandey. Day 2, there was a live workshop on consciousness as medicine in 2 sessions, 6:30 to 8 a.m. and 9 to 10:30 a.m. conducted by Dr. Yogesh Mohan, of the CEO of Savita University. He is coming today also, and tomorrow he will be conducting another session on consciousness as medicine, which I think all of us healers should pick up and incorporate into our pediatric as well as obstetric practice. You must learn this. This is not taught in medical colleges. We are taught only the cognitive, affective and psychomotor domains, but psychic, intuitive, spirituality domains are not developed, which we have underdeveloped inside us. So this was very important, and we have in this forum also. Please, I request you, all of you, if you can come down and join that session, you'll be the gainers. He is a modern medicine doctor, but he has developed this. During conception, then there was a symposium captioned Transformation from Near to Far. During conception, was presented by Professor Smriti Vaishnav. We have the good fortune of having her here this time in person, and she gave a video presentation due to post-COVID situation. And if you give a link to it, you can all access the previous year's conference 2 days by we have a permanent link, YouTube link in the Mother's Orissa channel. Then we had during childhood by Dr. Prabhakar Mishra, Shri Prabhakar Mishra, who has done a lot of research into positive parenting. Then during adolescence and youth, we had Dr. Vladimir Yatsenko of the Oro Center of California. He is also erudite Sanskrit scholar. He presented on during the life of a householder, during adolescence and youth. Adolescence, the Brahmacharya Ashrama, he spoke at length on that, and it is a research talk. You can all access if you want to know what he said. Then we had Dr. Sampadananda Mishra. He talked about what one should do during the life of a householder to prepare ourselves for transforming ourselves. Then last was during Vanaprastha Ashrama and Sannyasa Ashrama, with none other than Professor Dr. Valendu Vaishnav. He is again here, and we are so happy. He is a professor. Of course, our anchors will be introducing him in detail. I won't take time, but he talked on this. Then from 3 to 5 p.m. there was freelance symposium on influence of yoga of transformation in my professional life. All our members presented very moving stories of their own life. Dr. Vijay Sahu, Dr. Sujata Das, Dr. Sudhanshu Maharana, Dr. Vijayini Mahapatra, Dr. Abhijit Lincoln, and Dr. Yogesh Mohan also. The influence of transformation, yoga of transformation on my professional life. Another plenary session on the need of the hour, engaging in yoga of transformation, that were again pre-recorded talks by Dr. Alok Pandey and Dr. Vladimir Yatsenko, followed by concluding remarks by Shri Gadadhar Mishra and vote of thanks by Dr. Pratap Rath. The other activities of the Shriram Medical Association last year were travel support for satellite dental care services extended by Department of Public Health Dentistry, headed by Professor Hema Malini Rath, at the Ringyovana Center of Sri Aurobindo Shrikshetra Darijoda. If none of you have visited this beautiful place, you will relive life there. I invite you, especially our guests on the dais, to go there and imbibe the ambience of that place. Annual master checkup was done for the sadhaks by the Shriram Medical Association for seniors, which is done every year on 13th of April. Then 20th Sri Aurobindo Health Squad Training Program from 3rd to 23rd May 23rd, which was stopped during COVID for 2 years, was conducted at Shrikshetra Bhavan Ranihat. learning from past experience and considering the basic capabilities required for understanding the components. This time it was restricted to those having a minimum of graduate level education for the participants. It was also differently structured, giving more stress on integral healing, psychological, spiritual and consciousness domains, which were offered by live sessions by Dr. Yogesh Mohan, pre-recorded sessions by Dr. A.S. Dalal, Dr. Alok Pandey, Dr. Gayatri Satpathy. The common health problems of centers and schools, however, were also covered. Important sessions were video recorded. A detailed copy of the program is included in the souvenir. Master Health Checkup on the 27th May 2023 for senior sadhaks of Matru Bhavan who come and give their daily service at Matru Bhavan. We do a Master Health Checkup, and laboratory tests were done by Dr. Pratibha Sen's team. Five, setting up a multidisciplinary outpatient service at Ranihat in addition to the OBGYN outpatient department is being started at Sri Aurobindo. Master then this conference revolves on the theme the new childhood. International, national and state levels resource persons will be covering the theme both in pre-recorded and offline holistically from modern scientifically authenticated facts which you witnessed just in the previous session to subtler ranges of evolutionary consciousness addressing the need for dealing integrally the period of newborn, infancy and under 5. We have invited specialists in pediatrics, obstetrics and gynecology, faculty and postgraduates of all medical colleges, BMOC trained doctors, Ayush doctors, nursing officers, midwives, as well as our Sri Aurobindo Health Squad trainees and aspirants who are working in the community for an integral development of society. Another unique venture this time of our association is to offer a certificate of appreciation to those obstetricians and pediatricians under the stewardship of our present guest of honor, Dr. Vijay Panigrahi. We are and really final credit goes to him who have significantly contributed significantly in the field of maternal and child health, resulting in saving lives in this vulnerable group. These certificates will be handed over to them through the sacred hands of our Honorable Governor of Orissa, Professor Ganeshilal. This will certainly encourage them positively in their noble mission. They are very stressed up, and this particular boost will definitely take them still forward to achieve still more in the field of maternal and child health. Hoping for joyful interaction amongst the participants in the ensuing two-day event, I thank once again Professor Shashivani, our DMET Professor Mohanty and DFW Dr. Panigrahi and my friend Dr. Nilamadhav Jena, President of IAP of Orissa, for sparing their valuable time to be here and encourage the participants, resource persons and office bearers. Thank you.
We request our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Sachidananda Mahanti, Director of Medical Education and Training, Orissa, to address the audience.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Chief Guest on the dais, Professor Bani, whom I met once at AIMS. The other members on the dais, of the dais, faculties, my dear colleagues, some of my students, Priti is there, Jasmina, Shweta is there. I'm really privileged to be here. This is the first of its kind. I have come because I don't have much knowledge about this spirituality. This amalgamation of medicine, spirituality is a very difficult topic for me to speak on. Maybe that is the reason why I was expecting that my number will come last. But then it is important. As we are getting older and older, we feel the importance of yoga, naturopathy, spirituality. At the same time, the topic of discussion relating to mother and child is very, very important. Mothers are important for the society. Whenever we discuss amongst the friends, I always tell the people, whatever you start the topic, it ends with two things, either ladies or with God. You start any topic, it ends with two things. That means they are important for us. Having said this, they have added up the childhood, mother and child. So the medical science, I was discussing the same thing with Jayant. I was asking what should I tell. He was guiding me. So the medicine or the medical science should broaden its arms. It has to, sometime or other, include the other things also. The time has come. NMC probably they have included yoga this time. Subsequently, the other things are also in the pipeline. But then it is important because somewhere or other you have to believe God, somewhere or other you have to believe spirituality, somewhere or other when you feel that the medicine fails, then you have to think of naturopathy, yoga, holistic approaches, God, spirituality and all those things. And this is the right forum. The AUROBINDO Medical Mission or Association, they are doing a wonderful job. I was also told or requested by some of the organizers to pass on the message to the medical fraternity people to come and join, but when I saw this, I saw a huge gathering, then I thought I did the right thing by not inviting. But even without inviting also, I can see some of my faculties doing extremely good, being the panelists, delivering lectures and other things. I was attending a meeting today at 9:30 at King's Medical College. So straight away from there I am coming here. I saw the auditorium was almost 40% full. Now I can see it is 100%. That says that too the age also starting from young girls to the older generation. It is full. It indicates that everybody is inclining towards something which is more important for us, and the right forum is here to link the spirituality with medical science. This should continue in future. I am really privileged thinking why I didn't came earlier. I should have been given the chance by the AUROBINDO, Medical Association. But henceforth, my spot, madam, I am requesting Sama madam, please give me a chair in the front bench, not here, so that I would love to hear the different talks relating to spirituality. So my good wishes, 2 days program, the Honorable Governor will come tomorrow. He is an eloquent, very, very nice speaker. I would urge upon all the people to hear him, and I wish all the association, the AUROBINDO Medical Association, all the best. The 2 days of session, those who are at the back bench, the students and other things, they should stand up and ask queries, especially to the gynecologists and the pediatricians, so that they can clarify their doubts, and the session will go on well for 2 more days. My best wishes. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to request Dr. Bijay Kumar Panigrahi, Director of Family Welfare, Orissa, to kindly address the audience.
ଦରକାର ପଡ଼େ ଠିକ୍ ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି ନା ନା ଠିକ୍ ନା ନା କିଛି ନୋ ଇସ୍ୟୁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଉପରେ ଉପରେ ବହୁତ ବେଶୀ ହେଇଯିବ ନା ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି ଆଇ ଥିଙ୍କ ନାଓ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ଭିଜିବଲ୍ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ନମସ୍କାର honorable chief guest of this august occasion, Professor Sasibani ma'am, who is the neonatologist and founder of the Kangaroo Mother Care Foundation, her great contribution in the field of neonatology, respected Shama ma'am, who is the organizing secretary. I know her for last few years. She always uses to give some message to me. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଶ୍ୟାମା ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମଙ୍କ ମେସେଜ ଆସିବ ମୁଁ ପୁରା ସଚେତନ ହେଇକି ତାକୁ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ, because the message she gives, that has to be carried out. There is no second thought to it. Professor Jayant Panda, a very well-known figure in the state and also at the national level, Professor of Medicine. Dr. Sachidanand Mohanty, the present DMT of our state Odisha. Dr. Nilamadhav Jena, President Indian Academy of Pediatrics, and Sanghamitra with the co-organizing secretary. And all the delegates who are present here, obstetricians, pediatricians, doctors, healthcare providers, and all the members of the Sri Aurobindo Medical Association, and all the guests who are present. ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ପୁଣି ଥରେ ନମସ୍କାର. First of all, I must express my heartfelt thanks to Shama madam, who has given me a chance to be with you here among the renowned national and international faculties and personalities. So again, I express my thanks on behalf of the state of Odisha as a Director of Family Welfare. So this is 34th All Odisha Conference of Sri Aurobindo Medical Association. It is a platform for the amalgamation of the science, conscience and spirituality in one platform. So definitely it's a great thing to combine science, art, conscience and the spirituality. So this association has taken a very strong step for this cause. And the theme of today's conference, 34th conference, is New Childhood. I knew only childhood, but not the new childhood. I will learn here what is new childhood means. But since the theme is childhood, I must recite a stanza from the poem His Name is Today, written by Chilean poet, Nobel laureate Gabriel Mistral. Few might be knowing, few might not be knowing. Let me chant this. We are guilty of many errors and many faults, but our worst crime is abandoning the children, neglecting the fountain of life. Many of the things we need can wait, but the child cannot. Right now is the time his bones and flesh are being formed, his blood is being made, and his senses are being developed. To him we cannot say
we cannot answer tomorrow. His name is today. So you see how it is important childhood is. These few lines highlight the need of timely and nurturing care of children right from the conception or even before that conception. So शिशुटे ईश्वर सर्वश्रेष्ठ उपहार अमृतर संतान तेणु समस्ते शिशुटे जन्म हेले खुशी होती कारण सी हूँ आमर समाजर आमर नेशन अमूल्य संपद मानव सम्बलर श्रेष्ठ पुंजी तेणु आमर समस्तंकर दायित्व रही जे आमर चाइल्डहुड को आमे केमती आमर फुल केयर नर्चरिंग केयर आमे दे परिबा सो दैट से माने गोटे भविष्य रे समृद्ध हेबे एवं आमर देश को भी समृद्ध करिवे. Also there is a saying, if you are planning for a year, sow rice. If you are planning for a decade, plant trees. But if you are planning for a lifetime, nurture and educate the children. Children are the only form of immortality we can be sure of. So that is what the importance of childhood means, and the theme taken by this conference is really good and very important. Everyone knows the child health is very important. So as doctors, pediatricians, obstetricians and a general citizen of the country, it is our responsibility to take care of this childhood. For that reason, we are having many programs in the government, both national and the state level. We are giving a life cycle approach starting from adolescence, antenatal, internatal, postnatal and beyond on all the fields. We say it as RMNCHA plus N, reproductive, maternal, newborn, child health, adolescent health along with nutrition. So we are taking entire life cycle to address all the issues related to childhood, adolescence, pregnancy and lactation and beyond. So the first session I have seen regarding the perinatology, which is very important. As you know, in our state, the mortality rate is very high. In all the components, neonatal mortality rate, infant mortality rate, under 5 mortality rate, and also the maternal mortality ratio is very high. So that has to come down. So that needs a very concerted effort. Neonatal mortality is very high, that is 28, we are second in the country. It's a very pathetic situation. And out of that neonatal mortality, the first week death, 7 days death is highest, that is 21 or 75%. So to address that period, this panel discussed today in the morning, that is very important, because obstetricians and pediatricians, both they must take the responsibility to prevent these neonatal deaths and to give a very healthy life to a newborn. If a newborn lives, he will contribute in return for around 70 to 80 years. So that is not a small contribution to the nation, to the society. So I request all the participants to take a pledge to serve for this childhood to the maximum possible we can, so that we will again rediscover the new childhood in the future. So with this, I wish all the success for this conference. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. Now we request Dr. Neelamadhava Jena, sir, President IAP Orissa, to please address the gathering.
Respected Bani Madam, who is great neonatologist and founder of Congar Mother Care, I welcome you, sir, madam. Professor Vijay Panigrahi, Director of Family Welfare, and Professor Mahanti, DMET, and my friend Dr. Shama Kanungo, Professor Jayanta Panda, Dr. Madam Panda, and all distinguished guests. First, I congratulate and thank Madam Shama Kanungo. She is an innovative idea. Science and spirituality combined together is a very innovative idea, really. We are all overwhelmed by this. At the age of at this age, we should first science, then go for spirituality, yoga, naturopathy, all that. That is, you will get peace of mind from that end. And this is for child care. Total effort of both gynecologist and pediatrician is required. After child is born, when child cries, the gynecologist and neonatologist, they smile, because all efforts of 9 months has fruitful. It is an excellent conference. I wish all the success of this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now we request our chief guest, Dr. Shashivani, to please address the gathering.
Good afternoon. I really feel very small here when there are so many stalwarts here, both on the platform and in the auditorium. I don't know why I have been given this honor, but I thank Dr. Shama and all the people who thought I can share some of my experiences. Now the spiritual thread and all are very high sounding words. I don't think I am capable of talking that, but in retrospection, when I thought, there has been a thread running in our families, subsequently from the school and subsequently in the department also, which has led us to do some community projects. Of course, our routine academic activities have been there. There also, in spite of many challenges, we have tried to expand the scope of child care. And I would just like to think, we started an era, I am talking way back in 63, 64, where pediatrics was not even given any importance. Only they thought an adult is given 1 tablet 3 times a day, you give half tablet 3 times a day, that is pediatrics. That was the type of notion that people had. Even at that time, we thought we should go something beyond the diseases of children. Just I am mentioning this, so at that time vaccinations people were not accepting. The moment we used to talk to them, people even used to give us all our cursings, even all our 7 generations were invoked for that. How can you talk about TB? It is not there in our thing. We used to start BCG vaccination campaign. Then we started polio vaccine. I am talking an era when nothing was happening through government. We imported the first full section from Russia, and in those days internet was not there, telephone was not there, and in that time writing to Russia, establishing a cold chain via Bombay, picking up from Ahmedabad right in the midnight at 10:30 and then putting it in the micro laboratory in the -20 degrees up to 2 o'clock, that kind of challenges we had gone. Every time we had picked up something which was challenging to the medical department. So next another experience was introducing ORS. Without any other medicines in the management of the childhood diarrheas, we go with the ORS, and of course it led us to the preventive services. So like that our journey started, so many things started, and in children we conduct, with our students, we conducted almost 500 camps in the rural tribal areas, even in the urban slums, taking them beyond the hospitals. Earlier we were talking about the community which was coming to us. Now we are going to the community who cannot come to us. So way back in 1984, we conducted the first conference under the aegis of National Neonatology Forum, and with the theme of Reach and Enrich Rural Newborns. So these are the kind of challenges we have been taking every time, and then introduce community newborn care, introduce community projects in the pediatrics, and even thalassemia projects, creating an awareness, people to accept, because when we started giving blood transfusion to the thalassemia children, many of our colleagues used to say, "Madam, why you are wasting the blood? Child is anyway going to die, you are creating unnecessary bonding with the parents, and the child might live for another 2 or 4 years. And but that time also the passion was there and aspiration was there. Someday some light might come, and I am really happy that during my own lifetime I am seeing that some children are totally cured of the disease also. Now there are bone marrow transplants going on, stem cell therapies are going on, so many other things are going on. Hemophilia is also happening that, sickle cell also happening that, and that frequently led us to the newborn care. We understand that only child means doesn't mean only diarrheas and pneumonias or malnutrition, so we have to take something beyond. So in newborn care also we took up. Then talking only through ventilators and the neonatal resuscitation all did not lead us in the national impact to bring down the mortality. Then we thought the simple things we have to talk more. Of course they were included in the government programs, but there was only a cursory attention given to it. Like breastfeeding promotion, a simple example I am taking. Most of us here in the auditorium, we have been speaking about it for at least past 30, 40, 50 years. Same messages we are giving. Considering the efforts that we have put in, the results which I got, really not satisfied. We can satisfy ourselves. Earlier it was 40%, now it is 50%. But now I have been always saying that rather than thinking about how much we have achieved, the time has come to say how much remains to be achieved with all these years of effort. And in these efforts, that spiritual thread really helps you to take up the challenging subjects. That is what I have realized. Here we are not talking about our remediation. We are not talking about appreciation from the government. We are not talking about how our targets are achieved. Targets were laid down. But some targets which we have set in within ourselves, that whatever little possible for my child, in whatever little way I can do, whether I will be able to do it. So from that angle, every time we take one more step within our realm to put in one more drop in the ocean of the child care. That is the approach which we have, and I am really happy that some progress is being made now. But as I said, we have now come to a stage that even in the, I am just limiting myself now to the newborn care. In newborn care, earlier we thought by introducing intensive care, by introducing the special care, we will be able to bring down the mortality. Yes, it has its role, but only that will not help. We have to go for many preventive and community approaches also. So that is why we thought kangaroo mother care was introduced, breastfeeding promotion, which is a part of the kangaroo mother care, that was introduced. And it is introduced means we are not just mentioning about it. We should take it to the end, build the skills, build the motivation, build the necessity, and then it will see the end of it. So similarly, at every stage, now prenatal phase we have been talking. Now here we talked so many good medical aspects. We talked about diabetes, we talked about thyroids, we talked about preeclampsia, eclampsia and so on. But there are some other hidden factors in the community which we need to realize. These mothers require a lot of rest. They require peaceful mind also. We should give them some opportunity for that also. We should be able to talk to them, and with their economic pressures, with their family setup, they don't have time for all those things. So we need to motivate the elders in the families, going there and telling them, allow them to take some rest, allow them to have some peaceful thing. And that is exactly now we are talking about the Tapovan program, which we are trailing in the prenatal period. That you allow the mother to be in a peaceful atmosphere. She should read good books, she should listen to good music, she should have good peaceful place, and then she will be able to conceive a healthy child for the future. But this is not possible in all the families. Yes, wherever possible we must advocate, but at the same time think of some simple basic doable things in the community also. So I am just giving you one or two examples. If we take more time, we can give more attention to this. In the past, we had conducted 2 full days workshop on traditional practices of the newborn care, starting from the prenatal phase, intranatal phase, postnatal, and so on. Every community has very good practices. We start with the good practices which need to be preserved, which we are often forgetting. So if we start with that, the community gets a good feeling that yes, what we are doing is something good we have been doing, but yes, something is misinterpreting, something is going wrong. So start with the good practices, encourage them. Totally harmful practices, the way in which they are practiced, not acceptable, we try to remove them. And there might be some innocuous practices. In this context, they might appear innocuous, but they may require some change. A lot of studies required to be done. I'll just give you a simple example. In prenatal phase, rest is very important, yes. So it's a good practice to allow. Then we had so many social interactions in the families. We had this baby showers, 3 months and all. Every community has a different thing. At 5 months antenatal period, 7 month antenatal period, 8 month period, they celebrate some of the things so that the mother is kept happy, mother is not anxious, mother is looking forward to the childhood. And in that atmosphere, naturally the outcome is going to be good. And it is combined with the good singing, dancing, dressing, mothers, and keeping them happy. And all those aspects somehow we are forgetting. So these good habits also we need to, yes, that doesn't mean we have to spend extra, we have to, don't misinterpret these, but at the same time we have to keep good. At the same, there are, at least in our communities where we find, in the last trimester, many times they cut down the nutrition, thinking that if they cut down the nutrition, the baby will be small, it will be easier to have a natural delivery and all those things. So all this we have to need. I'm just giving you 1 or 2 examples. So like that, the full science of traditional practices, where the thread of spirituality is interwoven, we need to study that and incorporate with our medical sciences. We have taken up certain examples, but we have to do that. So in that way, there are so many things we can achieve. And as I said, traditional practices study is one thing. And whatever you take it to the end. Just don't touch that subject and leave it. Because then it doesn't lead anywhere. We just feel satisfied. Yes, we talked about it, we told about it. But what is happening? Is it translated in the community in action? So that is where some persistence thing is required. Every time in our associations, each president gives one theme, that year enthusiastic approach is there, but then next president comes, it goes off. So that kind of approach at least should stop. From pediatrics also I am requesting the thing, take up tuberculosis eradication, just like we took up polio eradication or some such thing, but take it to the end, let it see the end. So that is what we say. And here, orienting and training our students, taking them along with us, setting them examples, and then giving some guidance. And some of these are incorporated in their training curriculum also. We had developed some integrated training programs through WHO also. But 2-3 years it lasted, then it whistled away. So our associations like that, the groups like this should pick up at least 2 or 3 such topics and take it to the end. Anyway, just I am sharing some of my views, but I think I had a very wonderful time here learning from you all how to go about it, how to perceive it, and in that context I tried to share some of my thoughts. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and hope we will have some fruitful outcome with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those inspiring and encouraging words. Now we would like to take the opportunity to felicitate our guests on the stage. I request Professor Dr. Jayanta Panda sir to present the memento to Professor Dr. Sachidananda Mahanti sir, Director of Medical Education Training, Orissa. I request Professor Dr. Shama Kanungo to kindly felicitate Dr. Vijay Kumar Panigrahi sir. I request Dr. Sanghamitra Panda to please felicitate Dr. Nila Madhava Jana sir. I request Professor Jayanta Panda sir to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Shashivani ma'am. Now I would like to invite our scientific secretary, Dr. Sanghamitra Panda, to give the vote of thanks.
So we are now having our 34th
conference of Sri Aurobindo Medical Association, and we have come to the end of our inaugural session. I am very much privileged to be here by Mother's and Sri Aurobindo's grace, and I would like to thank our esteemed chief guest, Professor Sashibani Madam. There is no words to thank her. She is so active, and with this age also she has travelled from Ahmedabad to our place to grace our event. Thank you, Madam Sashibani Madam. And all of you know she is a pioneer in newborn care and promoting the Kangaroo mother care throughout our country and also worldwide. So thank you, Madam, to be here with us. Then I am very much privileged to have with us our DMET sir, Professor Sachidananda Mahanti. Thank you, sir, to be here with us. Then my heartfelt thanks to our DFW sir and Director of Family Welfare, Dr. Vijay Kumar Panjahi. He is also a pediatrician, senior pediatrician of our state, and also the ex-president of IAP Orissa. Thank you, sir, to be with us and providing us. You have shared so many very valuable things to us, to this forum. Thank you, sir, to be here. I must thank our present President IAP Orissa, Dr. Niramadhav Jena sir, who happens to be a friend of our organizing secretary, Shyama Madam. Thank you, sir, that you have come here in a short notice. We are very much privileged to have you here and share your experiences here. Then I must thank our organizing chairperson, Dr. Jayant Panda, Professor Jayant Panda. He is a well-known figure in Orissa. Thank you, Dr. Panda. We have worked as a team to make this event successful. So I must thank you for that, for all your cooperation. Last but not the least, my mentor, my whatever because I can't express my feelings for Professor Shama Kanungo. She was, when she joined as a lecturer in SV Medical College, she was our group teacher who taught us the basics of gynecology and obstetric to our batch, and from that day onwards she was a guiding force to us. And even I am a member of Sri Aurobindo Medical Association from its inception. Thank you, Madam, for all your kindness, help, advice and everything. Thank you, Madam. So with this, we are coming to the end of this session. Thank you all.
The inaugural session is over. I request the anchors and the scientific committee to go ahead with a very interesting session of the continuation of the first session. We discussed the science, we will discuss the consciousness, and then reshape the stage and then carry on. And we are running around half an hour late, so maybe at 2 o'clock we'll have lunch break. Thank you.
Let us resume our academic session. The second panel discussion of this day is on the prenatal factors for an integrally conscious newborn. I would like to invite the moderators of this session onto the stage. Professor Dr. Smritiben Vaishnav, she is Professor and Head of the Department of Obs Gynae at Pramukh Swami Medical College, Karamsad, Anand. She has published more than 30 research papers and projects on various subjects, including music therapy in obsgyne, Yog Nidra in postpartum mothers. I would like to request Dr. Gopal Chandra Das to come onto the stage as the moderator. He is a senior gynecologist and regular writer of articles on spirituality, social problems and recent events which are published regularly in the local newspapers. We invite the panelists of this session onto the stage. Dr. Bharadwaj Mishra, a practicing senior gynecologist. He is Vice President of IMA Bhubaneswar branch. He is engaged in cancer research work in collaboration with RMRC Bhubaneswar. Dr. Sujata Das, she is currently working as an obsgyne specialist at District Headquarters Hospital, Anugul. Dr. Latika Behra, she is senior obsgyne consultant at DHH Khorda and has been serving in the Orissa government since 1989 in several places across the state. Dr. Ritanjali Mishra, presently working in RRC SLN MCH Koraput and mentoring all 4 undivided Koraput district for capacity building of service providers on maternal health. I invite Dr. Ashok Kumar Das, a senior obstetrician at DHH Bhavani Patna, who has been working as a specialist in obsgyne for the last 25 years under the government of Odisha. Dr. Abhi Senapati, senior specialist obsgyne from SDH Anandapur. We invite upon the stage our experts for this session, Dr. Yogesh Mohan, currently working as the CEO of Savita Medical College and Hospital at Chennai and founder of Consciousness as Medicine, a healing approach based on the vision of Mother and Sri Aurobindo. We invite Professor Dr. Sasmita Swai, Professor and Unit Head, Department of Obsgyne at SCB Medical College, Cuttack. She is Honorary Secretary cum Treasurer AOG Odisha and she is also Secretary of IMA Women Doctors Wing. Dr. Madhusmita Pradhan, Associate Professor, Department of Obsgyne, BBMCH, Balangir. Ma'am, you will have to stand on. Would you like to stand
Desktop
on?
पर रख दियो ना तापर अपन जा कर
It's a little high, ma'am, the podium.
मो लैपटॉप रे
लापेल लापेल टाइप
नहीं ना तो कर जी किछ और देले दौना दियन तो इतना टाइम पर दियन दियन डेरी हबो की एटा 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 आगो पछ ପାଇଁ ତ ठीक है एटा तो बाहर कर देबी पेन ड्राइव टा एमने डायरेक्ट कर देबे ताको
कॉपी कर दीजिए एटा केमती हबो कहले कोटा आगो पछा
खाली एटा फॉरवर्ड बैकवर्ड
एटा लाइन दियो
এটা অন আছে তো
देखो
ऑन আছে चेंज होचे देखो
সেটা
আর জন না
আসছে
ছজন
सेठी हम दे सेठी सालू वाला
ओ अच्छा
सालू वाला
दियो तू
मोबाइल मोबाइल
मोबाइल बंद कर दे साइलेंट मोड कर दे
पूरा बाहर कर दे
एठी भूली जी नहीं तो मन पकेबे ओम आई एम ऑडिबल गुड आफ्टरनून टू एवरीबॉडी मो डॉक्टर गोपाल चंद्र दास एवं मोर सहयोगी प्रोफेसर स्मृति वैष्णव आज ये पैनल डिस्कशन को आपण मानक स्वागत करुछि। इनाग्रेशन पर्व पूर्वर आपण माने मेडिकल साइंस गायनोकोलॉजिस्ट एवं पेडियाट्रिशियन बेसिकली गायनोकोलॉजिस्ट कौन रोल गोटे छुआ जो गर्भावस्था थी सामा मैडम को मैं धन्यवाद दूची एवं पाखे मो ऋणी जे से मोर टीचर एवं यही जो था फोर्थ डायमेंशन ऑफ स्पिरिचुअलिटी ऑब्स्टेटिक्स एंड गायनोकोलॉजी रे से प्रेरणा प्रदान करिसंती एवं मते स्पेसिफिकली कहिसंती गोपाल आमे समस्त जानिचु किंतु आजिर मेसेज आपण पाखे जीवा दरकार जे आमे प्रैक्टिस केमिति करिबा। इंट्रोडक्टिव स्पीच रे आपण को गोटे शॉर्ट रे कहूँ समय अतिक्रांत हो जाइए आमे डाक्तर हिसाब रे जेतोले छुआटे पेट भीतर बढ़ुची सेतोले तार दुईटा पार्ट बढ़ुची मोर बही काउंटर अचन देखिए प्रथम प्राक गर्भाधान संस्कार में लिखी जो जेतोले छोट छुआटे जेतोले पेट भीतर बढ़ुची आमे डाक्तर माने सब बेले तार ग्रोथ एस्पेक्ट को देखुछु डिजीज एस्पेक्ट को देखुछु क्लिनिकल हो फंडाल हाइट ठार आरंभ करी हाइट ठार आरंभ करी वेट ठार आरंभ करी अल्ट्रासाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी आसला परे छुआर जनरल मालफॉर्मेशन ग्रोथ आईजुआर एवरीथिंग बट द अदर एस्पेक्ट ऑफ द बेबी दैट इज द मेंटल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द चाइल्ड दैट इज कॉन्शियसनेस ऑफ द बेबी इज देयर एनी क्राइटेरिया टू मेजर इट इज अ क्वेश्चन टू द पब्लिक एंड आज डिस्कशन होची हाउ वी कैन assess and develop the conscious is a visible or invisible part. भगवत गीतार यदि 13तम अध्याय आपण पढ़िबे तृतीय श्लोक रे लिखा है मम जोनि महत् ब्रह्म तस्मिन् गर्भधानम् अर्थात जड़ एवं चेतन रस मिश्रण रे समग्र मानव समाजर मानवर शरीर सृष्टि जड़ मतरे चेतन शक्ति दिए कि आमे जड़ शरीर को ट्रीटमेंट करुछु किंतु चेतना पाठ आपण पाखे कौन सी प्रकार माध्यम नहीं तेणु लेट मी स्टार्ट माय टॉक एटा देखा जिवो केमती मैडम स्क्रीन रे हाँ लेट मी स्टार्ट विथ ए वेद मंत्र दिस इज फ्रॉम यजुर्वेद 31 अध्याय एवं 31 सूक्त एवं 19तम मंत्र इट टेल्स that प्रजापते चरन्ति गर्भ अंत अजय्या मानो बहुधा विजायते तस्य जोनि परिपश्यन्ति धीरा तस्मिन् तस्तु हि भुवनानि विश्वा in short the meaning is that the fetus which grow inside the mother is representative of God. The fetus is an abode of the soul which indeed a representative of divine, supreme divine. God has blessed an opportunity to nurture its gradual manifestation into an excellent human being to glorify family and the purpose of the child rearing and bearing and giving birth to glorify the nation. Then Rugveda re kahichi manur bhava janayadabhya be a man by virtue and give birth to offspring. ऋग्वेद कहूँ अर्थात जो संतान जन्म दौरान उपनिषद कहूँ प्रोक्रिएशन एंड चिल्ड्रेन is regarded as necessary for paying debt to the forefathers. So pregnancy is not by accident, it is a planned one. So we may not able to prepare the future of our children, but we can at least prepare the children for our future. With this much introductory task, we will start our panel discussion. In our panel discussion, Madam Professor Anand, Madam Medical College,
Pramukh Swami Medical College, Karam sir, Anand, and the district is Anand, Amul.
I will request our expert Dr. Yogeshman sir to come to the dais and occupy his seat, sir. Thank you. So, Madam Smruti Vaishnava, I am Dr. Gopal Das, our panelist, expert panelist. There are 6, but one is dropping last, Rabinaran Senapati. So, we are having 5. We have prepared initially with the 10 question, and we have given the option. It is up to you, you choose, and you prepare yourself. So, the Dr. Bharadwaj Mishra sir, Dr. Sujata Das, Dr. Latika Behera, Dr. Ritanjali Mishra, Dr. Ashok Das, and Rabinaran sir is now absent. So let us start I will hand over the mic now. There, but he is refused today in the WhatsApp that he will not participate. No, he is refused. Let him not. Now I will hand over the mic to Smruti Madam to.
Let us start with the panel. Now the first question is, what do you mean by integrally conscious newborn? Explain with example. Dr. Bharadwaj sir.
Hello. Good morning everybody, namaste. What is integrally conscious child? This is a question, when one will be integrally conscious? When one gets the consciousness, the cerebral cortex is the highest center that analyzes the all integrations and integrates every activities of the body. And the sensory organs which a child do develop, by 27 weeks, the thalamocortical fibers do have a connection to the cerebral cortex, and thereby the baby inside utero develops the coordination, and whatever he learns by way of listening, by way of giving a stimulation onto the mother, baby also gets stimulated. And if mother sings some music, that also he listens. And not only that, the baby's skin, whichever sound is being created around the baby, baby's skin receives it. It acts as a receiving organ also, skin. That has been researched and that has been clarified also. So baby listens in everything from 27 weeks to onwards. So because the cerebral cortex and brain neurons develop highly, rapidly from 28 to onwards till term, and after that also. So that's why intrauterine life, that period is very, very important. And in the present society, if you find the mothers, if not taken care adequately by that time, this is the maximum growth period also, then what happens? Many of the autistic children we find in the society. Why? The mothers, if agonized by that state of their mental agonies, their cerebral cortex do not develop properly. The hippocampus gyrus is the black box of the baby. Hippocampus gyrus retains the memory. Whatever is there in his, he perceives very nicely through the developing hippocampus. So every family, what is happening in the family, that he denotes it. Suppose somebody, as you have seen Abhimanyu,
thank you, sir. We are short time, so we have to finish within half an hour to 45 minutes. So let me tell about project at Honike. This in short you can tell, this question is integral conscious baby with example. So let me give you, what is integral? Integral means complete. Complete in which aspect? A baby is having a physical, mental, social and spiritual. Any baby is having complete in 4 aspects, he is known as integral or integrated child. This is a dictionary definition. And conscious means, conscious about what? Conscious about the materialistic thing. Conscious about the self-awareness. Who am I? This is the holistic growth of the body, mind and soul of the fetus. And you can give example of the from our ancient Shastra, that is Kapila Muni, who is the son of Devahuti, and Kadarma Muni, who wrote the Sankhya Darshana. When he was in mother's womb, he realized that it is not, I am not the body, I need a salvation, I need a existence. So he taught his mother about the Garbha Upanishad and get his salvation. And second is the Vamadeva in Aitareya Upanishad. He told that when 32 weeks his consciousness developed, as known as hypothalamo-cortical axis developed, he told that I am not a Bajapakhi to be inside the cage. I should be get out of that. I don't come into rebirth of birth and death recycle. That is known as consciousness. And he directly get rid of that. And Sukadeva Muni, he is the son of, who is the son of the Mahabharata Rachayata Vyasadeva. He was post-dated because he was not willing to, what Shastra tells, he was not willing to come out. So with much request he has come out. He went directly to the forest for his penance, because he told that I don't want to be entangled. The consciousness developed by the process of evolution, when Sri Aurobindo after independence 5 point told, 1 point was the जदि मानवर विकास विवर्तनवाद हुए ताले अतिमानव भी विवर्तनवाद मध्य सृष्टि हो पारिबो. तेणु सुपर कॉन्शियसनेस डेवलपमेंट इज अ वे ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस. थैंक यू सर. नेक्स्ट मैडम.
Second question. What are the prenatal factors responsible for holistic growth of a fetus?
Yes, prenatal factors are very important. As we said, we are giving nutrition to the baby through the umbilical cord. Whatever mother takes goes to the baby, and if something wrong takes, the baby also affected. So, baby from the environment, he gets the nurture. From the nutrition of the mother, he gets the nurture. But what about the physical body of the baby gets nurtured? But what about the other bodies? Our soul is covered by 5 covering sheaths. One is Annamaya Kosha, one is Pranamaya Kosha, next is Manomaya Kosha, next is Vijnanamaya Kosha, last is Karana Sarira, that is Anandamaya Kosha. So all these things we are nurturing the Annamaya Kosha by giving nutrition, folic acid, iron, calcium, all these things we are, deoxyhexaenoic acid, we are giving, okay, no problem. What about the rest of the things? The mother has to have swadhyaya to increase the and to have the pranayama to increase the pranamaya kosha, has to have sadhya to increase
sir, these are coming questions.
Yes,
sir, answer there. It is the factor, we have to explain it, and because time is short I am going ahead.
Yes,
so as you know that a baby growth hampered in chromosomal abnormality, structural abnormality, metabolic abnormality and growth abnormality. Growth may be nutritional, environmental, whatever it may be, and these are the factors affect the intrauterine period of the child. So broadly we can divide into 2, that is heredity, which constitutes 80% of the prenatal factor, and 20% the environmental, whether the fetal factor, maternal factor, nutritional factor, uteroplacental factor or family factor, mental stress factor. But broadly it is in 2 factors, we have to give concentrate on that. Next. So I will request for the third question.
Should we go for expert opinion just now or last?
In the morning we have discussed about the scientific reason, what are the things to be investigated, what are drugs to be given, and regarding the spiritual,
This is basically
fourth
spiritual
dimension,
aspect.
yes. So that is the, in our Veda also it is written that we should be conscious plan for a pregnancy before 3 months.
Will
It is
come.
good to have
Coming,
Gayatri
coming.
Mantra
Garbhadhan,
japa, yes.
You are having Garbhadhan
Yes,
sanskar for that.
that is good, and also the pregnant, once she gets pregnant, she should be happy. So happy mother gives to a healthy baby
That
and a
is
happy
their
baby.
incoming question.
So that is very important. Everything is written in our Veda also. So that will definitely help into have a healthy child.
Madam.
Dr. Sujatha, please. What is the sanskar and what is the objective of sanskar? Explain different types of prenatal sanskar.
Madam, specific, three question and answer should be 3.
ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ପ୍ରଣାମ।
What is sanskar?
এই ଅଧିବେଶନରେ ମୁଁ କହୁଛି
Sound,
ଯୋଉଠି
sound.
ସାଇନ୍ସ
Opera.
ହ୍ୟାଲୋ ଯୋଉଠି ସାଇନ୍ସ ଆମର ଏଣ୍ଡ ହେଇଛି ସେଇଠି ସ୍ପିରିଚୁଆଲିଟି ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଇଛି। ସାଇନ୍ସ ହାଜ୍ ଲିମିଟ୍ସ ବଟ୍ ସ୍ପିରିଚୁଆଲିଟି ହାଜ୍ नो ଲିମିଟ୍ସ। ଆମେ ଏଠି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କହୁଛେ ସ୍ପେସିଫିକ୍ ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ ଇଜ୍ ସଂସ୍କାର। ସଂସ୍କାର ମିନ୍ସ ଗର୍ଭ ସଂସ୍କାର। ଗର୍ଭ ମିନ୍ସ ୱୁମ୍, ସଂସ୍କାର ମିନ୍ସ
No, you will come, madam. Garbha sanskar is separate. In general, what is
This is
sanskar?
in general.
It is a general. What is sanskar?
संस्कार
Garbha sanskar, Punsavan sanskar, Simantanayana sanskar, Jatakarma, these are 16 sanskar. But we want to specify what is
sanskar
sanskar.
means to have knowledge and spirituality and values.
No, madam. What is the Garbha sanskar? These are the type of sanskar. The sanskar samuchaya written by Dayananda Saraswati tells that Sanskriyate, Olingriyate, madam, से कहना Olingriyate Sariradi Darshan, अर्थात the process by which the body and mind get purified is known as sanskar. Madam, this is definition of sanskar.
Sanskar.
Then
Sanskar.
second part.
Oh, we are dealing with the different type of sanskar for a newborn baby.
Objective and type.
Type of sanskar, we are invoking a soul, a good soul. For supramental evolution, we need Superman to be born from a woman. For this, sanskar is required. For sanskar, we have 3 type of sanskar. That is, for a woman is to go through the different habits and shoot
Mike.
different works.
Mike the Pakunianto.
So a woman should do different works, different habits. She has to prepare herself. She has to prepare herself. She has to do sadhana. She has to change herself to bring the new soul who will be future Superman. Superman will come not to the ordinary woman. Superman will come to the woman who is changed herself to divinely and spiritually and mentally, psychologically, socially. She will go to a higher state of consciousness. For this Garbha Sanskar, it is our ancient Vedic teaching. Who they put forth for to bring a new child. They put forth certain sanskar. That number one is. Second is Punsavana. Number one is
Garbhadhana.
Garbhadhana, yes. Number one is Garbhadhana Sanskar. In Garbhadhana Sanskar,
they
prepare
only name.
Only name.
Prenatal.
First one is Garbhadhana Sanskar for conception. During conception, it is done. So they prepare, the couple prepare themselves 3 months ahead
Garbhadhana is
for
another
Garbhadhana
question is
Sanskar.
there.
Then come the Punsavana Sanskar. Punsavana Sanskar, when the lady
You will
knows
explain later.
she is
Garbhadhana,
pregnant,
Punsavana.
for Punsavana Sanskar, they prepare physically the child they conceive. Third is the Amara Simanta Nayana Sanskar. Simanta Nayana Sanskar is for mental and emotional well-being of the baby. It is done in 5th or 6th month of the pregnancy.
So basically what we learn from this, that sanskar is a process of reform. What reform? Before conception, during conception and after conception. Our topic is concerned to the prenatal factor only, the during pregnancy period. So we reform in the sperm and ovum. How will reform? Garbhadhana sanskar, we will tell Simantanayana, all those things. And second, minimize the defect in the pregnancy. Some of the defect can be by process of sanskar, it can be removed. And healthy, strong child, both physically and mental. That is the objective of sanskar. And intelligent and righteous baby. That is the purpose of Vedic sanskar. I am concentrating on Vedic sanskar. Next, madam. And there are 3 types of sanskar. Prenatal we are time, because after 16 we are concerned with Garbhadana sanskar, that is conception ceremony before having a baby. And second is the Pusavana sanskar, is the procreation ceremony, physical growth of the baby. And Simanthana sanskar, that is the mental development of the baby. That is the thing. So these are the things, madam.
Now, what is Garbhadan Sanskar? How it help in bringing out an integrally conscious child? Ritanjali madam.
Namaskar to all. Thank you, Sana madam, and all organizers for giving this scope. So what we are discussing from morning, we have already discussed about the scientific sessions. Now we are concentrating only on the spiritual aspect of making a new childhood or a new human being. As we have seen in the exhibition hall, it has been written so clearly by the mother and Sri Aurobindo how we can make an integrally conscious newborn childhood. It was written, if you make the new child from the very beginning, who cannot commit any crime, who cannot do everything for the society good, so our government, our all other, starting from the family to the state and the nation, all will be burdenless. So it is very important to follow along with our physical examination and physical advice. Being obstetricians, we can also do these sanskaras. As we have been giving, what is Garbhadana Sanskara? Garbhadana Sanskara is a traditional Hindu practice that involves certain rituals and practices formed by the parents before conception that promotes the physical, mental and the spiritual well-being of the newborn. It has 3 components mainly. It has a positive environment. We should keep a positive environment in the family, and before trying for the conception also Prag-Garbhadan Sanskar is also there. I am not going to that. In Garbhadan time, when the urine velocity test becomes positive, from that day the couple should be mentally prepared to being a socially and spiritually developed human being to this society. So the everywhere in the family it should be the positive atmosphere and the harmonious atmosphere that should be created, which can potentially have a positive impact on the child's emotional. Then the healthy lifestyle of the patient or the pregnant woman, that should be followed by typical exercise. We are advising typical diet, what we should take. We are advising that the woman should take these things. That is from the doctor aspect, but also spiritual. What are the things? Whatever foods she takes, that should be with peaceful mind she has to take. She should remain in a peaceful manner. The family should create a peaceful atmosphere everywhere so that the baby will be born very happy. She should do exercise and there should be no stress. Now the pregnant women are working. My request to be the administrators who are working, if a pregnant woman mother is going and doing office job, she should be given that particular atmosphere where she should be very happy mentally also, physically also to bring that baby. But we are not providing that atmosphere. The baby should be born at that particular atmosphere. Then there should be spiritual connection. It is believed to establish a spiritual connection between the parent and the child. During as we have had Abhimanyu had the ongoing to the that Saptarathi se जाके पहुँचला जो पहुँचला जीवाटा से जानीदेला चक्रव्यूह कि आसवाटा से शुणी नाला से फेरी पारानी एंड अभिमन्यु बद्ध होगा जोटा कि बहुत बड़ आमर महाभारत स्टोरी आम समस्त जानते तो सहीटा भी बहुत इंपोर्टेंट ड्यूरिंग प्रेगनेंसी बापा माँ कन्वर्सेशन केमती रहा माँ ताकू कौन कहूँ आउ देखिए जब माँटा भल पीसफुल माइंड रे भल बही पड़ुची आध्यात्मिक रोचे पिला भी फ्यूचर आध्यात्मिक हो पारे अनदर इज कल्चरल एंड ट्रेडिशनल वैल्यूज आम जिते आम छुआ को प्रथम टिल फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग जमती मैडम सकाले कहते केवल जो 11 to 14 months पर सेमती नहीं वंस यू हैव डिसाइडेड टू बिकम प्रेग्नेंट से ही दिन भी आप कन्वर्सेशन आरंभ करूँ केमती आपंकर छुआटा भल रन आटमोस्फियर सेमती करेंगे लाइट म्यूजिक शुणिले भल जिनस ध्यान देले ये सब जिन डेफिनेटली आम सोसाइटी विल गेट गुड थिंग्स सो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट गर्भधारण संसार थैंक यू
Basically what we learn from today that जे स्पर्म और ओभम रो प्यूरिफिकेशन हे सारिला परे जदि गर्भधारण हुए ताले इंटीग्राली कॉन्शियस बेबी टीए हबो तेणु से की प्रकार प्यूरिफिकेशन हबो सेतले गर्भ संस्कार रे वैदिक गर्भ संस्कार लिखा हेची जे गर्भस्य दानं बीर्ज स्थापनं स्थिरीकरणं अर्थात कॉपुलेशन फर्टिलाइजेशन एंड इम्प्लांटेशन जहाँ को आम इंग्राजी रे कहू तेणु ये तीन आस्पेक्ट रे गर्भधान संस्कार रुहे से मुहूर्त ऋतुदान दिवस एवं नक्षत्र लिखा जाइछि रात्र चतुर्थ प्रहर रे ब्रह्मचर्य पालन करिबा परे बयस स्वामी स्त्री बयस मुहूर्त खाद्य एवं मानसिक एवं शारीरिक स्तर रे सुस्थ हो सारिला परे से माने प्लान करिवे गर्भाधान पाई केते गुड़िए दिन लाइक अमावास्या पूर्णिमा संक्रांति एकादशी चतुर्थी ए दिन रे ऋतुदान मना नक्षत्र हिसाब से कहुई ज्येष्ठा तुला आपण 27टा नक्षत्र 9टा नक्षत्र रे ऋतुदान मना आपण बोधे साइंस कौन पाइबे हुए तो मुनि ऋषि मैंने दिव्य ज्ञान रे पाइथिबे ए दिन रे कौन सी छुआ डिफेक्टिव थिबा तापरे तार विधि अच्छी आमे मैडम आमे जानी थिबे उदाहरण दउची कृष्ण
This point, ask Yogesh Mohan, what consciousness of the mother and husband and wife should be doing. Expert is very
कौन कौन गई हाँ हाँ how do
preparing for a child, consciousness of the
how will you develop हाँ सर कृष्ण एवं आपण जानी थिबे कृष्ण एवं रुक्मिणी 12 वर्ष ब्रह्मचर्य परे प्रद्युम्न पुओ को पाइथिले एवं आपण जानी थिबे जेतो नियोग प्रक्रिया रे व्यासदेव महाभारत रे पढ़ी थिबे 3 जन के सहित अंबा अंबिका एवं आयोजन के सहित नियोग प्रक्रिया जेतो वंश रक्षा पे गले जने आखि बंद कर देला धृतराष्ट्र जन्म हेले जने डरी गला पंडु जन्म हेले आ जने जेतो भले रे तांक सहित मिसिले से सेतो तांकर जन्म हेतला विदुर एटा होची नाउ आई विल रिक्वेस्ट आवर Yogesh Mohan sir, that what thought and with the mother will having during Garbhadhan Sanskar.
Father and mother will
prepare themselves for the Garbhadhan Sanskar.
A very good morning, good afternoon to all the doctors and guests present here. Thanks for inviting me to this beautiful session. The only thing which I can share is that it's extremely important the state of consciousness in which the couple is, the father and the mother, when they are conceiving. Generally, I always say that when people have a sexual relation as a husband and a wife, the relation can be created into one of the most beautiful and a very divine experience, rather than something which is purely physical or purely vital or very mechanical. So if we, and I know that even people marry at an early age, they are, most of us are not trained to live a conscious lives, and most of the times we behave and act in a very ordinary ways. So if we are in a very ordinary state of consciousness in which we conceive, in which we naturally the child within us will also grow in the similar state of consciousness. But if somehow there is an aspiration in the mother or in the father or in the couple, and it's really a very great thing if somebody can do that in that state of consciousness, in a very spiritually higher state of being and you aspire for a soul, then absolutely you will feel the difference in the type of soul you are invoking. So it's extremely important for us to, because most people do not even know it matters. So if we tell them it matters, that it is possible to conceive a very evolved soul and to be evolved yourself in this state, the whole experience of conception can become very, very beautiful. So these are some things which can be done in a very simple and a practical way to really make a difference. So I know the time is very short, we are running short of time, but the seed idea is there, that it is what I am talking is something extremely practical, extremely which is possible, and if we do it in the right way, a very different outcome is possible. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your
You just
nice
have to create an awareness that yes, it does plays a role to bring a divine soul to the society. So that is very important.
आमर शास्त्र कही आम जो खाद्य खाऊ से खाद्यर अदरकारी जिनसा मल भारे चले खाद्य रस रसरु मांस अस्थि मजा अल्टीमेटली आमर जो सीमेंट जो हुए से आम ब्रह्म बोली कहू आम से सीमेंटा जो प्यूरिफिकेशन हुए तीन भाग में गोटा हूँ जो फास्ट ब्रह्म सेटल इनसाइड द टेस्टिस as a spermatozoa, that is the first birth. This is the Aitareya Upanishad. Second birth when it is go to the mother's womb and fertilization, and third birth when it come out of that. With this much of idea you have to sperm and ovum. And Panchabhuta जो आमे कहूँ माँ और बापा अग्नि वायु जल आकाश पृथ्वी both contribute and God give right to this consciousness, that is the ultimately with the give. So गर्भाधान संस्कार माने उभय स्वामी एवं स्त्री जितेबाला प्लान करेंगे जमी कहुई न्यूट्रिशियस फूड प्योर थॉट गुड कंपनी रिस्ट्रेन फ्रॉम सेक्सुअल मैटर मेंटेनेंस ऑफ मोरल डिसिप्लिन नेसेसरी एंड रिलेवेंट फॉर वाइफ एंड बिफोर कंसेप्शन एंड आपको आम मॉडर्न साइंस रे कहूँ प्री प्रेग्नेंसी केयर फॉलिक एसिड दौचु किंतु फॉलिक एसिड दौच फॉर मेंटल डेवलपमेंट प्रिवेंट कंज्यूमर बट दीज आर द थिंग्स साइकोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट बिफोर कंसेप्शन दैट इज गर्भाधान संस्कार एंड जितेबाला स्वामी स्त्री बसी संस्कार जो करा जाए वैदिक दुईटा पार्ट थाए गोटे पार्ट हूँ अग्निहोत्र थाए गोटे वैदिक मंत्र चांटिंग करा जाए आते स्वामी स्त्री गर्भरे हाथ रखी ईश्वर को प्रार्थना करे जे ए सुस्थ सबल पिलाटिए हो बोली एटा हूँ गर्भ मैडम.
The underline of this question was we have to change ourselves first, plan our pregnancy, change ourselves, the to be mother and to be father, and we have to become like a child which we want to bring in the society. The next question is what is Pumsavan Sanskar, why and at what part of our intrauterine life it is performed? Dr. Laktika madam.
ओम आनंदमयी चैतन्यमयी सत्यमयी परम ओम नमो भगवते श्री अरविंदाय. समस्त को मोर प्रणाम. मोर आज जो क्वेश्चन व्हाट इज पुष्पवान संस्कार व्हाई एंड एट व्हाट पार्ट. पुष्पवान संस्कार is the second most of the 16 sanskars of human being as written by ancient text of Hinduism and Sanatana Dharma. Pums means quickening or engendering or procreating female or male, and sadhan means ceremony, and it also known as an avalvan sanskar. Avalvan means miscarriage. So hence Pusavan sanskar is performed for the anavalvan sanskar is performed to prevent the miscarriage. Then what?
Madam?
Actually,
Madam,
hello.
Your view?
Just excuse me. Punshavana Sanskara, the time he has mentioned 12 weeks, it is 6 weeks. The baby's sex develops by that time. Yes.
It when next question, sir. question
नहीं, this is the Punsavana Sanskar. Madam,
Go ahead.
can you add something? No. Punsavana Sanskar is done for the, I told you that is a two part of the day. One part is the physical and is the mental. The Garbhadhan Sanskar after the conception, the Punsavana once the pregnancy we can confirm. Some tell it is a 2 months, some people it is a 3 months. So whatever it may be, thumb rule 12 weeks, you take it at a 3 months and 6 weeks, 6 months mean 24 weeks per Simantanayana Sanskar. So this is for the physical growth of the baby. And that is Puman Suyate iti kete jana bahire lekha heiche apna dekhibe puo pila pai e sanskar karai na पुरुषर शक्ति परी पुरुष हो बा स्त्री पिला हो बा पुरुष हो बा स्त्री पिला हो पुरुषर परी शक्तिशाली होबा पई पुंसवन संस्कार करा जाए. दिस इज फॉर द फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द बेबी. इट इज परफॉर्म्ड रफली एट 12 वीक्स आफ्टर प्रेगनेंसी इज कन्फर्म. दिस इज द पुंसवन संस्कार
for the masculine energy of the
masculine man, that is energetic baby,
to
physical growth of the baby, to avoid the miscarriage. That is the purpose. That is basic concept is to prevent, because this is the time within 3 months maximum miscarriage occur during this period. Next.
Hello.
Next part.
It is make the baby healthy, strong, brilliant.
Physically.
Yes. This is for the physical growth of the baby.
And this is performed prior to fetal movement starts.
Yes.
Yes.
So that is how
is
the later on development and movements everything will become normal.
After completion of the conception Garbhadhan Sanskar, this is learned, and it is when pregnancy shows, but the fetus is starts not to moving inside the baby. It was before the movement of the fetus, it is performed.
At what period of intrauterine life fetal consciousness develops, and what prenatal sanskar is performed for the development of a conscious child? Latika madam.
Hello?
Latika madam.
Consciousness.
When fetal conscious develop and what sanskar is done for that? This is the two. Very specific.
It is performed. The consciousness is starts at about 24 weeks of the pregnancy, when the cortico-thalamus connection is established with the sensory organs.
So it is basically it is for mental development. This sanskar is done for the mental. Simant means brain. मस्तिष्क संस्कृत शब्द हूँ सीमंथ से सीमंथ नयन संस्कार कराई छुआर मस्तिष्कार विकास आईटा यूजुअली 24 वीक्स आफ्टर क्विकनिंग हला परे करा नेक्स्ट. सो सेतबेले मस्तिष्क जेतबेले तार गर्भर विधि संस्कार विधि होची जे अग्निहोत्र हबो तापर वेद मंत्र पाठ हबो प्लस स्वामी पुरुष स्त्री मुस्कर सुगंधित तैल लगे छुईकरी आशीर्वाद देव जे यही मय मंत्र पढ़ी आशीर्वाद देव पुरोहित सामने जे जो पिलाटी होची से मेंटली फिट चाइल्ड हो.
Excuse me. Hello. Just Punsavana Sanskara is done. It can be done on the 14th week, 18th week or 2 weeks apart. 27 weeks एटा हेई परिबो. पुंसवन संस्कार उद्देश्य हला to make celibate husband and wife, they must be celibating, brahmacharya पालन करिवे. Number 2, the environment must be surcharged with the spiritual atmosphere. घरे गीत भजन नाच गीत सब अग्नि संस्कार जोटा हेले अग्निहोत्र make a perfect feeling in the house. So सेटा करा जाए. प्लस गोटे डिमिरी फल स्वामी यू तार ज्ञान चक्रु मस्तिष्क ज्ञान चक्रु डिमिरी फल स्वामी यू तार सहस्रार चक्र जाए वेद मंत्र पढ़ी से बोलिए. तार उद्देश्य हूँ सहस्रार चक्र है आमर आत्मार शेष स्थान परमात्मा उपलब्धि कर परम स्थान से तेणु से भीतर आध्यात्मिक परिवेश सृष्टि करने करा पुंसमन सीमंत नयन सीमंत है सुंथा सीमंत नयन संस्कार ये तो गोटे सुंदर संस्था शक्ति पिलार बढ़ेगा दिस इज प्रीनेटल इंजेक्शन ऑफ अ स्पिरिचुअल आइडिया ऑन टू द बेबी थैंक यू
समय अभाव रू आम स्कीप कर जाऊँ ब्रह्मचर्य स्वामी स्त्री उभय ब्रह्मचर्य पालन करेंगे दुग्धरे गुड़ची शुंठी ब्राह्मी मिसाई पान करिया को देबे राग खट्टा पिता लुणिया खाद्य वर्जन करेंगे अधिक शोइबा अधिक खाइबा अधिक गपसप करेंगे नहीं क्रोध लोभ द्वेष वर्जन करेंगे भावना और आचरण को शोभनीय एवं मार्जित करेंगे चित्त को शांत और प्रसन्न रखिए अग्निहोत वेद मंत्र पाठ करी पति पत्नी मस्तिष्क हाथ रखी सुस्थ सबल संतान कामना करेंगे ये हूँ विधि तेणु let us come to the theory of development of human order is heredity 80% and environment is 20%. So both synthesis गर्भ संस्कार 3 एवं जात संस्कार 13 we are not concerned with that.
सर जोटा कि हमर 7 मास जो साद आसे मनकर सेटा संगे एटा कोरिलेट करछि जोटा गोटे भलो एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करे पई
they need nutrition that is the time
सेति पई संस्कार सहित मेरा खाउछि
नेक्स्ट these are the other how prayer अब ठीक है दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन डॉक्टर साहब नहीं है हाउ प्रेयर प्रोवाइड एन अर्ली अपॉर्चुनिटी टू एस्टैब्लिश कम्युनिकेशन विथ फिटस नेक्स्ट सर वी आर गिविंग प्रेयर इज फॉर एस्टैब्लिश ऑर्गेनाइजिंग माइंड आपण मन शांति बोली गोटे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मैडम श्यामा मैडम मते देइथिले मो सेठारु प्रेरणा पाइथिली से माने गोटे कहचंती ईच सेल इज हैविंग ए माइंड दैट इज सेल माइंड and combination of all cell mind is known as organized mind. So collective mind is known as organized mind and this help for organizing mind, prayer help for organized mind of the fetus to develop, that is through Agnihotra. Next by Vedic chanting mantra. Next. So now Rajnita.
So now how to educate a mother to achieve an integrally conscious child? Ritanjali madam.
We may be excused because we are all obstetricians, we are dealing with the scientific sessions. आमे जदि एटी किछि भूल करथु दया करी सब अभिज्ञ मंडल को मु क्षमा मागी नोची क्वेश्चन टा भी एटा मो पई नथिला बोध हुए तो इट हैज बीन एक्सचेंज्ड
I will explain everything. So how to educate the mother to achieve the integrally conscious baby? You see, Gayatri mantra Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Savituhu Varendam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Jona Prachodayat. You are asking the God, praising the God and asking, give me thy consciousness. They मते सेही भली उज्जवल दिव्य शक्ति आपनकर मोर धी शक्ति रे परिवृद्ध करंतु आमर बुद्धि को दिव्य मार्ग रे प्ररोचित करंतु गायत्री मंत्र 3 मास आगो साधना करके जो बापा माँ माने प्रेगनेंसी को जीवे तांका पिला स्कूल ले फास्ट होबो सब बळे तार इंटेलिजेंस क्वोशेंट एते बढी जो इट हैज बीन मेंशन्ड एंड गायत्री मंत्र जप करी परस्पर स्वामी स्त्री मिसिले भी आग ध्यान करेंगे गायत्री को तापर मिसबे आ मिसवा समय आखि को आखि अनेबे आखिटा तोर सोल विंडो दैट हैज बीन ए ब्यूटीफुल एक्सप्लेन्ड इन सम बुक्स आखिटा गोटे विंडो आत सोल विंडो परस्पर को आखि देखा देखी दे विल बी हैविंग सेक्सुअल कपुलेशन and they will be inviting a good soul. Souls are moving around the atmosphere. Good soul is not getting a place to come into the womb of the world. So बापा माँ कर साधना दरकार से दिबे तेणु इट इज ए पति पत्नी तपस्या जोगुरु पिला गुड़ा जन्म हुआ
थैंक यू सर बट बेसिक साइंटिफिकली वी हैव डिवाइडेड इन 3 पार्ट प्री कंसेप्शन ड्यूरिंग कंसेप्शन एंड ड्यूरिंग लेबर बियॉन्ड लेबर the already consciousness are developed because labor is also part of consumption because oxygen is required. So a mane pre-conception age of the marriage 18 and 25 government are declared age of conception even if you marry if you don't underage marriage but you should have a capable of physically mentally to have a that you should think timing of I told in Garbhadan Sanskar you have to day fixed graha nakshatra muhurta. Then maintaining celibacy, I told you before conception you should maintain and as I told you Gayatri mantra and performing Vedic rituals and gap between pregnancy. This is the pre-conception point. And during conception maintain celibacy, good nutrition, adequate sleep, stress-free environment, regular health checkup, exercise, asana, pranayam, meditation, maintenance of hygiene, chanting of Vedic mantra Om, visualization of picture. I will come in the next question it will come, how it helps our cattle and performing intranatal sanskar. These are the during conception period, and during labor also deep breathing, good amount of oxygen to the mother, baby, maintaining hygiene, chanting Om, maintaining proper posture, maintaining the proper hydration and nutrition. These are the basic preparation for the integrally conscious baby. Next.
How meditation, music, Nam Jap, Om chanting and visualization of pictures by pregnant women help in achieving integrally conscious baby. Ashok Kumar Das.
मंच उपरे थिबा एवं मंच तले उपस्थित समस्त को मु प्रणाम जनाऊँगी। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो मैंने कहते ऑर्गेनाइजर मानू एवं श्यामा मैडम को अंतर भितर अल्सो धन्यवाद जनाऊँगी जे मत ये बस कि कहवाई से अवसर देते। मेडिटेशन, म्यूजिक, ओम चांटिंग, विजुअलाइजेशन पिक्चर ये सब कथा जो कहबार अच्छी ये सब मुख्य कथा है आम देह भितर जितेबाला आम ये सब क्रिया गुड़िक करने कथा मुझे कहबी आगू से दुईटा सिस्टम आम ऑटोनोमिक नर्वस सिस्टम बोली गोटे सिस्टम अच्छी। सो आम से ऑटोनोमिक नर्वस सिस्टम को जिते रिएक्टिवेट करवा एक्टिवेट करवा से सिंपैथेटिक और पैरासिम्पैथेटिक सिस्टम अच्छी। स्ट्रेस हार्मोन गुड़िक सब सिंपैथेटिक सिस्टम द्वारा बाहरी था आउ पैरासिम्पैथेटिक सिस्टम द्वारा सब हैप्पी हार्मोन माने बाहरी था। तेणु आमको अल्टीमेटली स्ट्रेस लेवल एंजाइटी लेवल को कमेबार अच्छी कमिबो एवं पैरासिम्पैथेटिक फ्लो बढ़िले हैप्पीनेस बढ़िबो। पैरासिम्पैथेटिक हार्मोन माने होचंती डोपामिन, सेरोटोनिन एवं एंडोर्फिन, रिलैक्सिन इत्यादि। डोपामिन गोटे फील गुड हार्मोन। सो फील गुड हार्मोन माने भीतर भीतर तार हैप्पीनेस बढ़िबो जेतले से डोपामिन लेवलटा बढ़ुथो। सो फील गुड फैक्टर हार्मोन बोलबो कहंती। नंबर 2 होची आपनकर सेरोटोनिन जहाँ कि स्ट्रेस लेवल को बहुत कमेबो सो दैट डिप्रेशन होबो ना। डिप्रेशन टा प्रेगनेंसी टाइम रे डेलीवरी समय रे एवं डेलीवरी परे मध्य पोस्टमार्टम पीरियड रे डिप्रेशन हुए एवं ये हैप्पी हार्मोन लेवल जदि आमर बढ़िला ताले डिप्रेशन नेचुरली कम होबो एवं पोस्टमार्टम ब्लू एवं अन्य डिप्रेसिव एपिसोड जो हुए मूड स्विंग हुए ये सब गुड़ाक मार होबो नहीं। सो ये सब वर्तमान से जो मेडिटेशन प्रोसीजर को जदि आम आसवा प्रथम व्हेन वी डू मेडिटेशन वी चैंट or we do Nam Japa, particularly when we are doing meditation, our concentration level become very high. When the concentration level is high, then the mother is well connected with the baby. All the vibrations of the mother are reaching the baby because complexities in the brain is also reduced. So when the mother is happy and if radiating all vibrations which are happy enough or which are good enough, then the baby is in a state to absorb all those vibrations and you will get positive results. So when we are doing meditation, we can do pranayam, which is deep breathing exercise procedure. Anulom Vilom can be done, but the Kumbhak procedure which is there, where we hold the breath inside, that we should not do. But we can do Anulam and Vilom. Then deep oxygenation will be there inside, and when the oxygenation occurs, enough oxygen the baby also gets inside, and the baby moves happily inside. The growth and mental faculty also develops properly. You cannot do Kapalbhati, but you can do all breathing, deep breathing exercises, Anulom Vilom, and Bhastrika also you can do. Similarly, when you are chanting Om, they have done a lot of research on Om chanting. Om chanting has got many advantages, like all the symptoms of early pregnancy are found reduced if someone is regularly chanting Om. Nausea, vomiting, mood swing, all these morning sickness, then headache, all these will not be there if regularly and from the early period someone is chanting Om. The blood pressure level, because the anxiety and stress is reduced, so naturally the blood pressure is also reduced. There will be less chance of pregnancy-induced hypertension, preeclampsia and eclampsia later. The hormone levels are also regulated in such a way that there will be less chance of development of gestational diabetes. Growth retardation will not be there as enough oxygenation is going on inside. Chances of preterm labor will not be there. The baby remains happy, mother and baby both gets adequate sleep, and the procedure of labor even became more smooth, and with less anxiety and stress it will be a smooth delivery at the end. So Om chanting helps. In Om, O, U and Ma is being pronounced. Ma you have to pronounce twice. The longer, the duration of pronunciation of Makara will be twice that of the Ukara. So O, U and Ma will be there. In between the pronunciation or Omkar, she has to take little rest, and up to the full breath capacity she can do that chanting. Next is our then about the picture, showing the pictures to the mother. It is a new concept. Concepts are being shown in pictures to the mothers. Concept about the process of labor, concept about the process of deep breathing or pranayam can be shown to the mothers during pregnancy, before delivery, so that when they are seeing those pictures time and again, the reticular activating system in the brain is activated. The mother gains inner confidence inside gradually, so that the pregnancy period is smooth, because she believes herself that by doing deep breathing and all this, it will be helpful to me. She is seeing the pictures, she is believing herself, and next she is doing practically. Also during labor, before labor, if in a pictorial form, you can show the process of labor, explain to her, which the child birth educators are doing. If you can explain her, then you can mentally prepare her for the process of labor, and the process of labor will be smooth.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now time is short, we have to finish by 2.
Just I will tell. Om chanting mechanically do have some effect. It will initiate the diaphragmatic breathing and facilitate the labor process, also second stage of labor. But Om chanting with a contemplation of the figure, picture he has told. Bhagavad Gita tells, Om iti sarvadvarani sanjamyam manorudhi niruddhyacha mrudhana adhaya atmanah prana asthito yoga dharanam Om iti ekakharam brahma vyaharam mang anuskarang ja prayati tejam deha sajati paramangati. So Om chanting along with the contemplation of the picture of whatever your Ishta is there, that will give a much better effect to the Om and concentration also and confidence. And these 9 mantras are there, that is called celebration of life. One that is Mary Magnan's 9 hypnotic mantras are there. To increase the self-confidence of throughout the pregnancy, she has to repeat this mantra, that my baby is confident, I am confident of bearing the baby till term. Like that 9 mantras are there, that will potentiate the self-confidence of the woman, along with Om chanting and contemplation of the figure of the Ishta. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What we conclude from this, that this is the procedure, Om chanting or meditation or seeing a picture, that causes the balance between sympathetic and parasympathetic system, that also secrete the happy hormone, for which the baby become integrally conscious. And that is not a new concept. If you go to the Susruta Sarira Sthana, whatever the expectant mother like and dislike, that became the aptitude of the child. And ଆପଣ ଗାଁରେ ଶୁଣିଥିବେ ଯେ ମୋତେ ମିଠା ଖାଇ ନଥିଲି ବୋଲି ଛୁଆଟା ମିଠା ଖାଇବା ପାଇଁ ଜନ୍ମ ପରେ ହେଉଛି, ମେ ବି ମିଥ୍ ହେଇପାରେ। ସେମିତି ବି ମନୁ ବି କହିଛନ୍ତି, ହ୍ୱାଟ ଏଭର ଇମେଜ ଡ୍ରନ୍ ଇନ୍ ଦ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ଅଫ୍ ଦ ଏକ୍ସପେକ୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ମଦର, ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ shapes predominantly the behavior of the child, of the newborn. इतमें घरे केते माने भगवान कर फोटो भी प्रेगनेंसी पीरियड रखी देखंती, म्यूजिक सुनंती, ओम चैंटिंग करंती. Next.
What should be the daily routine of the pregnant mother to have integrally conscious child?
डॉक्टर
Routine
सेनापति,
activity.
मैडम आप बोल दीजिए.
हाँ.
डॉक्टर्स
Actually, sir is not well, so I'll speak. It is throughout the day that the mother should be in continuous communication with the child, because the child starts understanding the mother's vibration, mother's feeling and all from 4th month onwards, can hear also, and child is continuously hearing the heart sounds of the mother, breath sounds of the mother and gurgling of the intestine. So from the morning itself the mother should start with telling good morning to the child, how are you today, we are going to have a very good day today, and I am continuously working so that you can grow in my womb very well. And like that she has to do prayer, om chanting, listen to the music, and with all very good wishes that the whole day mother should be in continuous connection, and the father can also help in this communication. So this will help the child, and child will become confident that my mother and my father are welcoming me. I am not an unwanted child, I am a wanted child, and I can grow, I am protected, very well protected, and I can grow in the family, and I can have my good work. Whatever work I have to carry out in my life will be well done if I take birth in this family.
Next.
What are the attributes of integrally conscious child and how to recognize it and explain with example? Ashok Kumar sir.
The attributes of an integrally conscious child. You mean to say I have to educate the mother?
No. How will know that this child is integrally conscious?
How I can know? This better you answer.
Usually जो अच्छा soul आता है तो usually they are at a higher level. What happens that in their previous birth they must have some experiences, and at the last point of their birth they may come to know that in next birth I want to take birth in this and this area and I want to do this work. So that is how the Ram was born, because the Kaushalya and Dasharath they prayed that Ravan se hamari praja ko bachao. So with that prayer Ram was born in their family, and उन्होंने राम का वध किया, रावण का वध किया, sorry. So that a conscious child when comes, usually they have a definite work in this life, and because they have a unified consciousness, they know that there is one divine in me and all others are having same divine. So there is not much of a confusion. He goes with the intuitive mind, and whatever God planned work is there in the universe goes without any resistance. So that is how a well developed child will be recognized later on in when that person is born.
Excuse me, I will be just interfering. Just one word, Dr. Das. You see, एमन भावु थाई जहाँ काले प्रपत हुए था. दिस इज ए वेरी ब्यूटिफुल भगवत गीता भागवतर जो संस्था अच्छी. वट एवर यू आर थिंकिंग, आवर सोल इज थिंकिंग, इट इज गेटिंग मेटेरियलाइज्ड even not in birth, in next birth. The next birth is definitely there. I will be giving the bright example of SU Medical, one of the college professors scenario about the birth of his child and what was his previous birth, what he was in the subsequent talk. But I will giving in Gita, it has been beautifully mentioned. Those who are having cherishing something I am cherishing to become a great devotee of God, but I got derailed. I could not. अजति श्रद्धेयो पेतो जोगात चलित मानसः अप्राप्तम जोग संसिद्धि कां गति कृष्ण गच्छति। भगवान को पचारुचंदे अर्जुन जो माने अप्राप्य जोग से गति कौन हुए आज्ञा भगवान से कही दौरान वार्थ नैव नामुत्रं विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याण कृत कश्चित दुर्गति तात गच्छति। हे तात हे सखा मो पाखे थरे जे शरणागति के आसले तार जीवन रे दुर्गति के नाही ए जन्म रे नाही कि मृत्यु पर भी नाही कौन हुए आज्ञा तत्र तंग बुद्धि संजय में तापरे कहते प्राप्य पुण्य कृतांग लोकान उषित्वा शाश्वती समा सुचिनांग श्रीमता गेहे जोग भ्रष्ट अभिजायते। श्री जोग भ्रष्ट माने सुचिना और श्रीमता घरे भल लोक घरे जन्म हे कौन है आउ जदि वैराग्य इच्छा थी अथवा जोगी नाम एवं कूले भवती धीमता एतद्धि दुर्लभतर लोके जन्म जदिदृशम ये जन्म बड़ दुर्लभ जन्म जोगी कूल जन्म हवाटा जी जहाँ इच्छा कर आउ कौन हम तत्र तंग बुद्धि संयोग लभते पौर्वदेही जतते तो ततो भूया संसिद्धो कुरु नंदन पूर्व देह जहाँ थिला से चिंता करितब से संस्कारटा ए बार्थ रे पळे आसीबो तार क्लास रे से फास्ट हो 100 मार्क रखिबो व्हाई वी आर इडियट सम आर 0 मार्किंग कीपिंग एंड व्हाई सम आर 100 मार्किंग कीपिंग दैट इज द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द किए कौन इच्छा करिछि कौन हबो दैट इज गेटिंग मटेरियलाइज्ड दैट फादर मदर से भली तपस्या कले जाय के हबो श्रीकृष्ण जब जन्म हेले एकर बार्थ ब्रिज रे जन्म हेले से तापरे आफ्टर दैट से देवकी अनकॉन्शियस हो गए कॉन्शियसनेस गेन करिया पर व्हेन शी इज फाइंडिंग ए इल्यूमिनेटिंग बेबी इज देयर हे भगवान आपण किए आपण तो नारायण को स्वरूप आपण कि मो साधारण स्त्री लोक घर केमती आसिले आपण भगवान से कहते माँ तमें आ बापा दी जन जाक परम असाधारण सते बरस वेद मते तप साधिल दृढ़ चित्ते नियते कल मोर ध्यान तेणु मुझे प्रसन्न सो दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ
sir please sir we are in short of time
yes
our question is very specific and to the point it is like this what is the attribute of integrally conscious I asked sir मना कर madam integrally conscious child can you
tell shortly
मैडम भी किछ कहू ना सर कहली सर मना कले
good afternoon and actually I give a very simple message to everyone that we human beings our whatever our attributes we all of know that it is all our genetics but there is also a epigenetic factor which is affected by the environment and all these practices we are just trying to modify those epigenetic factors that is the environmental factors and it is done not only in India बहुत वर्ष पुराण बहुत पूर्वर ग्रीक माने मध्य आ उपरे गवेषणा कर सारछंती जेतेबेले से माने तांकर देशर महिला माननकु गोटे अति सुंदर परिवेश भितर रखिले काने से माने बहुत कला एवं संगीतर प्रिय थिले से माने देखिले कि तांकर संतान माने मध्य बहुत उन्नत धरणर होचंती शक्तिशाली होचंती तो तेणु केवल भारत वर्ष रे नुहे अलग देश मानकरे मध्य पृथ्वीर अन्य देश मानकरे मध्य एई जिंस ऑलरेडी गवेषणा रे स्वीकृत होई सारछि बहुत पूर्वरु तेणु एज ए डॉक्टर very simply I will advise that along with the antenatal care we are doing along with all the antenatal advices we are giving we are also giving them advice regarding nutrition sleep and exercises ता सहित आम से केते गुड़े बहुत छोट छोट उपदेश दे परिबा जहा फल रे कि आमे माने गोटे मोर इंटीग्रली कॉन्शियस बा संपूर्ण सचेतन छुआटे जन्म हो परिबो एवं मो हिसाब रे ए छोट छोट जिनस जहा समस्ते करि परिबे सेटा हला दे शुड एटलीस्ट डू प्रेयर ट्वाइस इन द मॉर्निंग एंड इवनिंग and they should remain very happy. They should not be any stress. कहना साइंटिफिकली मध्य एटा देखा जाइछि कि जो मदर माने स्ट्रेस रे रुहंती से मानकर छुआ मानन के ऑटिस्टिक हबार बेसी चांसेस अछि तो नेचुरली आमे सेमन को कहबा से माने गोटे स्ट्रेस फ्री एनवायरनमेंट रे हैप्पीली से माने रहंतु तृतीय कथा सेमन को कहबा कि से माने उत्तम पुस्तक पढंतु गुड बुक्स एवं से माने सब बेले भलो म्यूजिक संगीत जोटा उच्चतर चेतना को आनिया पे बहुत सहायता करी थाए से सब जिनस करवा कहीं यूजुअली आम पाक जिते बड़े लोक मैंने आसती से ऑलरेडी प्रेग्नेंट अवस्था आसती तेणु जदि कौन महिला आम पाखक प्री प्रेगनेंसी काउंसलिंग आसुचंती तो आम फॉलिक एसिड सहित आम कहीपर कि से प्रार्थना करंतु खुशी मन रे रुहंतु खुशी एनवायरनमेंट रे रुहंतु एवं निजर एनवायरनमेंट को सब बेले परिष्कार परिच्छन्न अवस्था रे रखंतु बिकॉज a good environment, a harmonious environment will create a harmonious mind, and harmonious mind in the mother will create a conscious child. So I think these are the some practical things they can do, like the prayer, reading good books and listening to good music, remaining happy in a stress-free environment. Thank you.
So our third integrally conscious baby. I know that we have already discussion karichu. Any baby after birth, if it is physically, mentally and spiritually complete, it is a integrated. केमिति जानिबे आपण माने जानते ये तो अभिमन्युर स्टोरी कहिबार नै आपण माने जानि जंती आपण जानते लीलावती हिरण्यकशिपुर स्त्री जतले हिरण्यकशिपु जतले गले तपस्या करिया पे किछि एग्जांपल फ्रॉम द पुराण द क्वेश्चन इज फ्रॉम फ्यू एग्जांपल सेतले से नारद मुनि को पाखरे छाडी देथिले आ ताको गर्भ रे प्रहलाद रहउथिला एवं प्रहलाद केमिति ईश्वर भक्त हैला उठे असुर परिवार रे जन्म होई सेपरि उदालक ऋषिंकर कन्या सुजाता गर्भ में जो अष्टवक्र थे सी जो सबुदिन सुजाता जाऊे बाबांकर प्रवचन शुणापी एवं अष्टवक्र जन्म होते नेक्स्ट देन आप लवकुश विषय जानी जो छाड़ीदे राम से गर्भ ये वाल्मीकि मुनि आश्रम में केते स्पिरिचुअली बेबी हेले इंटीग्रेटेड कॉन्शियस बेबी भरत जो कन्या मुनि आश्रम में थे शकुंतला गर्भ भरत जन्म होता जहाँ ना भारत वर्ष इंडिया कंट्रोवर्सी चलती से नेक्स्ट आपण आउ गोटे ये तो गला पुराण एग्जांपल आपण जानते नेपोलियन बोनापार्ट जितेबाला पेट भितर थे माँ गर्भ जो माँ सब जाऊे सकाले सन्ध्या जो प्यारेड होता देखापी से जो प्रेरणाटा नेपोलियन पद योद्धा कर गढ़ी आपण ये जर्मन जे बिस्मार्क जानी जर्मन फ्रांस भीतर जो जर्मन यूनिफिकेशन से माँ सब विषाद थे सीटा भावुले केतले शांति प्रतिष्ठा हो सी जन्म हो गोटे कूटनीतिज्ञ होपारे शिवाजी विषय आप तो जानी थे माँ सब वेद उपनिषद पुराण भागवत शुणाऊे आते जो मुसलमान को जॉइन कर गोटे सुंदर सैन्य मान उपहार देले लेडी को से माँ रे सम्मान कर देखा तो दूर कथा शसन मान फेराई देते के प्रकार कॉन्शियस इंटीग्राली कॉन्शियस बेबी आप जानते राणा प्रताप आपण हिस्ट्री जानी थे माने निजर स्वाभिमान ब्रिटिश मुगल साम्राज्य विरुद्ध लड़ी थे आ छड़ा आप जानी थे अब्राहम लिंकन से कौन कहते जानते ऑल दैट आई एम एवर होप टू बी ओ टू माई एंजल मदर माँ प्रेरणा होते सबुठ गोटे सुंदर एग्जांपल आप चार्ल्स जे गिट्टू जानी थे यार ये जो माँ गर्भ में थे दी आर द कलेक्टेड फ्रॉम हिस्ट्री से माँ दु तीन बार ट्रायल कले आवर्सन करने चूला आवर्सन हो पारा नहीं पर जो से गोटे क्रिमिनाल ही जन्म है एवं से गिट्टू वाशिंगटन डीसी रे 2 जुलाई 1881 रे गारफील्ड प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ यूएसए को हत्या करथिले एटा होची ये सो दीज आर द फ्यू एग्जांपल वी हैव कलेक्टेड फॉर इंटीग्राल जदि प्रति माँ बापा चाहती छुआ इंटीग्राली कॉन्शियस होगापी तेणु गर्भ रहा पूर्व गर्भ अवस्था से प्रकार पदक्षेप नवा दरकार आम तो बहुत किसी जानीचु कहीपर कि प्राक्टिस करवाटा देन लास्ट दिस इज द लास्ट क्वेश्चन
The role of family members in bringing up a conscious child. Sujata madam.
आमे कहूचे माँ को तू शांत रहबू तू पीसफुल रहबू खुशी रे रहबू स्ट्रेस फ्री रहबू पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड रे रहबू किंतु फैमिली रे जदी सपोर्ट नथिबो से एटा करि परिबो कि सासू जदी ताकू किछि कहला तू काई केमती करछु तू काई सेमती करछु तू काई खाउछु तू काई एते खाई दउछु तू से साग गुडा काई खाउछु खीर काई एते पी दउछु ताले से माँ डाइट ठीक रे नै परिबो कि स्वामी जदि ताकू टिके टिके कथारे ताकू खुणिबो ताकू गाली दबो रागी दो माँ तो आंग्री हो जिवो माँ जदि आंग्री हैला माँ जदि रागिला मदर जदि प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन रागिला ता तो अनहैप्पी हार्मोन गुडा सिक्रेशन हबो सेइठु आरंभ हबो आईजीआर प्रीमैच्योर लेबर pre-eclampsia, diabetes, everything. तेणु फैमिली रे सपोर्ट बहुत दरकार केमिति माँ गोटे खुशी रे रहिबो तापर एनवायरनमेंट फैमिली रे से माने गोटे स्पिरिचुअल एनवायरनमेंट रखिबे सकाळ संध्या रे प्रार्थना करिवे गोटे नामजप सब बेले करिवे पाठचक्र करिवे स्पिरिचुअली समस्ते केमती इंटीग्रेटेड हेगी रहिबे गोटे लविंग रिलेशनशिप भितर रहिबे एथिपई फैमिली रो भी साधना दरकार खाली माँ साधना कले हबो नाही फैमिली जदि साधना न करिवो ताले माँ ठीक रे रहि परिबनी ठीक माने सुस्थ सबल स्पिरिचुअली गोटे भल शिशु को जन्म दे पारिबो नाही
फैमिली आपणकर गुड एनवायरनमेंट जगेबो आमे सबु बांधिलो मार एनवायरनमेंट इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट सो मेंटल हेल्थ ऑफ प्रेग्नेंट मदर पाई द रोल ऑफ फैमिली इज वेरी वेरी इंपोर्टेंट सो लास्ट वी गो टू द कंक्लूजन
गोटे प्रेग्नेंट मदर जिते आसूची सांगे जी भी फैमिली मेंबर आसी था आम प्रथम माँ को काउनसेलिंग करवा सांगे सांगे तार ट्रीटमेंट करवा सांगे सांगे तार मदर की जी आकंपानी कर डाकी सब सचेतन करवा दरकार
डाक्तर हिसाब रे भी
वर्तमान प्रत्येक गर्भवती नारी सहित जन बार्थ कंपनी को एंटीनेटल पीरियड चिन्हा कराउची जे कि ताको अटेंड करबा ड्यूरिंग लेबर आल्सो एंड दे आर आल्सो एजुकेटेड व्हाट आर द डेंजर साइंस व्हाट द फूड्स इज टू टेक everything is being told to them also so we have to involve the family members the society and everybody because it is a responsibility of everybody to have to bring a healthy child to the society not only to the father and mother but the society also has a responsibility to see to it that the pregnant woman remains happy and she give birth to a very healthy child divine baby to the society so we have everybody am समस्त तादरे बहुत रोल रही समस्ते से गोटे गर्जी समाज गोटे गर्भवती नारी को देखिले सी किपर भाव गोटे सुंदर शिशु को जन्म देव से दायित्व आम समस्ते नवा पड़ो
मैडम प्रकृत में ठीक कथा कहते जमती आम संस्कृत अच्छी नास्ति मातृ समाछाया नास्ति मातृ समगति नास्ति मातृ समंत्राणि नास्ति मातृ समाप्रिया सो देयर इज नो अल्टरनेटिव टू ए मदर तो आम समस्ते जोटी भी जो जगार जो थे कम कर समस्ते जब प्रतिज्ञाबद्ध होगा जे माँ मान को केमिति गोटे सुमधुर आटमोस्फियर रखिपर फैमिली ठू आरंभ करी वर्किंग आटमोस्फियर ठू आरंभ करी आम सांग साथी भाई बंधु समस्त जदि गोटे एमती आम परिवेश देवा जो थे कि आम समस्ते जमती आज मैडम जो टॉपिक आम डिस्कसन करूँ न्यू चाइल्डहुड गोटे सुस्थ सुंदर आ गोटे स्पिरिचुअल बेबीटे आम सोसाइटी को दे पारिबा
मैडम थैंक यू आम देखुचे आम मॉडर्न सोसाइटी क्राइम बढ़ुची आम असुरक्षित मन करुचु डेली आपन सुनिबे किछि ना किछि महिला माने झियो माने बाहर को जीवा भी डरुचंती सेही इयरे आम सब बेले कहूँ एनवायरनमेंट फैमिली को दउछु बट आई कैन टेल आउट टुडे दैट वी डी डॉक्टर्स आल्सो इज हैविंग ए डेफिनाइट रोल not only the parents not only the family member but also doctors have a definitely role to make a vitreous baby she old say rugvedar say mantra manor bhava janaya deva
thank you very much for a very illuminating session we will now present mementos to our participants here resource persons and I would go about with that.
I request Sri Prasad Tripathi sir, Secretary New Life Society, to come and kindly give the mementos to our guests, starting with the experts. I request the audience to give a big round of applause for this mind-widening session.
All come in the middle.
Sir, please come to the center.
डॉक्टर भारद्वाज मिश्रा
I must thank Anna Madam for bringing such a beautiful topic. What we learn today, we must pass it on to our next generation, to our children also. Yes, it should be practiced by all. Definitely have a healthy. Yes, Anna.
Rafi, there's a memento for you, you have to come and take it.
सिस्टम पे काट दो आगे फोटो का टेस्टिंग में आगे टेस्ट कर दिए कुछ लाइक वीडियो कैप्चर वीडियो कल वीडियो तो है वीडियो कैप्चर डिवाइस वीडियोटा सेठी देले सेठी गोटे काम करो सीधा बहुत समय खोला अछि मोबाइल से एक्चुअली देखो ऑडियो जाउछि ना ये बाहर ऑडियो कोले जाउछि वर्तन ऑडियो जाउछि हां बाहर जाउछि सेही बाहर ही जाउछि ऑडियो जाउछि आ ये ऑडियो जाउ ना हम ऑडियो पढुछु
ତମ ଲାପଟପ୍ ନେଇପାରେ ଏଠି କଣ ହେଇଛି ଏଠି ସବୁ ଅଫ୍ ଅଛି ଦେଖ ଏ ହଉଛି ସାଉଣ୍ଡ ହଉଛି ଟେକ୍ସଟ
दिल्ली पासवर्ड दे 947 हाँ ଭଲ ମେସିନ୍ ଗେମିଂ ମେସିନ୍
ଖରାପ ହିଁ
ଆଇଲା ଯଦି ଆସିଲା
ଭଲ କହେ ଦେଖିଆ
ଏବେ ତ ସେ ଆସୁ ଏଟା ଅଫ୍ ହେଇଯାଇଛି ऑडियो कैप्चर डिवाइस आसे देखिए सर ब्लैक मैजिक ଅଛି ऑडियो आउटपुट छाड़ कैप्चर किंतु इनटा हम रहा था वे ये ब्लैक ठीक है कैप्चर हमें इनाउ देता ऑडियो
हेलो 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 ये वीडियो कैप्चर माइक ऑफ साफ होता सारे पड़ता माइक देखो ना तो ये देखो कपटी
ठीक है
हाँ
साउंड सेकंड 8 सेकंड वो एक्चुअली मैक रे यूज करे विंडोज रे विंडोज रे स्पीकर हमर इन दरकार ना हां स्पीकर दरकार ये माइक्रोफोन अच्छी माइक्रोफोन ठीक चूज है ହେଲାନି ନା ତମେ ଏଥିରେ
କାମ କରିବା କାମ କରିବା
ହଁ କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି ପୁରାଟା ହେଲାଣି କଣ ବତେଇବ
ଯାଇକି ଆରେ ମୁଖରେ କାଟିଦିଅ
ଅଡିଓଟାକୁ
ନାଇଁ ୟାକୁ କାଟିବ
ଓବିଏସ୍ ଇନଷ୍ଟଲ୍ କରିଥିବ କାଟିଦିଅ
ପୁରା କାଟିଦିଅ
ପୁରା କାଟିବ ଅନଇନଷ୍ଟଲ୍ କରିବ ପୁରା ଅନଇନଷ୍ଟଲ୍ କରିବ ପୁରା ନୂଆ ଫ୍ରେଶ୍ ଇନଷ୍ଟଲ୍ କରିବ ଯେ ଆମର ସେଇଥିରେ ଲଗାଅ ଚାଲ ଦେଖିବା ହଉନ ଦେଖିବା output right?
ନାଇଁ ଅଡିଓ ଇନପୁଟ କ୍ୟାପଚର ନାହିଁ ଆମର ଟେକ୍ସଟ ପଢିବ ବି ନାଇଁ ନା ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଟେକ୍ସଟ ପଢିବଟା ଅନ୍ ରହିଲା ମାଇକ୍ ଅଫ୍
ଅଡିଓ ଡ୍ରାଇଭରଟା ଡ୍ରାଇଭରଟା
ତାର ଡ୍ରାଇଭର ତ ସବୁ ଅଟୋମେଟିକ୍ ଆସୁଛି
ନେକ୍ସଟ ସେସନ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ ବାହାରେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସବୁ ଭିତରକୁ ପଳେଇ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ଏଇ ତଳ ହଲକୁ ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ବା ଉପର ହଲକୁ ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ଭିତରକୁ ପଳେଇ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ସମସ୍ତେ ନେକ୍ସଟ ସେସନ ଶୀଘ୍ର ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ଏଟା ବହୁତ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ସେସନ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ସବୁ ଯୋଉ ଆମରି ପରିବାର ମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଛୁଆ ସବୁ ମରୁଛନ୍ତି ଏଠି ଜନ୍ମ ହେଇଯିବେ 2 ଦିନ ପରେ ଶୋଇଥିବେ ରାତିରେ ଶୋଇଥିବେ କ୍ଷୀର ନିଜେ ହେଲା ତ କଣ ଏଇ ବିଷୟରେ କଣ ଆମକୁ ଜାଣିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ଗୋଟେ ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ ଏକ୍ସପର୍ଟ ଗ୍ରୁପ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ହେଲା ଏମିତି ଏକ୍ସପର୍ଟ ଗ୍ରୁପ ଏକାଠି ହେବାର କେବେ ବି ସୁଯୋଗ ପାଇବନି ସମସ୍ତେ ଭିତରକୁ ଆସ ହଲ ଭିତରକୁ
Okay. This will be present in that chapter. Presentation ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟାବେଳେ ଇଭିନିଂରେ ଅଛି ସେଠି କପି କରିଦେଇଛି ଟାଇମ୍ କେତେଟା ସେଭେନ୍ ଥାର୍ଟି ପୂର୍ବରୁ ହବ 7:30 ବେଳକୁ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ଗୋଟେ ଫାଇଲ୍ ଥିବ କେ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ କାଲି ଅଛି ଏଇ ଫାଇଲଟା କପି କରିଦିଅ ନାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଫାଇଲ୍ ନା ଇଏ ଅଛି ଫାଇଲ୍ ନାଁଟା କପି କରି ପକେଇଦିଅ ତମେ ଟାଇମିଂଟା ତ ଟାଇମିଂ ହଉଛି
ଗାଡି ଚାବି ଗୋଟେ ମିଳିଛି
6 ରୁ 7:30 6 ରୁ 7:30 6 ରୁ 7:30 ସଚି ଭାଇ 6 ରୁ 7:30 actually ଭଲ କୋଉଠି ଇନେ ନାଟକୁ ଦେଖେଇଲେ ସେ ଏଇଟା କୋଉଠି ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ଜଷ୍ଟ yes sir ଲାଇନ ଆଇଲା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ 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 ହ୍ୟାଲୋ ହ୍ୟାଲୋ କହିଲି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ହଁ ଏଇଟା ଅଛି ହଁ ହଁ ଆଉ ଖାଲି ନା ମୋ ଭିଡିଓ ନାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଇଏ ଆସୁଥିବ ଜଷ୍ଟ
Good afternoon. Well, welcome to the post-launch session. And at the outset, I must thank Sama not for giving the opportunity to be here, but organizing a fantastic conference. And so many thanks have been given to her that it will be honorable on her part to carry home. Well, our topic which we are going to cover today, almost couple of items from it has been covered in the previous proceedings, and I think it will be easier for our panelists so that they will be at liberty to answer whatever they had. There is no restraint of the time. Well, I want to start like this. We are discussing about the first 1000 days of life. Intrauterine life is less than 30% of the duration of first 1000 days. But this is the most important portion in baby's life to go beyond 1000 days and beyond. Well, it is baby and feto-maternal unit, I am starting with that acts as unison. So that fetus depends upon the mother and mother depends upon the baby, fetus. So this is a two-way communication between them. And when we talk about communication, it is through the words. But here it is not really words. It are signals by different proteins, hormones, mRNAs, microRNAs, all those things are there, by which they communicate in a way which is comprehensible to both. Mother understands what the baby is telling in the sense of the chemical way they are communicating, and the baby also knows mother wants what. So this is an interesting phenomena. You know that baby is foreign to the mother. Instead of rejecting that product of conception, mother gladly keeps it. Baby, knowing that I am alien to the mother, he also gladly accepts the mother womb. I can tell you that this is a first lesson of the baby towards peaceful coexistence. You don't have to fight to win a war. If you talk, you discuss, maybe you will be much better state. And another thing is that we know about Abhimanyu as it has been told. But one critical point is there. The baby was able to listen to the stories told by his father when the mother was awake. When mother slept, even though the father was telling him the intricacies of the war, baby was not able to grasp it, and ultimately he died. So one important thing out of this, that what the baby gets or learns from the mother's womb is retained. It is not that it's aimed at birth or 1 year, something like that, but it is retained for a very, very long period of time. Well, the baby is, as we think babies could be dumb, they only cry, they don't communicate with us, they can't speak. Well, that is not true. That is not true at all. And baby's mind is not like a blank slate. But many things have been written there. Of course, in like an invisible ink, we can't see. And that makes the destiny of the baby to grow in the neonatal period, infancy and beyond. Thank you. With that, I will ask my co-moderator, Dr. Swami, to take up the proceedings now.
Namaskar. So already everything has been introduced, and you know our panelists, and you know pre-launch and post-launch. Pre-launch it is a 2020 batting, Vara Gallery. So now it's a hybrid test match. So everybody not there, and blood is सब कुछ stomach re. So there will be definitely we'll try to make it interesting so that you won't be drowsing. So already panelists they know, and one thing I tell panelists, please, we are running 30 minutes late our train. So You should be sticking the time, number one. Your message should be carrying ABC, accurate, brief and clear cut. That's my idea, number one. Number two, our experts, we are running 2 batsman shot. That is Garendra Behera and Prakash Panda. There are 10 seaters in our team. So we are 12, I was the 12th man, but we will manage with 10, no problem. Pre-launch they manage with 10, we are managing with 10. Okay, next. Before I go to the proper my plan, I must wish a happy many returns of day. Happy birthday to our youngest, dynamic, evergreen and academician Dr. Sudhir. Please come. His happy birthday, and I request Madam to give small Dr. Kullab.
Thank you everybody.
So my teacher, mentor, my everything is my moderator. I am the 12th man. Now I will be in the team because there is shortage. So introduction already given, and one thing, if you want to tell something, there is a smiling by the baby, reflex smile. From where it comes, nobody knows. They say it comes from moon, and the child starts smiling spontaneously. So reflex, that occurs, smiling. You want to tell?
Now, we must respect the girl power or woman power, and I think you should quickly pass to Dr. Sagamitra because
okay,
she is the first person.
So our planning is definitely the subject, self-child rearing practice. He very vast subject. He cannot be dealt. But we will be making it very short and very needy, wanted topics where needs have to be solved. We will just try to make it. And we will request our panelists to help us when we are in danger and when we are in need and when we are out of track. Okay. Next, first we had some problems. We will give in the panelists. We will discuss one by one, that too very restricting the time. Number two, if there is any problem, they will help, and there are some questions we can receive from the floor. You can just lastly you can do it. And as it is told by our Vijay Paningra DFW, so we should treat with SC. Is a science, conscience, some art, and that is spiritual. So these 4 things will be there. So it will not purely science. We won't try to make it bore because अनेक प्रकार अच्छी समस्त डाक्तर नुहति तो आम कि साइंस कहवा कि कनसाइंस कहवा कि आर्ट मिसेवा आउ के स्पिरिचुअल थी सो विथ दिस वी डिवाइड इनटू 2 फर्स्ट 1000 days and after that beyond that below 5 years the 2 sections would be there. So let us start from Dr. Sangamitra. Your sir question sir.
Well, Dr. Sangamitra, as the first speaker of the panel, I would ask why planning is required for parents before pregnancy, because many people have told many things. What is your concept on that?
Very good afternoon to all. Thank you, sir, for giving me the chance to be the number 1 of the panel. I should quote the Divine Mother's message: the true maternity begins with the conscious creation of a being, with the will shaping of a soul coming to develop and utilize a new body. This is the quote from Divine Mother. With this I start. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ କୌଣସି ଗୋଟେ ନ୍ୟୁ ଡିଭାଇନ୍ ସୋଲ୍କୁ ଆମେ ଆମ ଗ୍ରହଣକୁ ଆମେ ୱେଲକମ୍ କରିବା, ଇଫ୍ वी आर गोइंग टू वेलकम, then the parents and all the family members also, all of them should be prepared adequately, and the parents should take the decision wholeheartedly that they should have a child, and they should be totally physically, mentally and economically, also emotionally should be prepared to accept the child to their family. They should avoid any stress or anxiety, and they should have some mental relaxation techniques like yoga and meditation, and they should keep always the faith in God, so that everything will be all right for them. We all know as with the physical growth, the mental growth also starts from the womb only. It is beforehand. Let us say it is developed. The mental development starts when we give in fact the foundation is laid when the parents have a decision to have a child. So this is my take on the parenting.
Well, should I tell something? Okay,
anytime.
ओडिया कहूँ
आपण माने बाहाघर करूचंदी कोन सकाळू जाई कन्या देखुचंदी बर देखुचंदी तापर संध्या बेले बाहाघर हो जाउची कि होउनी ता आगुरु बर घर कन्या घर को जाउचंदी कन्या घर बर घर को आछंदी देखा देखी होउची तापर बाहाघर पे प्रोसेसन सब जो प्रिपरेशन तयारी होउची दिस इज लाइक दैट आम गोटा नुआ कथा आम नुआ घर को नुआ अतिथिटे आसूची तेणु आम ताको केमिति स्वागत करिया भलरे स्वागत करिबा सेटा होउची हमर जहा समामित्रा मैडम कहले सेति आमको आगुरु प्रस्तुत होके जो पड़ो जोड़ा न होउची सेटा प्री टर्म डिलीवरी जोटा कि आम सार माने कहबो सेति की प्रकार आम क्षतिग्रस्त होउची आपण माने जानिबे धन्यवाद
Well, second question.
So it is implied from Dr. Samamitra that the story of a baby begins well ahead before birth, definitely, and decision and must be taken mutual by husband and wife. No, thanks a lot. Next.
Question 2. Well, this is for Samamitra also.
Aditya.
Aditya. Well, this is for Aditya. Aditya was sitting quietly. Anyway, what do you mean by first 1000 days and its importance in child rearing?
Thank you, sir, and I am thankful to Sana madam for giving me an opportunity to speak in this forum. Actually, it is a mixed forum जो थी कि आम ये डिस्कशन करिवार अछि एवं the 1000 days कथा already this is a concept of government of India and other experts in the country जहाँ कि वर्तमान बही आकार हमको हेल्थ केयर वर्कर मान को प्रोवाइड करा जाइछि ताकि पढ़िबा पई सो 1000 days जोटा हमें कहूचे 1000 days starts from the conception जोटा कि pregnancy 270 days that is intrauterine life which is most important आपण माने समस्त जानि सारलेनी ए सकाळु संध्या पर्यंत हमर जहाँ आलोचना करा जाइछि which is very माने required for the growth of the brain तापरे 365 first year and 365 second year दुइटा मिसिक रे 730 दिन so 270 intrauterine life and 730 हला 2 वर्ष सब जगह मिसिक रे 1000 दिन कहीं ना 1000 दिन रे बहुत गुरुत्वपूर्ण पिलार प्रभाव पड़ता है पिलार ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट होता है सेथि पे हमें से 1000 दिन को ठीक भाव रे केमिति कंसंट्रेट करिवे पेरेंट्स एंड फैमिली मेंबर्स एवं दिस इज नॉट ओनली द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेल्थ रो काम आमे जो कांसेप्ट रही केवल एटा हेल्थ कथा हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट बुझिए किंतु ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट रो कथा यदि आमे आशा करबा ताले कम्युनिटी फैमिली मेंबर्स इंक्लूडिंग पेरेंट्स ऑल आर रिस्पांसिबल फॉर दिस डेज जो थे कि आमे तार प्रॉपर ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट कर परिबा एवं गोटे भलो मनीष आम कम्युनिटी को दे परिबा दैट इज द कांसेप्ट सेथि पे आमे 1000 डेज को प्राधान्य दउछु एवं ता ऊपर आमे वर्तमान काम करिया पे चेष्टा करछु समस्त आमे जानिबा दरकार यार उपादेयता कोन
तमाने आपण जे कहिले that what makes human being is a brain definitely so we should take care of the brain definitely so every child and every parent has access to information create optimal environment within that 1000 days that's the most important and for a better tomorrow so that's the summary of the question so you want to tell
ମୁଁ ଏଠି ଗୋଟେ କଥା କହିବି ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଯେ ପ୍ରଥମ 1000 ଦିନ ତା ମାନେ କ'ଣ କିଛି ଦିନ ମା ପେଟରେ କିଛି ଦିନ ମା ମାନେ ଜନ୍ମ ନେଲା ପରେ ତାକୁ ଆମେ 1000 ଦିନ କହୁଛେ ଗୋଟେ ସିମ୍ପଲ କଥା ଆପଣ କାମ କଲେ ବହୁତ ପଇସା ରୋଜଗାର କଲେ ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ 2 ମହଲା 3 ମହଲା ଘର କରିବେ ଫାଷ୍ଟ ହେଲା ପ୍ରଥମ ଫ୍ଲୋର फाउंडेशन जब भल कर फास्ट आउ सेकेंड आप सीडीए आनिकी आप्रुवाल आनिकी करें तेणु यही 1000 दिन को आम कहू विंडो ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी इन ह्यूमन लाइफ ओडिया रे आपनकर 1000 दिन होची फाउंडेशन ऑफ इंडिविजुअल लाइफ जदि से फाउंडेशन टाको आपण बनैबा पई चाहूचंदी भल तापरे आपण जहाँ करंतु से निश्चय गोटे भल मनुष्य ही बाहर से आमे जो इंट्रायूटेराइन लाइफ कहूँ गर्भस्थ शिशु तापाई मैटरनल न्यूट्रिशन इज इंपोर्टाट आम बहुत जगह बहुत कथा कहूचे कि मार खाद्य ना घर लोक ना समस्त किसी ना कि अवहेला रही जाऊँगी कि मैटरनल न्यूट्रिशन दरकार से गर्भस्थ शिशु को बढ़ाई आ जन्म नेला दरकार फास्ट 2 वर्ष प्रथम 2 वर्ष आम समस्त बर्तमान रिक्वेस्ट करूँ सबू डाक्तर गोटे मंत्र केवल माँ क्षीर दिंतु 6 मास पर्यंत 6 मास पर माँ क्षीर सहित घर तैयारी जिनस चकटा खाद्य दिंतु 2 वर्ष पर्यंत जदि आपण ए दुईटा लाइन मानुचंती आ निजर ग्रांड चाइल्ड किमा ग्रांड चाइल्ड को एटा दउचंती जे फाउंडेशन टा बनाउचंती भल भाबे तो डेफिनेटली से गोटे उत्तम नागरिक होई बाहरिबो तो सेति पई ए 1000 डेज इज अदरवाइज नोन एज द विंडो ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी इन ए इंडिविजुअल लाइफ तो सेटा केबे भी भूलिबेनी जदि सेति किछि भूल भटका हे गला आपण तापरे मुंडो पिटिले भी से पान दुकानी हबो कि कोन हबो किमा गोटे क्रिमिनल हबो गोटे भल मनुष्य होई परिबोनी
Great Sunil, you have given a good message on your birthday, definitely.
जोटा सुनील कहला एक्जाक्टली से ओडिया वर्डटा होची जदि घरर नियमटा जदि आपण एक महला पे नियम पकेबे एक महला पे कोठा करिवे एक महला नियम पकेगिरी कई 2 महला कोठा केबे भी कर परिबोनी जदि आपण 2 महला नियम कोठा को जाउ चाहନ୍ତି त 2 महला पे नियम मोलुआ पकांतु
Thank you, sir.
Right, very right. But Dr. Samamitra, I will ask you something related to Dr. Sunil's statement. Right? What dietary advice one pregnant man should follow during pregnancy? Because as we talked, this is the window of opportunity. We don't want to miss any factor which will hamper the growth of the baby. So, what is your opinion about it?
Actually, pregnancy समय nutrition जहाँ Dr. Sunil just mention कले प्रेगनेंसी समय न्यूट्रिशन बहुत वैल्यू रही तेणु गोटे न्यूट्रिशियस डाएट प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन खाइबार यथेष्ट माने आम यथेष्ट सुजोग दबा उचित से न्यूट्रिशियस फुड कौन हो पारे भाविबा तो से जमती होल ग्रेन सीरियल जमती भात रुटी भी खाइब ता सहित किसी डाली जातीय शस्य लेग्यूम्स आम कहूचे ताकू खाइब किसी स्टार्ची भेजिटेबल्स अच्छी जमती आलू कंदमूल सारू एटा भी किसी परिमाण से खाई परिबो ता सहित फ्रूट्स गोटे प्लेट 4 भाग गोटे भाग फ्रूट्स निश्चित भाव में गोटे प्रेग्नेंट लेडी खाइब और ता सहित किसी ग्रीन लिफी भेजिटेबल्स जो रोचे छड़ा अन्य किसी भेंडी जर्नी इत्यादि आम जो कलरा इत्यादि किसी भी जमी ग्रीन भेजिटेबल्स सब रोचे से भी गोटे प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन खाद्य रहा दरकार ता सहित प्रोटीन मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट प्रोटीन जमती कि जदि वेजिटेरियन होता सोयाबीन बड़ी डाली टे मोटा डाली खाइब क्षीर खाइब छेना खाइब ये सब जिन खाईपर आदि नॉन वेज खाईपर ताले माछ मांस अंडा ये सब विशेषकर गुड़ाक भल भाव खाईपर तेणु एक्चुअली सहित आयोडाइज सल्ट 2 चामच निश्चित भाव खाइब किंतु एटा आमे जो भाबुचे जे आमे तरकारी रांधिला बेलकु तो लुण पकाउचे से लुण एक्चुअली आयोडीन न थाए काने आयोडीन हीट रे वेपर हो जाए सेति कि आमे खाद्य खाइला जतरे तरकारी रांधिला परे ता ऊपर टिके जदि लुण छिंचिबा पूर्व लुण न पकेकी ताले आयोडीन वैल्यूटा ठीक रे रहिबो तेणु से सेमति आमे लुण खाइबा दवा पे प्रेग्नेंट लेडी को आमे एडवाइस करबा आ ता सहित आमे कहिबा कि 2 ग्लास खंडे क्षीर निश्चित पीबो किबा दही 2 कप पी परिबो 2 गिना कि 2टा अंडा खाईपर और किसी ग्रीन लिफी भेजिटेबल्स गोटे दिन खाइब ता सहित पानी बहुत इंपोर्टेंट हाइड्रेशन 10 ରୁ 12 ग्लास पानी गोटे प्रेग्नेंट लेडी खाइबा उचित एवं ता सहित गुड अमाउंट माने सन एक्सपोजर माने खरारे जमती दिन 11 ରୁ 3टा भितर मिनिमम 15-20 मिनट जमती माटी तार खरारे एक्सपोजर रहिबा दरकार जहाँ फल विटामिन बी बोली गोटे विटामिन ता देहर सृष्टि हो जहाँकि पिलार मेंटल डेवलपमेंट बहुत सहायता करिवो आ सेकेंड और थर्ड ट्राइमेस्टर माँ बेसी खाई पारिबनी तेणु अल्प अल्प करके बेसी थर खाइबा दरकार
माने हम जानिले सो एवरीथिंग व्हाट वी कंज्यूम और व्हाट वी इनहेल से जाउची फिटनेस पर जाउची सो आमे जहाँ खाइबा भाबी चिंती खाइबा एवं उत्तम जिनिस खाइबा तापरे मेक श्योर दैट द मदर टेक्स हेल्दी फूड एंड स्मोकिंग ड्रिंकिंग टबैको शुड बी avoided and illegal drugs are both parents because we are planning I am planning करछे ये सब खाली बापा माँ दुबे ये सब त्याग करा उचित
well before Jyoti answer this I can tell you a simple thing the diet should be the color of rainbow that means variety of diet should be there variety of diet should be there so that they look more colorful and that you can think about you can have tomato you can have green vegetables you can have साग डाली एमती सब मिसई देले जेते बढ़िया देखा जीव थालीटा सेटा सेते उपकारी छुआ लगी सहज भाषा रे कहया पहले डॉक्टर ज्योति well we have a question for you are micronutrients are essential during pregnancy and what for
as sir already highlighted that your platter should be of rainbow colors that means food of different nutrient value and different palatability. Likewise, multi-micronutrients, all nutrients is needed in a pregnant state because we are dealing with two lives. But the micronutrients which are of optimal importance can be categorized accordingly. That first of all, vitamin B12 and folic acids. They take part in the neuronal synthesis, neural tube formations, deficit of which can cause neural tube defects. Brain growth by optimal importance of vitamin B12 and folic acids. Then iron. Iron take part in hemoglobin synthesis. Hemoglobin carries oxygen from mother to the fetus. So if hemoglobin is less, iron is less, then the baby will be anemic, hypoxic, so that we will have a growth retarded babies, preterm babies, as well as mother will be anemic. So iron supplementation should be there. Then calcium. Calcium again, it needs babies bone growth, teeth formations. If we calcium को properly supplement न करिवा, the baby will imbibe calcium from the mother. So mother will ultimately land in osteoporosis in latter part of life, and the baby will be hypocalcemic. So calcium supplementation is also be required. Then vitamin D. Vitamin D, it has been seen, if it is not supplemented in adequate amount, then baby will have defect in the bone and the teeth formations, and it has a immunoprotective effect both for the mother as well as for the baby. Along with vitamin D, we also should consider about vitamin C. The vitamin C, it causes absorption of iron. So the iron utilization by body will be enhanced, and it has also a immunoprotective effect. Along with vitamin C, let us consider about zinc. Zinc it causes protein synthesis, also this DNA synthesis, and it also helps in the growth of the fetus. So, and it has also a immunoprotective effect. So vitamin C and vitamin D and zinc, as all of you have consumed in the corona era, as a immunoprotective effect. That is same for this pregnant lady also. Then the unsaturated fatty omega-3 fatty acids, which causes the brain development of the brain and development of the vision of the fetus, and it has also a immunoprotective phenomenon. And iodine, already madam highlighted, it helps in the synthesis of thyroxine, and thyroxine has a preventive role in prevention of neuronal deficits. So the adequate iodine supplementation will prevent the preventable causes of mental retardation in the child.
So macro micro सहित iodine देबे water देबे और सार चाहूचंती
अच्छा माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट खाइला खाद्य भी खाइला सब खाइला अच्छा तमने एतिका मां को if you give it to the mother adequately amount, her deficit will be has to be taken care of, plus she will have a good store. माने तम बैंक रे जदी पैसा हला तम काकू दे परिबो, जदी पैसा नहीं तम केओ लोक को दबो. इट इज जस्ट ए टू वे ट्रैक्ट. मा दिहरु छुआ को जाउचे, तेनो मारो डेफिसिट थिबो जदी ताकू करेक्ट करिया प्लस मारो गोटे स्टोर बिल्ड अप करिवा, ताहले जाई करी हमर जो कथा कहलु सेटा जाई ताले सक्सेसफुल हबो. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन सब आ सहित अपन कुछ हाईलाइट करिए कि जे एक्सरसाइज और स्लीप की जरूरत है.
Yes, we should not forget the simple things, like the mother should maintain its daily activities like walking, riding a station bike, and then doing little bit exercise, yoga and meditations and prayers. That should be the prime goal of every mother, and we being the parents and we being the guardians of the family, we must encourage that the pregnant women practice the yoga meditations along with adequate sleep. A pregnant woman must spend 10 hours in the bed, is at least 8 hours in the night and 2 hours in the noon hours, so that it will have a better circulations to the fetus, and that will cause the increased physical growth as well as its mental growth.
तो तमाने आपण कहया कथा खाद्य सहित एक्सरसाइज स्लीप दरकार एवं आपण हाईलाइट करले जे our exercise permitted according to the baby mother, so we can't take extra exercise. Yes. Or exercise whatever permittable adhika kariye nahi. Number 1. Number 2, sleep amount also depends upon the mother. So apan 10 घंटा कहले 8 घंटा राति रे दिन 2 घंटा, maybe more than that, but at least 10 hours to switch. Okay, thanks a lot.
अच्छा आउ गोटे कथा आदेर अछि जो you have told that she should go through a stationary cycling treadmill Well, whatever we know that these are good exercises at different parts of the pregnancy, particularly in early part of the pregnancy. But what message we want to give to the public, which is acceptable by the society? Do an exercise which is acceptable to the society. If you ask one girl, lady from here to run along the coast of Mahanadi, it is not accepted. Whatever domestic care she is doing, it is good for her, right? Now, Dr. Leena, you have been sitting for so many...
Not sleeping?
Not sleeping. Well, there are certain harmful practices, as Madam Mani was telling in her lecture, and how do they affect?
Good afternoon, everybody. That all harmful effects like chemicals, toxin, jaha bhi harm karibo छुआ को आ माँ को सेटा आमे नबार दरकार नहीं आ स्मोकिंग खाली माँ स्मोकिंग करिबनी सेटा नुह घर भीतर भी कई स्मोकिंग करिया कथा नहीं काई ना पैसिव स्मोकर बेसी असुविधा आउरी छुआ पाई हेतिपई माँ जहार प्रेग्नेंट मदर अच्छी से फैमिली रे केही जेमती स्मोकिंग करू नथबे अल्कोहल नार्कोटिक ड्रग सेगुड़ाक भी कहीं नेबेनी आउ स्ट्रेस आउ एंजाइटी यूजुअली आमर फैमिली रे सेथिपाई सब घरे जो कहिले आगरु प्रीवियस टू द लंच जे सब बेले गोटे कल्चरल एटमॉस्फियर हस खेल नाच कूदा सेमती जोड़ाक स्ट्रेस फ्री एनवायरनमेंट करिबो सेमती रखिया कथा आउ से नो टू डाइटिंग जो माँ माने कहते मोटा हो जीवी आते खाईदेली प्रेगनेंसी बेले खाइबेनी यूजुअली आम एडवाइस करू डेढ़ा खाइबे जेतिकी माँ खाऊला तार 1.5 गुण खाइले जाइकी छुआ पाई भी एडिक्वेट हबो आ डाइटिंग तो प्रेगनेंसी टाइम रे अवॉइड करिया कथा काइना जेतिकी जिंस तार स्टोर हबो सेतिकी छुआ पाई भी दरकार हबो लैक्टेशन लैक्टेटिंग मदर बेले भी दरकार हबो सब करबो आ पेंट फैक्ट्री रे सब पॉइजनिंग केमिकल्स भी अच्छी सेटा भी जे वर्किंग करबो सेटा को अवॉइड करले भलो आ मस्किटो कॉइल राती रे लगेबा कथा नहीं आउ एनी इन्फेक्शन जोटा ठंडा जिनस कि बाहर बेसी बुला बुली करी इन्फेक्शन हम मार जदि ताहले सब बेले तार यूरिनरी ट्रैक्ट इन्फेक्शन तार अपर रेस्पिरेटरी इन्फेक्शन सेते बेले जो औषध खाइबो भी फर्स्ट ट्राइमेस्टर रे भी किछि औषध खाइ परिबनी सेति पई से जेमती इन्फेक्शन हबनी ता देह रे बेसी घर भीतर बेसी रहिले माने इन्फेक्शन प्रिवेंट कले भलो आउ होचे अनअकस्टम्ड आ अनवांटेड एक्सरसाइज जोटा सार कहले जेतिकी तमे आकस्टम सेति करो मु जंती आसाम रे तांकर चा बगीचा को माँ माने जानती पत्र तोलती आणती सेटा तार आकस्टम एक्सरसाइज किंतु हमको पठाइले आम माँ माने कर परिबेनी सेटा आम पई आकस्टम नुह हेता जेतिकी आकस्टम नमे सेतिकी करिया
सर वांट्स टू ऐड समथिंग टू यू
मैडम व्हाट अबाउट द इफेक्ट ऑफ स्क्रीन टाइम एंड एक्सेसिव मोबाइल यूज इन प्रेगनेंसी will it affect the baby in the womb
सेटा तो सब बेले एबे तो एते स्टडी भी हेइनी काइना मोबाइल आ ये तो एबे 5-10 वर्ष आसिला किंतु जेमती छुआ को भी घंटा करू बेसी मोबाइल आमे कहूनु आउ आमे मां मानन को भी बेसी मोबाइल ये सेगुडा को भी अवॉइड करिले भलो
Well, you have done a very nice job by explaining what was needed for the time, and as you have mentioned, tobacco and all those things associated with alcohol, they have an impact on the baby in both mental and psychological development. The baby becomes usual, plus he has got delayed mental development. So at the end we can say that another important issue is domestic violence, which is very common in our society, particularly the people who are less educated and poor. And we have known from the beginning that it is not the mother alone, but she needs a support of the whole family. And
all loves.
Right. If the mother is relaxed, she has got a surge of melatonin, which is a happy hormone. We say that happy mother, happy baby. So these are all needed of the dietetic factor as well as supportive factor for the family.
You want to add something? Yes. Please.
Just one simple message, at least in the poor socio-economic classes, they depend on the diet they get from the ICDS and such schemes. So at least one message should go that whatever they are given for the mother should consume. Otherwise the family members.
Not family members.
That is one simple message I wanted to convey. Because many times we are having so many schemes but it doesn't reach the needy one. So that is the one thing.
Thank you, madam.
Maybe she is, too happy to share it with her elder some kids than eating herself.
That is what
Yeah.
happens. So at least we have to tell her, at least during these few days,
You consume and don't give to your kids. They have got long time to grow. Now, Dr. Aditya, this is a question for you. How human brain is unique? We told in the beginning that everything depends on the brain. And what are the ideal times of brain growth?
Okay, so human is different in animal kingdom for its language. We are able to speak language but others cannot. If you will see, the elephant is famous for his body. गोटे मयूर तार पुछ सकाशे से फेमस अच्छी तो सेमती मनीष आमर फेमस हो आम ब्रेन आम ब्रेन आम इंटेलिजेंट इन द एनिमल किंगडम तो ये ब्रेन आमको समस्त को चेष्टा करा पड़ो केमी आम ब्रेन टा ठीक भाव में इवॉल्व हो बा इंटेलिजेंट केमती गोटे ह्यूमन बीइंग हो सो आज वी नो बा जानिबा दरकार 25% इवेंचुअल ब्रेन ग्रोथ होता है एट द टाइम ऑफ बर्थ बाकी 75% रो कनेक्शन हुए जमीती कि गोटे आपण घर तैयारी करुछंती एवं लास्ट रे इलेक्ट्रिक कनेक्शन करुछंती इलेक्ट्रिक तार पकई सारिया पर गोटे स्विच बोर्ड पाखरे आमे इलेक्ट्रिक तार छाड़ी देउछे लास्ट रे कनेक्शन करुछे सो आफ्टर बर्थ से कनेक्शन हुए दैट मीन्स सिनेप्टिक कनेक्शन आगुरो न्यूरॉन तैयारी हो जाता है तार कनेक्शन सब आफ्टर बर्थ होता है जोटा कि सिनेप्टिक कनेक्शन माइलिनेशन ऑफ द नर्व एगुड़ा सब होता है आफ्टर बर्थ से दिस पीरियड इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट जोटा 1000 डेज कहा जाउथला जोथरे कि हमर ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट हबो सेति वी हैव टू प्रोवाइड ए प्रॉपर वी हैव टू गिव प्रॉपर स्टिमुलेशन एनवायरनमेंट फॉर द बाय द केयर गिवर जो माने कि ठीक भाव में बेबी रे ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट पई सहायता करिवे यूजुअली आम गोटे बेबी को जो आम नहीं जाऊे डाक्तखाना को डाक्तर पाखक आगे नहीं माँ बसई दे ओजन मेसीन दैट इज द वेट ऑफ द बेबी मो बेबी ठीक बढ़ी कि ना कि आम कहीं हेड सर्कमफ्रेंस मापिया कथा चिंता करनी जोटा कि ब्रेन ग्रोथ मापकाठी सो आम एणिकी एटा भी जानवा दरकार एवरी फास्ट 6 months भितर मैक्सिमम ब्रेन ग्रोथ हुए 1.5 to 2 सेंटीमीटर पर मंथ तापर धीरे धीरे कमी जाए और 5 वर्ष पर आउ बढ़े ना सो हेड सर्कमफरेंस इज मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट थिंग जोटा कि आम मेजर करवा कथा फॉर द बेबी टू नो द ब्रेन ग्रोथ दैट इज इंपोर्टेंट सो से दीज आर द इंपोर्टेंट थिंग्स आमको जानवा दरकार एज ए ले मैन आल्सो सर
आदित्य बढ़िया एग्जांपल टे देल घर वायरिंग उपरे आउ छुआर ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट उपरे आई जस्ट वांट टू ऐड वन मोर पॉइंट यू कैन जस्ट इमेजिन दैट द नर्व्स आर देयर बट दे डोंट हैव इंसुलेशन माइलिनेशन इज द इंसुलेशन एंड फॉर प्रॉपर माइलिनेशन यू नीड certain chemicals that comes from the mother's milk and another important concept in that when the myelination occurs and synaptogenesis occurs, they don't run in a straight path. They go zigzag, finding out their own way. So imagine a plant. You have allowed to grow on the ground. If you don't, after some time you find one stem there, another stem there, another going down. So this is not an ideal plant. What do? You cut down the top, make it look beautiful. That is we call it pruning. So pruning is also an important event in baby's brain development.
Can I add one? Like जदि congenital cataract थिबो जदि अर्ली आमे ताकू रिमूव करबानी ताहाले ब्रेन रो से सेंटर भी लिभि जीवो सेमती जो जिनसटा आमे यूज करूनु जोटा पिला को यूज करूनी 2 वर्ष भितरे ताहाले सेइटार सबु से सेंटर भी उड़ी जीवो आउ ताकू पछरे जत्ते कले भी हबनी
And one thing to add, baby can hear and they may hear the sounds and always try to talk with the baby. Don't think that he is not listening to it. And read books related to God and most importantly avoid quarrels in the family because that will lead to so many things. Okay?
Dr. Swami, can you tell me that suppose the mother is not, there are no one around to speak to the mother and she cannot produce any verbalization herself. I put some radios and ask the mother to sit down. Anything. Or you can do any sound whether it is beneficial to the baby or not.
I think when you just music and bhajana, everything you can give it.
That depends on the tone of the sound. You know, our sound has got different tones and as he has told, spiritual things, particularly bhajan, gana, kirtan, these things will affect the outcome of the baby inside the utero, because baby can take those sounds and assimilate them. Thank you.
बहुत समय से हेमाटोम्पली बस चुपचाप है कि किसी कोई ना निर्मल सर
Nirmal has been sitting here quietly. Of course, he is small, so that he is being hidden by his teammates. Well, any provision for prevention of management of birth defect, you know, that is a very very bad condition for the baby when the baby is born with a congenital malformation, and the father have got a feeling that why me, no, why not other one. So, what message you want to give?
Sir, already आमे आरंभ हेबाटो आपण कहले जेमती माने मार खाद्य प्लेटटा कलरफुल हेथवा कथा तापर लीना मैडम कहले जे केवल खाद्य नुहे सांगरे आम जो वातावरण परिवेश केमती हेबा कथा माँ कौन न खाइबा कथा कौन न करिया कथा केमिति एक्सरसाइज करिया कथा एई सबु आम जेतले गर्भावस्था पिलाटी थाए से ग्रोथ टाइम रे सबु दरकार हुए सेमिति ज्योति सर ऑलरेडी कहि सारचंती जे आयरन आयोडीन जिंक फोलिक एसिड विटामिन B12 एवं अन्यान्य जिनस को जिनस तैयारी करिवारे आमर दरकार हेई थाए ए सब जिनस जदि आमर न हेई पारला ताहाले आमे जानु जे गोटे डिफेक्टिव छुआटे जन्म हबो ए सब जदि आमे ठीक भाव रे करि थाउ स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम प्लानिंग जोटा कि संगमिता मैडम कहले आमे ठीक टाइम रे प्लान करिवा मां को सेमिति पुष्टिकर खाद्य खुआइबा आ जहा जहा दरकार आमे कले आमे गोटे प्रिवेंट करि परिबा किंतु थरे जदि आसी गला पिला आमे आ बेसी किछि करि परियानी जहाँ दरकार केवल तार उपचार करें जमती मैडम ऑलरेडी कहले जदि कैटरेक्ट होती ग्रोथ डेवलपमेंट पे आमे ताको अर्ली ट्रीटमेंट करदेले कंजल्ट कैटरेक्ट भल हो गले तार दृष्टि शक्ति किसी फेरी आसले ब्रेनटा ग्रोथ हम तो यही सब जिनस आम ऑलरेडी डिस्कस कर सारी से सब करें आम प्रिवेंट कर विभिन्न प्रकार ग्रोथ फेल्योर हो पारनी कि मालफॉर्मेशन हेनी
सर
आम समस्त जानी आम तो गर्भावस्था को 3 भाग में विभक्त 3 प्रथम 3 मास मझी 3 मास लास्ट 3 मास यही बार्थ डिफेक्ट मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट हूँ प्रथम 3 मास जदि प्रथम 3 मास इज अदरवाइज नोन एज पीरियड ऑफ ऑर्गेनोजेनेसिस आपण मुंड है छांच मॉडल जोड़ा हार्ट लिवर आम जहाँ भी बॉडी के पार्ट्स गुड़ाक अच्छी से ही समय तार मॉडलटा पड़े से 3 मासरे जदि किसी व्यतिक्रम है ताले बार्थ डिफेक्ट हवाटा सुनिश्चित जदि धरतु आज मार किसी गोटे असुविधा है से समय ताले किसी गोटे चिकेन पॉक्स होगा कि किसी गोटे इन्फेक्शन से 3 मास कौ 3 मास प्रथम 3 मास ताले से बेबी जन्म हम बारिशला बेबी होगी से बेबी जन्म हम कंजेनिटल रूबेला सिंड्रोम होगी तेणु सबू किसी इंपोर्टेंट द मैक्सिमम इंपोर्टेंस इज गिवन नॉट टू हैव एनीथिंग रॉन्ग इन द फर्स्ट ट्राइमेस्टर ऑफ लाइफ माने प्रेगनेंसी आ मझी अब लास्ट बेले जदि किसी घटना घटे ताले बेबी आयुजियर हो पारे कि प्रीटर्म हो पारे जोटा कि आम पर मैनेज कर परिबा किंतु प्रथम 3 मास हूँ बहुत भाइटाल तो से गोटे कथा प्रति माँ जानिला परे प्रेगनेंसी और पूर्व फॉलिक एसिड जोटा हूँ वेरी वेरी एसेंशियल सो दैट वी कैन प्रिवेंट न्यूरल ट्यूब डिफेक्ट सेटा गोटे पॉइंट आउ सेकेंड है नॉट टू हैव एनी मेडिसिन जदि किसी मेडिसिन भूल भटका खाइबा ताले बार्थ डिफेक्ट हबार चांस अच्छी जदि कौन क्रॉनिक डिजीज क्रॉनिक मेडिसिन खाइबा विथ द परमिशन फ्रॉम द डॉक्टर नॉल आमे खाइबानी
मिनिमल मस्ट थैंक सुनील यू हैव ऑलरेडी ही हैज हेल्प यू एंड यू आर हैविंग some 3 diseases can prevent German disease chickenpox and toxoplasma by the last I was there okay you made it easy sir Sunil okay next coming to
well are there any vaccines available to prevent these or not what about diseases Dr. Swahi has told is there any vaccine available you can offer to the mother before she becomes pregnant or something like that I just want to find out
yes if someone has been already vaccinated these diseases can be prevented in the baby
but
ये सर सब बेले मन रखा गोटे इंपोर्टेंट वैक्सीन झील मान कह इंपोर्टेंट हूँ रुबेला वैक्सीन इज सो इंपोर्टेंट वर्तमान गवर्नमेंट रे वर्तमान से फ्री आकार दिया एमआर वैक्सीन एमआर माने मिजिल्स एंड रुबेला मिजिल्स वर्तमान गवर्नमेंट के 2 थर दि जाऊँगी गोटे 9 मास गोटे 18 मास सहित रुबेला दि जाऊँगी तेणु रुबेला 2 थर जदि निगला सब पिला झील हो पुओ समस्त को यही कंजेनिटल रुबेला सिंड्रोम हेनी आमर भारत वर्ष में प्रति वर्ष 70,000 पिला कंजेनिटल रुबेला सिंड्रोम जन्म नियंती तार अर्थ कौन मैडम जोड़ा कहले कैटरेक्ट हम डेफिनेस हम हार्ट रे गोटे पीडीओ बोली किसी गोटे हो पारे तेणु से ही सब विकलांग शिशु न जन्मित होगापाई आमको प्रति पिला को सबू टीका दरकार मुझे कहीं एमआर टीका सबू टीका दरकार बर्तमान आज नुहे काली नुहे पहल दिन 11 तारीख इंद्रधनु इंटेंसिफाइड मिशन इंद्रधनुष 5 आम ओडिशा जावाक जाऊँगी तेणु समस्त अनुरोध आपण घरे जदि 5 वर्ष छुआ अच्छी किछि किछि वैक्सीन नहीं ताले जाइकिना नियंतु मागणारे दिया जिवो सो दैट ता भितर एमआरबी जदि गोटे नहीं सेकेंड वैक्सीन भी नहीं परिबो इफ योर गर्ल चाइल्ड हैज टेकन एमआर इन द चाइल्डहुड व्हाट डॉक्टर निमाल्य टोल्ड ताले आगे हमर सेही जो कंजेनिटल रुबेला सिंड्रोम लीडिंग टू बर्थ डिफेक्ट सेडा हबनी
एंड डॉक्टर सुनील इज नोन एज संकट मोचक ओके सो फॉर द फ्यूचर जो आसीबा स्पेशलिस्ट तांको इजी कर दिसु ओके नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन
Well, a little bit on this. Maybe before asking adult, I can tell you that you are a pet lover. You are a pet lover, and you have got a cat, and you got pregnant. What will do? Can you throw the cat out? Because you are loving the animal, you cannot throw out. What else you can do? Avoid the contact with the cat. That best you can do, because I cannot throw the cat out, I cannot kill the cat, but I will be try to avoid the contact with the cat litter and cat itself. So Aditya is now. You have told about the brain growth. What are the requirements for proper brain growth?
ओके सो प्रॉपर ब्रेन ग्रोथ पे हमको दुईटा जिनस दरकार गोटे है डाएट आ गोटे है एनवायरनमेंट डाएट है मदर्स मिल्क समस्त आम जानथिबा दरकार जे मदर्स मिल्क इज द दैट इज ब्रेस्ट मिल्क इज फॉर ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट सो ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट पे निहाती दरकार मोस्टली द प्रीमैच्योर बेबी किंबा लो बर्थ वेट बेबी एमाने ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग करि परंती नाही से जगह आम केमिति ताको अदर मेथड रे खाଇବା दे परिबा मदर्स मिल्क तार व्यवस्था करवा दरकार ताको आमे मॉम कहूछु बा मदर्स ओन मिल्क देवा दरकार जदि आमे पिलार ठीक ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट करबा ପାଇଁ चाहूछे तनु डोंट यूज फार्मूला फीड एडवाइस द मदर अबाउट एक्सप्रेशन प्रॉपर एक्सप्रेस करिकरी केमति बेबी को फीडिंग दिया जाय परिबो तापरे हमको गुरुत्व देबा पड़िबो सेकंड जिंस वाला एनवायरनमेंट और एनवायरनमेंट रे फर्स्ट वाला आमे वर्तमान को आ जाउची देयर शुड बी जीरो सेपरेशन बिटवीन बेबी एंड मदर फॉर अप टू 1 मंथ यूजुअली डिलीवरी कर सारा पर माने बेबी रो केयर सासु माने नबा प्रथा रही हमर जहा कि चेंज होवा दरकार ये माने बेबी और मदर टुगेदर रहबार विभिन्न कारण अछि ता द्वारा बहुत लाभ हो खाली जे पिला उषुम रहबो से ने मदर्स मिल्क इंक्रीज होबार पॉसिबिलिटी अछि जदि मां पाखरे छुआ रहबो ता छडा हमर जो ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट पे पांचटा इंद्रिय डेवलप करूची दैट 5 सेंसेस डेवलप्स व्हेन बेबी रिमेन्स इन द लैप ऑफ द मदर सो सही एथबे हमको जीरो सेपरेशन करियो पड़िबो एवं वी हैव टू सी दैट बेबी शुड रिमेन विथ मदर and other activity we have to focus environment proper environment like soothing sound dim light एगुडा सब हमें ताको प्रोवाइड करिया दरकार
I can ask the opinion of Dr. Sunil. Well, he told that everybody tells, not Aditya, you take breast milk. Are there any components in breast milk which can directly or indirectly affect brain growth?
सर देखो ब्रेन आमे कहू ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग इज अदरवाइज नोन एज ब्रेन फीडिंग तामने ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग खाइले ब्रेन फीडिंग हम तामने से पिलार ब्रेन ग्रोथ भल हम जदि आपण माने हिंदी फिल्म देखी माँ का दूध खाए तो सामने आ ताले माँ का दूध जी खाई से निश्चय अमिताभ बच्चन भाया हिरो हम आ जब माँ का दूध न खाई ताले कादर खान भाया जीरो हम तेणु तेणु यही जो माँ क्षीर जो उपादान से उपादान कौन अच्छी भितर पॉली अनसैचुरेटेड फैटी एसिड आपण मैंने एबे भी देखुथिबे जार टिके माने बयस हो गेलानी किछि भूली जाउचंती मन रखु नांती तांको डीएचए दिया जाउची सो डोकोसा हेक्सानुइक एसिड पॉली अनसैचुरेटेड फैटी एसिड कंटेंट इन द मिल्क ह्यूमन मिल्क इज वेरी हाई ता सहित आउरी केते गुडा उपादान अछि जोटा को आमे कहू ब्रेन रा आईक्यू बढ़ाए तमने आईक्यू माने इंटेलिजेंट क्वोशेंट हमर ता भितर कोन कोन अछि ता भितर टॉरिन अच्छी कॉलिन अच्छी मायो इनोसिटल अच्छी ताभितर लैक्टोज अच्छी फॉस्फोलिपिड अच्छी ए लॉट ऑफ फैक्टर्स इंग्रेडिएंट्स आर दे आर नोन एज स्मार्ट न्यूट्रिएंट्स इन द ब्रेन इन द ब्रेस्ट मिल्क से स्मार्ट न्यूट्रिएंट्स जदि आपण बिला को आपण ता सहित डबा भलिया क्षीर दे देले डबा क्षीर मन रखिबे आपण पंडित होई बड़ लोक होइछंती किंतु आपण पिला डबा भलिया बुद्धि हबो कहीं आप डबा देते जी बेसी डबा देला तार पिला से डबा भाया बुद्धि तेणु समस्त अनुरोध जे आपण 6 मास पर्यंत केवल जदि माँ क्षीर देले आपन देले माँ क्षीर अन्न नाला ब्रेन मिल्क से ब्रेन मिल्क पई आपन देले ताला किछि असुविधा हबनी तो गोटे मात्र जो प्राणी वर्तमान आपन केबे देखिछंती गाई जाई कि दुकान रो डबा आनी कि ता बाछुरी कि दउछि नाही एलिफेंट दउछि नाही शिक्षित समाज जोटी बेसी शिक्षित चकचक नारी सी तार पिला को दौची तेणु से आमर ये आधुनिक समाज रे आमे समस्त अनुरोध करवा जे प्रथम पिला जदि पिला भल अच्छी ताहले आमे ताकू कौन दबा माँ क्षीर दबा लास्ट रे गोटे लाइन मु कहबी जे ता सहित जो मानकर पिला बाई चांस प्रीटर्म हो जाइए 2.5 किलो कम हो जाइए ताहले आमे स्किन टू स्किन कांटेक्ट जोटा को आमे को कंगारू मदर केयर
Sunil, it is
आज्ञा सर
this is very important issue. Will be talking about KMC later, but I must ask madam one thing, because we have come across certain articles, many maybe I personally have come across few articles which says that if the baby takes bank milk and a group of baby they take breast milk, they can have growth equal, they can have the prevention of infection same degree, but their intellectual department, I mean IQ, they have a definite, I mean low point. What is your opinion on it?
No, it is very well proved fact. In fact, I was patiently waiting for Dr. Aditya to put the word KMC, but he had somehow.
You will be the expert for that.
No. But here also re-emphasize again and again. That is it. Anyway, the point is, by keeping the baby in kangaroo mother care, you are stimulating multimodal sensories. Means touch is stimulated, mother's eyes is there, vision is there, olfactory sensation is there, and all this multimodal stimulation adds to the benefit of the breast milk, and that adds to the intelligence. And because here mainly when you put the baby skin to skin contact on mother's chest, not in any other place, that has a special vagal supply, special vascularity, and different neuroendocrine mechanisms are there by which oxytocin is produced, so many other neurotransmitters are produced, and they have got multimodal stimulation in brain development.
Ma'am, I was asking about the intellectual impairment babies who are taking bank milk in comparison to breast milk.
No, that is what I am saying. Milk is the same, but along with the milk there are multimodal sensory stimulations are also added, and that adds to the benefit. So that is the main point. Otherwise it is the same nutrition, but the epigenetics, that is the environment with which it is given, that adds to the benefit.
Thank you madam, thank you. One thing, when the sir, please.
madam कहले ओडिया रे कहूची आपण माने आजि काली आमे माने जो माने पेडियाट्रिशियन आमे देखु प्रत्येक नीतिदिनिया घटना जदि पचरा होची जे तमे मां क्षीर दउछ ना हां दउछ केमिति दउछ ना छुआ को खाया को समय पाउनु बाहर कर दे कि क्षीर बाहर करके घरे रखी दे कि देउछु बुढ़ी मां ताको पेई दउछ तो मैडम एटी कोन कहू जदि खाली सेठी भी मां क्षीर टाणी करी खाइले सेठी भी मां क्षीर एटी देले भी मां क्षीर किन सेठी गोटे पार्ट मिस करछन जेतेले माटा धरी करी ता छुआटा को खोउची से जो स्पर्श शक्ति माँ खुशी होची छुआ खुशी होची सेही अनुभूतिटा केबे भी छुआर आसीबो नाही तेणु ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट जोटा कि सार कहउचंदी थळे सर कहउचंदी जो आईक्यू डेवलपमेंटटा ठीक करी हेबो नाही आपण मार्क करथे गाय बाछुरी जोटा सुनील कहला जे गायर क्षीर बाछुरी पे तेणु तीन बाछुरी गायर क्षीर बाछुरी ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट जहाँ दरकार गाय क्षीर से तेणु गाय देखु जो सब माने गाय कौन जमी बर्तमान कंगारू मदर केयर कौन गाय कौन ता ये धरिकी सब धरिकी खोची कि होनी से ठिया जाऊँगी छुआ तार तलू बसिक मुह लगे खाई दूसरी
It is not only important what you give, but how you give also it adds. And there, by putting the baby on skin to skin contact, early initiation of milk also happens, sustained production of milk also happens, so that all helps in improving the quality of breastfeeding, and that adds to the benefits.
Thank you. Yes. So, one thing, when the baby, the delivery room, don't think that one baby is born, that two babies born. One is small baby, another is bigger baby. What is that? The baby is born, but pregnant lady became mother. She also born that day also. When the baby was born, she became mother. So in this connection, can I ask Dr. Leena Das, requirements of the baby after birth? Further requirements needed for bath, please.
After birth, usually mother is tired and baby is tired. But the first 1 hour, mother should play with the baby, hold the baby, look affectionately, and start breastfeeding early, so that this emotional bondage will help the baby in and mother in establishing breast milk feeding for at least exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months, and total 2 years at least they should give, mother should give the milk. And 1 day is also important, because the 1 day is required also for establishing breast milk. Mother, even if colostrum is secreted less amount, then also less amount colostrum also, that much is adequate for the baby. And frequently whenever the baby cries, the mother should put the baby to the breast. And even CS baby, the attendant should help the mother in putting the baby to the breast, and that will help. So breastfeeding, colostrum, and in the first day also vaccine is also important. The first zero polio, hepatitis B and BCG vaccine, that is also given in the first day. So all these are required for the baby.
Well, Lina, you have done wonderful job. But you have mentioned that colostrum, even though it is less, it depends quite adequate for the baby. That is one factor behind, because baby's stomach is initially of low capacity and it quickly grows, not comparison to the other parts of the body. It doesn't go at the proportionate of weight growth. It increases, it has got a separate kinetic to grow, so that when the baby is small, he takes small colostrum, which becomes okay for him. But as the baby grows, colostrum also dies down. By 6-7 days, he will not get colostrum at all. So by the time milk has come, and baby will be satisfied with the milk.
And also colostrum will provide immunoglobulin, which will help in prevention of infection.
Very true. So some people say that it is the first vaccine.
So one more point I wanted to add. Soon after birth, immediately for first few minutes, the baby is very alert. Baby is not tired. And that is the time, if you introduce breast milk feeding, immediately the baby accepts and then continues. Otherwise, generally, we used to think, many of us, that baby is tired, mother is tired, let them take rest, then we will start the feeding. And that golden minute and golden hour, which are very precious in the beginning, we are losing that. Soon after birth, the baby is alert, and if you do not utilize that moment, then you are missing the bus. So that point we have to remember. So at least in the beginning, the baby is very alert, and that point we have to utilize. And of course, at that time, no prelacteal feeds to be given, colostrum has to be given. Whatever mother is getting is adequate for the mother, baby. That confidence has to be built up. All these small little points go a long way in successful initiation of breastfeeding.
Madam, what you told about the alertness of the baby at just after birth, the analogy is that you have put someone in the prison, dark room. Suddenly you open the door. The person will come out and he will be dazzled by the light around. Then he will look around, because babies are very inquisitive. So they look around what is happening there. And after that they get tired and sleep. So this is just the way thing happens after normal birth.
Now what we generally say is, whenever you are working a lot, one more work you give, immediately you would like to finish. But if you give a little rest, then you are relaxed.
So message is 1 minute, fast hour and fast day must not be forgotten. Aditya.
Well, how baby can get warm? Well, that is the pet topic now. And
Again,
how KMC helps the baby? I think as madam is there, whatever you will tell will be insufficient.
it is very small for me because the ocean is there, so better she will tell, because I have learned from her only.
No, I have got an unusual question for her, so that you make your job.
Okay, so again KMC means to keep the baby warm. We have seen there are studies, a group of babies were kept uncovered for 1 month with breastfeeding, another group of baby covered with cap and socks and breastfed. The weight gain is much more in those babies who are covered, and covering should be done from head to toe. because those are the areas where maximum heat loss occurs in a newborn baby. So we should not forget to cover the head, and we should put the these socks to the legs and the hand. Another important thing, there should be zero separation, because I have already told that there should not be any separation between baby and mother. Whatever the work is there for mother, others should do, and we should leave mother and baby together. Then room temperature. Many. Yes, madam. We should put some cotton dresses, and the dress should contain the cap and socks. It is a must.
Summer, what were your questions?
Summer. Actually, in summer also, if there will be a fan, there will be AC, the temperature will come down. So in summer also we will have heat loss from the newborn.
Yes.
So we can put light clothes, not warm clothes, but we should put clothes. And one important thing is, from day one, from the day of birth, we should put the dress for the baby. During preparation for birth, we should purchase two sets of dresses for the baby, so that baby can be kept warm. And proper wrapping we have to teach the mother and family members. And bathing also, that can be possible, but it should be done in a lukewarm water, and brief bathing should be there. So these are few things, and KMC of course is the ultimate goal, and we have to do KMC in all the babies. It is not fixed to low birth weight babies only, but in all the babies we can do KMC.
Thank you, Aditya. You were telling that during summer, when the AC is running, the baby still needs some clothing. That is what you know, that when the AC runs, that reduces the humidity of the room. The room becomes more dry. If there are more water vapor around, heat loss is less. Actually, in a AC room, baby has losing more heat. So you have to prevent it by covering. And if you know little bit of physics, 2 layers are more better than just single layer. So the dresses ideally should be 2 layered. Well, I will ask one question to madam, because she is the pioneer in the field of KMC in India. When she started, what are the resistance she got, not from mother, but her professional colleagues?
The first resistance came from my staff nurses.
Okay.
Madam, so far we have not been allowing any mothers inside. They bring infection. Why do you want me to allow them? That was the first thing. Then we had to explain that, sorted it out. And this I am saying even long before KMC also, allowing mothers in the NICU, we had to have a big battle with our nurses. They thought by bringing the mothers in, you are bringing more infection, because mothers are coming from that class of society where no bath is there, unclean things are there and all. Second battle was my own colleagues. Even for some of them, even for 10 years they had not entered my ward. Because this is nothing will happen, this is somebody is talking from their hands, and that was the main thing. So even to convince our staff members, it took a lot. We started in 1993. First workshop in AIMS was done in 2002. First international conference was done in 2012. And after 20 years, government took it over in the policy. So lots of battles had to be won. So it started with that.
That's true. You start at your own.
Sir, I want to add that previously in Shishu Bhavan, we used to treat all newborns in the same bed as other beds. But you and myself have started a newborn unit.
I'll tell just briefly about Lena's and my experience as well. When the Shishu Bhavan neonatal unit was done, there are no nurses posted, maybe 1 or 2. So we took up a program, which when the baby is admitted, we bring the mother, give her some basic training, what the baby is breathing, if the baby stop breathing, call or something like that. Baby should feel warm, like that we made a questionnaire and taught the mothers, not much, within 1 hour or 2 hours we finished it, got a feedback, and allowed the mother to put a new gown, of course not with her sari, over that. She has to wash hand and sit with the baby. She likes to sit with the baby. Even the baby was sleeping, the mother would like to stay there for 12 hours more at a stretch. See the devotion of the mother. And it may not have the same devotion as the nurses do inside the ward. So we have shown that newborn care is better, mortality is less, and weight gain is better, infection rate is less. Everything happens. It is just I mean to say that it is just education and convincing the person what you are doing, it is good for your baby. Right?
Even today we are fighting the battle with all the private practitioners.
Yes, because their goal is different, and
promotion, kangaroo mother care, all that they won't agree. And general consensus
no, they
is
can
still
give
there.
talks on the forum on KMC. They can give.
But general consensus is it is a means of preventing hypothermia, poor man's incubator. We have got many incubators, we are doing better. Anyway,
Okay, now, Lina madam, now can you tell in short how to establish early feeding and something that the benefits of exclusive breastfeeding?
Actually, we should have early skin to skin contact, so that nowadays we are putting the baby in the mother's abdomen and the baby will crawl himself and go and search the breast and take the feeding. And there should be zero separation, that already have emphasized. And it is important the mother, baby and milk production all depends on close contact of mother and baby. Previously we used to have enturi shala also, and there only mother and baby were allowed, no other persons were allowed. That was a good practice. And now we should not discard the colostrum. As colostrum, first as soon as possible we should allow the mother to feed the baby so that milk production will increase. And coming to exclusive breastfeeding also, the baby should be that helps in emotional bondage, adequate nutrition and correct temperature, so that and all immunoglobulins, and that will prevent hypothermia of the baby. Previously that sudden infant death syndrome is also less with those babies who are breastfed and kept close to mother.
well, Lena, you told about the baby will crawl to the breast. There was, of course, there was an interesting experiment in a glass tray. Puppies were baby born dog puppies. They were kept. Even guinea pig babies were kept, and a cloth was soaked with their own mother's milk was kept about 3-4 inch apart, and a baby was also kept keeping the mother's milk about 6 inch apart. The mother, human baby didn't have the capacity to go for milk himself, but the other animals, they went and drank the milk. But how do you say that baby will call to the breast?
Usually the baby is alert, as madam told, in the first hour, and they will search for feeding and all. So and the smell of the breast milk also, they will go and feed themselves.
Okay. So madam, your comment on this?
See, at least there are 9 steps of behavior changes noticed in the beginning soon after birth. So beginning, the baby looks up, then it feels the thing, it moves, and in the process while moving, the baby massages the mother's body. That is why they say all these processes are important for the milk production, because oxytocin and many other hormones are secreted because of this. Otherwise, if you directly put the baby on mother's breast, these steps are all missed, and that early secretion is missed. So that is one point we have to remember. And one more thing I must say here, I wanted to say, in the last records I was saying, NFHS, National Family Health Survey, Orissa has done remarkable improvement in the breastfeeding parameters. Whereas overall in the country, we must congratulate, that is a simple thing. And overall in the country, with so many years of talking, still early breastfeeding is just 41 to 42%.
Yeah, ma'am, I do agree with you. You have done a marvelous job.
Yeah.
But I personally think that the effort and time we have put on it, because when I was a student, I knew about breastfeeding, and as a part of IAP, NNF and all those groups we have promoted, started go to different places of the state and told
No,
about
but why I am warning is, some of the states did well, went up to 65%, now they are coming down. So that is also that we have to anticipate that situation and sustain it. That is the thing. Right.
So next, another very sensitive, very important, valid question by valid person to valid person, hemato-oncologist.
Oh, So he looks small, but he is a very interesting person and quite good knowledge. So as a hemato-oncologist, how to consult the parents and family members of a baby who is mother suffering from a very serious disorder, may not be cancer, but a very serious disorder.
So this is a very situational question, like it depends on what kind of the disease the mother is suffering and when is she suffering, whether is it mother is having pregnancy during the active period of the disease or during the treatment part of the disease, or whether when she has been recovered from the disease and she is getting pregnant. So it depends on the disease status. So simply I will give an example of breast cancer. So suppose a patient lady who is having breast cancer. So we should defer the pregnancy. We ask them not to get pregnant, get the treatment done as per the disease status, and after the recovery you can get your pregnancy. Second, if during the pregnancy if she gets the diagnosis of a breast cancer, that the first trimester if it happens, then we try to avoid all the chemotherapeutic drugs. Like already sir has told, the first trimester is the important
Critical
aspect
period.
when the development happens and the most of the all growth happens. So we try to avoid as much as possible. We don't give any chemotherapy at that time. We do only surgical procedures. During the second trimester, with consent of the family member, with consent of the mother, we may give, better to avoid. With third trimester, we can give chemotherapy. And if the mother develops any breast cancer after pregnancy, safely, now with advancement of our technology, with various nutritional supplement, we can keep the child with mother. We may not separate from mother, we keep, but we can treat the cancer.
So again, we depend on three factors.
Yes.
Your situational number one.
Yes.
Your counseling capacity.
Yes.
Number three, discipline capacity of parents. Okay,
Definitely.
thanks.
Sanghamitra, you have been sitting idle for so many minutes. So a question for you: what are the feeding cues? That means you know that baby is hungry or not hungry, is satisfied.
So feeding cues, those are the language of the baby. माने पिला माने जतल तक भोक लगे से माने तांकर किछि एक्टिविटी जरे हमको जणे दियंती जे मते खाइबा के दे माँ को जणे देवा को चाहिबा कि मते भोक लागलानी खाइबा को दियो जेमति कि किछि समय सोई के उठिबो थरे खाइ सला पर सोई के उठला पर हाथ गोड़ हलेबो दि हाथ गोड़ छाटिबो दि हाथ मोड़िबो मुह एपट सेपट करिबो आखि एपट सेपट करिबो पाटी आ करी गोटे साइड को करिबो ता हाथ को चुचुमिबो किबा मुठा करी हाथ चुचुमिबो कि खाली आंगुठी चुचुमो जते एई सब सिम्पटम देखैला ताहले माँ जानि जिबा उचित जे पिला बर्तमान खाइया को चाहूची ता सत्तरी जदि माँ जानिलानी ताले से चिड़चिड़ हेगी तापर हाथ गोड़ छाटिकी कांदिबा को आरंभ करिबो तो एई जते एई परिस्थिति को आसीबो सेतेबेले पिलाटी को खाइबा को दवा बारी कष्ट होई जिवो सेतिमे कि माँ जेंती बहुत आगुरु जतेबेले पिलाटी ताको आमे फीडिंग क्यूज बोली कहूछु जते एई सब माने खाइबा को इच्छा करिबार जो प्रणालीटा जो प्रक्रिया को से आरंभ करिबो सेतिबे को माँ चिन्हिबा दरकार जे पिलाटी को भोक लागलानी बर्तमान ताको खुआई दे आ जदि बेसी समय रहिगला माने से चिड़चिड़ा हेई कांदिबो कांदिकी पुणी ताको सेते शांत करके खाइबा को दवा को पड़िबो नहले पिला को खाद्य दवाटा
Madam, what do you think about thumb suck? I mean, sucking the fingers. It is always an indicator of hunger, or it is that part of primitive process, reflexes.
Generally, in the hunger cues, we describe 3 stages. In the beginning, the baby says, I am hungry. So it is just looking out for thing, putting out the tongue. Second stage, it is saying, I am really hungry. So it is trying to put the fingers in the mouth. And at the same time, seeking out for the food. So total behavior has to be evaluated rather than taking only from
one
the fingers.
component alone.
And the
Right.
third
Very
stage,
right.
the baby is irritable, crying, and that says, I am really hungry and why you have not given me?
So 3 stages.
That
First se चाहूची खाए पे सेति दियो. When it is coming, when arrange hot, eat it. Okay. Next, जदि से न खाइला ताले और आगे बढ़ी गला. Last एमनी लागिबो से खाइबनी तो बाध्य डबा किने बोतल पीबे. So that is the reason why you go for bottle. So we should give on time. Okay,
And
next.
in that stage, if we wait for that crying, baby becomes irritable, baby will not
doesn't
take
eat,
food.
sir, doesn't
And
eat.
then we may sometimes misinterpret, the baby doesn't like the food or all the
Doesn't
things.
like the breast
And
milk, he
unnecessarily
can
we
take
will go
something
in for
else.
the top food.
Something else.
So
That is
this
the
is a
concept
very,
of-
very important clue.
Yeah, nowadays modern day ladies, they have this tendency to tell.
Suppose you are a successful mother, you are breastfed. How can you know the baby is well fed, properly fed or not?
हाँ जदि पिलाटी माँ क्षीर खाई सारा परे आराम से 2-3 घंटा सोई पड़ला तापरे जदि ठीक तापर जदि दिन को माने 25-30 ग्राम जदि वेट गेन हैला ठीक रे एवं जदि तापरे खाद्य खाई सारा परे से जदि आराम से सोई पड़ला तापरे उठी के खेलला आराम से परिश्रा जदि दिन को राति मिसी के 6 ରୁ 8 थर करी करला ताले हम जानिबे जे पिलार खाद्य तापे ठीक होची माँ क्षीर तापे सफिशिएंट होची
एटा एक्चुअली एटा को माँ को कन्विंस करे बहुत कष्ट हो जाए प्रैक्टिस रे जो मैंने अच्छे प्रसन्न जानते सब आम एते जेते कथा कहले भी तो छुआ बढ़ुचे 6 थर मुतुची ये करूची जमा से माने सुनिबेनी सो दे हैव गॉट देयर ओन नोशन सो प्रसन्न कैन यू टेल अस हाउ डू कन्विंस दोज मदर्स
ତାଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟିଏ କଥା ପଚାରେ ତମକୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଭୋକ ଲାଗୁଛ ତମେ କଣଟା କରୁଛ ନିଜେ କୁହ ତମକୁ ଭୋକ ଲାଗିଲେ ତୁମେ କଣ କରୁଛ ପାଖରେ ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷ ତମ ପାଖରେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ ଅଛି ତାକୁ ଖାଉଛ ନା ଫ୍ରିଜରୁ ବାହାର କରି ଫଳ ଆଣିକିରି ଖାଉଛ ନା ବଜାରରୁ ଯାଇ କିଣିକିରି ଆଣି ଖାଉଛ ନା ଆଜ୍ଞା ପାଖରେ ଯାହା ଅଛି ଖାଉଛ ତାହେଲେ ତମ ପାଖରେ କୋଉ ଜିନିଷଟା ଅଛି କୁହ ଛୁଆ କାନ୍ଦୁଛି ମା କ୍ଷୀର ତାଠୁ ଆଉ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା କିଛି ନାହିଁ ତେଣୁ ମାଠୁ ଲଗେଇକିରି ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଧର କାହିଁକିନା କ୍ଷୀର ଖୋଇବା ଗୋଟେ ହଉଛି ଆର୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ କଳା ସେଠି ଅଖଣ୍ଡ ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଦରକାର ତେଣୁ ବସିକିରି ଚେଷ୍ଟା କର ଏବେ ଖାଇବନି 5 ମିନିଟ୍ ପରେ ତ ପୁଣି ଖାଇବ ପୁଣି ଚେଷ୍ଟା କର କିନ୍ତୁ କେବେ ତମେ ହରାନା ତମ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ ଭରସା ହରାନା ଛୁଆର ମା କ୍ଷୀର ଦରକାର ମା କ୍ଷୀର ଦରକାର ମା କ୍ଷୀର ଦରକାର ତା ଛଡ଼ା ସେ କୋଉଥିରେ ସନ୍ତୁଷ୍ଟ ହବନି ତେଣୁ ତୁମେ କ୍ଷୀର ଦିଅ
Thank you. And one thing, he told regarding baby. So baby sleeps 2 to 3 hours, number one. Urinate 6 to 8 definitely weight gain. But another thing, the breast of the mother will be suffering. It will be hard, so after feeding also it will suffer. That's another finding that we had commissioner.
Okay.
Next. How nicely sleeping after feeding.
Who told you?
Sunil.
So Sunil? Yeah.
Preterm feeding.
Yes, sir.
I think we have not covered about preterm. So just give some brief idea or brief concept about preterm feeding.
सर गोटे प्रथम कथा प्रीटर्म माने आमे बुझुए जे जो माने 37 वीक्स जेस्टेशन पूर्व जन्म नहीं आमे लेम एंड टर्मिनोलॉजी भी प्रीमैच्योर छुआ और आमे देखुचे से ओजन कम 2.5 किलो कम ये फर्स्ट लाइन है जो प्रीमैच्योर छुआ हो जाए माँ मैंने डिप्रेस हो जाती कि सब मन रखिए आजिका डेट रे जो मैंने बड़ मनीष सब जाक प्रीटर्म होगी जन्म नहीं लाइक नेपोलियन बोनापार्ट आम जब कहवा लाइक सर आइजैक न्यूटन जॉर्ज बर्नार्ड शॉ ये सब बड़ बड़ लोक प्रीटर्म होगी जन्म नहीं सो तुम छुआ प्रीटर्म है कि
Sunil, can you take a vote? How many of you are born preterm? If you know, just raise your hands. Sunil's statement is not true.
ସେତେବେଳେ ସାର୍ ଏତେ ନିଓନାଟାଲ କେୟାର ନଥିଲା ମରି ଯାଇଥିବେ ଯେ
तो ये मेन मोर कहवा कथा है आजिका डेट रे 2023 रे समस्ते बुझंतु जे टिके ओजन कम हेले भी से बंचिबो ताले सबुटु बेस्ट क्षीर होउची कोन से मां क्षीर जदी 2.5 किलो रु कमी जाईची आ 1800 ग्राम रे अधिका अछि गोटे लाइन से डायरेक्ट मां क्षीर खाई परिबो जदी सब ठीक ठाक चलची जदी 1200 रु 1800 ग्राम अछि ताले आमे एटलीस्ट गोटे थरो डॉक्टर पाखे जिबा पेडियाट्रिशियन हो किबा सीएमओ हो किबा जे भी हो देखैबा ता भितरे किछिटा पिलांको आमे ट्यूब फीडिंग एसेंस रे रखिकी बतन सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे एसेंस अछि आपन को स्पेशल न्यूबॉर्न केयर यूनिट अछि सेठी नेकी आमे नळी पटे खुई परिबा आ किछि दिन परे आमे बिना चमचरे तापरे डायरेक्ट दे परिबा आ जो माने 1200 ग्राम रु कम आउ थे जो मैंने 1200 ग्राम रु कम से निश्चय आम हॉस्पिटल रे रखिकी प्रथम 2 दिन आईवी फ्लूइड माने सलाइन तापर ट्यूब फीडिंग तापर आम दबा तो एठी गोटे कथा प्रीटर्म हो टर्म हो भल बेबी हो खराब बेबी हो जहाँ भी हो ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଗୋଟିଏ କ୍ଷୀର ତା ପାଇଁ ଖାଦ୍ୟ ଦରକାର ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଯୋଉଟା ଆମର ସାର୍ ମାନେ କହିଲେ ସମସ୍ତେ କହିଲେ ଯେ ଆମେ ଯୋଉଟା ପାଠ ପଢୁଥିଲେ ଛୋଟବେଳେ ମା କ୍ଷୀର ଅଟଇ ଅମୃତ ସମାନ ତାକୁ କେ କରିବ ଆନ ତ ଆଜି ବି ଏତେ ପାଠ ପଢି ସାରିଲା ପରେ ବି ଆଜି ଆମେ ସିଏନି କରୁଛେ ଆମେ ମିଟିଂ କରୁଛେ ବୁଝେଇବା ପାଇଁ ଯେ ଆଜ୍ଞା ମା କ୍ଷୀରଟା ଭଲ ଆମେ ଜାଣିଥିଲେ ଭଲ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଜି ଆଉ ଥରେ ବୁଝଉଛେ ଏଇଟା ଭଲ ଆଉ କିଛି ଦିଅନି ତ ସମୟ ଆସିଛି ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ମାନିବା ଯେ ମା କ୍ଷୀର ଇଜ ଦ ବେଷ୍ଟ।
ସୁନିଲ ଆମେ ସେ କହୁଛି ମା କ୍ଷୀର ଅମୃତ ସମାନ ସେ ପଢୁଥିଲେ ବେଲିକି କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ହାଉସ ସର୍ଜନ ଡ୍ୟୁଟି କରୁଥିଲୁ ମେଟ୍ ମେ ସାମା ମଷ୍ଟ be knowing there is a big board in the labor room nothing by mouth for 6 hours nothing by mouth for 6 hours so someone do you remember that so it was there so things are changing concept is changing but we say that exclusive breastfeeding is good start as early as possible and give only breastfeeding to both terms and preterms.
We are running almost 1 hour late.
So yes sir.
Request to wind up in 5 minutes.
Yes.
Just I would like to add one point here that the weight is just a guiding point. The child's behavior is the main point. Because in the community settings, many times we are not able to refer the babies less than 1,200 compulsorily to the hospitals. In that situation, and many of them are small for dead babies,
So
mature for that
they
weight.
can drink at
In
home.
that situation, many babies are able to take breastfeeding also. So we should observe the baby and how it behaves while sucking. That is a very important
because
clue.
gestational is more important rather than the
This is
physical
just for
size
the
of the baby.
training. In the beginning, you can give some guidelines, but more than the weight, it is the behavior of the child and rooting reflex and sucking reflex, sucking, swallowing, breathing, coordination.
They are mature.
They are much more important.
Good.
So few, because there is time constraint, only 2 questions will take, the rest we are skipping it. Next, Sangamitra, when to send the child for the fast schooling, that is another important.
এটা ବହୁତ ইম্পর্টাଣ୍ଟ ଆମର ବହୁତ କନଫ୍ୟୁଜନ ବି ଥାଏ କେବେ ସ୍କୁଲ ପଠେଇବା 2 ବର୍ଷରେ ପଠେଇବା 2.5 ବର୍ଷରେ ପଠେଇବା କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଜ ପର ଗାଇଡଲାଇନ ଆଇଡିଆଲି 3 ରୁ 5 ବର୍ଷ ଆଇଡିଆଲି 4 ବର୍ଷ ବେଳକୁ ପ୍ରି ସ୍କୁଲ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା କଥା ଏବଂ 6 ବର୍ଷ ବେଳକୁ ଆମେ ଏଲିମେଣ୍ଟାରୀ ସ୍କୁଲ ଶିକ୍ଷାଟା ପିଲାକୁ ଦେବା କଥା କାହିଁକିନା ସେତେବେଳକୁ ସବୁ ପ୍ରକାର ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ପିଲାର ହେଇଥିବ ହାତର କୋଅର୍ଡିନେସନ ହାତର ମସଲ ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ଆଉ ରିଫ୍ଲେକ୍ସ ସବୁ ଜାଗା ଡେଭଲପ ହେଇଯାଇଥାଏ ଯାହାଫଳରେ କି ପିଲାଟି ଲେଖାପଢ଼ା ଠିକରେ କରିପାରିବ ଏବଂ ଠିକରେ ପାଠଟାକୁ ବି ବୁଝିପାରିବ ତେଣୁ 6 ବର୍ଷ ବେଳକୁ ଆମେ ଏଲିମେଣ୍ଟାରୀ ସ୍କୁଲ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା କଥା
But Pagoda Thila, rule of 444, you should send the child to school at 4 years, 4 months, 4 days. Because other than brain was it tougher. And the Ganesh Puja Saraswati, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar, not a bad thing.
ସାର୍ ଗୋଟେ ଲାଇନ୍ କହିବି ଏଠି ଯେ ଆଜିକାଲି ଯେଉଁମାନେ ପାଠ ପଢିବା ମଦରେ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କ ମା ପେଟରେ ପିଲା ବାହାରିଲା ବେଳେ ସିଧା ପ୍ଲେ ସ୍କୁଲରେ ପଳେଇବ ସେମାନେ ସେୟା ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି ତେଣୁ ସେମାନେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ପ୍ଲେ ସ୍କୁଲରେ ଆଜ୍ଞା କେବେ ଯିବ ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ଯୋଉଟା କହିଲେ ସ୍କୁଲ ତା ଭିତରେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ଲେ ସ୍କୁଲ ତ ପ୍ଲେ ସ୍କୁଲରେ ଯିବା ପାଇଁ 2.5 ବର୍ଷ ହେଉଛି ମିନିମମ୍ ତା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ସେମାନେ ନେବେ ନାହିଁ କିନ୍ତୁ କାଲି ସକାଳେ ଗୋଟେ ଆଉଟଡୋରରେ ଆମର ମା ଆସିଲା 9 ମାସ ପିଲାକୁ ଧରିଛି କହିଲା ସାର୍ ଭଲ ଅଛି ଟୀକା ନେବା ଏମଆର ଟୀକା ନେବ ଜେଇ ଟୀକା ନେବ ସବୁ ଟୀକା ନେବ ସାର୍ କେବେ ସ୍କୁଲକୁ ଯିବି ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଆଜି ପଠେଇ ଦିଅ
Sunil, this is a physical compulsion. It is happening with working ladies because some private companies, well, everybody gets a leave of 6 months maternity leave. After that, what happens? Father has to work, mother has to work. Some of them work from home, but not others. So they were forced to live at some baby at someone place and collect the baby later on.
But now in Orissa, this situation is drastically changed due to the policy of our present government. Because due to this Mahila Sashaktikarana and this SHG, this is a true fact. Because we are in periphery and we are seeing every day, the mothers are leaving the baby in the home and going for that SHG work. So, to get rid of the anger of the children or to shift the responsibility, so they are now sending the boys frequently to the play school, and I think that is not also unnatural because nowadays the babies are much smarter. You cannot operate one mobile, but 2.5-year-old child can operate one mobile.
Internet babies.
Internet baby. So they should be at least sent to the play schools, and the formal education should start at what Madam told, at 5 to 6 years.
Nirmala, this month is, we observe this as National Cancer Prevention Week, right? You know that?
Yes,
you must be
September
aware
is
that
the Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
Awareness month. Okay. So, I will just ask you a question. Mother has suffered from cancer, terminal cancer, and there is a baby. And what are the things happen in the family? So, what is your role?
So if any pregnant lady who is suffering from a terminally ill cancer, so we counsel about the mother's health is taken care by the medical oncologist or surgical oncologist. For the child, we tell that in nowadays, like we discussed and Madam told previously, whoever were born prematurely might have died, and no one is here who is premature born. So nowadays our science has developed very much, and our infrastructure development is very nice. So we can save all those child with our feeding other than breastfeeding and other supplements. So our advice is that if someone is terminally ill and having a baby, unfortunately we can have the baby and we can survive them.
Okay, thank you. For the last 1 hour or so, we have discussed so many things. The take-home message is, number one is, already everybody told, Abhimanyu could know about entering the Chakravyuha only Subhadra was awake.
Mother was awake.
Mother is awake. So you remain awake if somebody is gossiping with you. Then babies are intelligent, can see, can hear, and even smell. They can recognize voice and touch of the parents. Do respect their feelings and emotions as well.
Don't think them as dumb. Right. Next, we have got anything more to give?
Babies love to take the type of food which mothers consume during pregnancy and lactation. So if one is careful, we can avoid harmful food habits of the children if we are avoiding that food with the mother. Be careful. So mothers will be giving माँ को एमती खाने दबा सेटा जहाँ खाइबो बड़ा वाले पिला सेया खाइबो तेणु माँ को जगी जगी खाया को दाव पड़िबो.
अच्छा.
And during first 24 hours, that is the life, the only mother's face is recognized by the babies. So that 24 hours
in black and white.
Yes, black and white. So say 24 hours के लूज करिवेनी सब बड़े माँ छुआ मिसी करेंगे का मारा आखी को से चिनिबो से 24 hours. So that is most vital. So geo separation, as everybody says, Madam says, and Madam Lina Madam says, and Aditya says, so geo separation should be there. Last is, mother is the greatest creation of God, definitely, no doubt about it.
And so is the baby. And so is the
child is the beautiful gift to the mankind, handle with love, handle with care, to make him her useful member in the society.
Okay, that's great. That is the great idea.
One minute, बड़ भाई, 1 minute. गोटिए कथा जीवा पूर्व आमे पैनल मान को तरफ रु कह जाउची जहा नहब बालुत काले ताहा की हब पाचिला बाले तेणु पिला को जहा 5 वर्ष भीतर आम तो कवर कर पारूनी तेणु आउरी आम 5 वर्ष जाए जीवार थिला
असुविधा अच्छी
सेटा को मन रखिए. द्वितीय कथा हूँ आउ पदे मन रखिए चाट घर पुओ चाट भात घर पुओ भात आपण जिमती पिला को बढ़ाइबे सिमती पिला बढ़िबो सेती दुईटी पद जदि मन रखिबे पिलार भविष्य उज्जवल.
सर वन मेसेज फ्रॉम माय प्लेटफॉर्म. सर मु एठी जेतु ए फोरम रे हमर बहुत मिक्स्ड अछंती बहुत पेरेंट्स अछंती मु गोटे खाली एडवाइस देबी हमर जो एमसीपी कार्ड अछि मैटरनल चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन दैट इज सो ब्यूटीफुली ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. आपण सब इन्फॉर्मेशंस रिगार्डिंग आपनकर चाइल्ड हेल्थ एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट जस्ट गो थ्रू इट आपण देखिबे इट इज सो इंटरेस्टिंग एंड सो इन्फॉर्मेटिव. तम पिला जदि ओडिया रे देखाय ब्यूटीफुली इज पिक्चर राइट तेणु आपण एटा देखिबे इवन इफ यू कैन पिक अप एनी वार्निंग साइंस एंड यू कैन कंसल्ट योर डॉक्टर्स. तेणु मोर ऑनेस्ट रिक्वेस्ट please go through this book. So nicely and beautifully written. Everybody should go through this. Every aspect of the child growth and development is very beautifully written in this book.
I think Aditya, you
yes,
must
yes.
take the responsibility of this,
So-
because the health workers who are issuing the book, they do not know what is. Now, the health workers who are issuing the book, they don't have really idea what the book contains. So they should be trained initially. Here, ma'am. Okay, sir. Yeah.
And I insist everybody to read this from top to bottom.
But no one reads. Because nobody has told them to read, like particularly where the book is issued. Nobody tells
Ma'am,
them.
now I am practicing that I indulge my MBBS students that let us all you go through this book so that so that it will be recorded in your logbook.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, for a wonderful session, which is very informative.
समस्त धन्यवाद गोटे लाइन आज अबिका यही समय मोदी सार माने मोदी पीएम मोदी जी कौन चलती G20 कॉन्फ्रेंस आमर कटक रे सामा मैडम सामा कॉन्फ्रेंस चलती श्री अरविंदो मेडिकल एसोसिएशन कॉन्फ्रेंस यहाँ गोटे कॉम्बिनेशन आमे माने फॉर्चुनेट इनफ आमे माने जानिचे नाइट एंगल ऑफ इंडिया सब इंडिया को केएमसी लेडी ऑफ इंडिया और केएमसी वुमन ऑफ इंडिया होचंदी शशि मैडम जहां को आमे पाई आमे कृतकृत नुह से आम मानव धर्म पाई सते जमी भगवान पठे कोटि कोटि शिशु को बचाई तो ये गोटे बड़ ताली क्लाप आपण मान तरफ समस्त मैडम गोटे पटे सामा मैडम आउ गोटे शशि मैडम धन्यवाद
आम बहुत समय देवा दुखित आपण मान सब खुशी तो
अच्छा आम कह आजिकार यही थीम टा वर्षर is due to Shashi madam because when I met her at KIMS for the last part of the KMC conference Pandin thila setare sangamita thile se next time we will talk on the new childhood se to automatically patru barla tankar samare so new childhood ro actually initiator hochandi Shashi madam.
Now I invite Professor Dr. Lucy Das,
Please give a big
Department of ONG, SC Medical College, Kotak, to felicitate our dignitaries on stage.
Welcome, ma'am. Please give a big hand for the whole panel, whole experts, and beautiful moderation. And then it is one of the most informative, most interactive, and most well discussed topic. I'll give a big hand for this Hasi ma'am and the all members. And then I request the memento giving and a group photo with Syama ma'am. Please come upstage. Another housekeeping announcement: the tea is ready. It's served outside, and then you can quickly go and have a sip, or we'll arrange giving in the hall. Those who need a cup of tea. That immediately we are going to the next session. We are running almost 1 hour late. Please cooperate. We'll be finishing up quickly so that we'll go to our evening session and beautiful cultural program. Thank you.
I request Professor Dr. Lucy Das to felicitate Dr. Salajanandan Parida. To felicitate Dr. Arakita Swami. Dr. Sunil Agrawal. Dr. Sunil Agrawal. Dr. Prasann Kumar Sahu. Dr. Jyoti Ranjan Champati Rai.
Dr. Leena Das. Dr. Nirmalya Pradhan. Dr. Sanghamitra Panda. Dr. Aditya Mahapatra.
ज्योति बस बोली तुम बेल दौ
Wealth of knowledge.
Let us delve into the next session on conscious child rearing in the neonatal infancy and under 5 period. I would like to call upon the stage the moderators of this session, Dr. Prashant Kumar Patra, Head of the Department of Pediatrics and Nodal Officer SNCU RGH Raurkela, and Dr. Deepa Bankar, who is Professor and Head of the Department at SMT NHL Municipal Medical College, Ahmedabad. She is Faculty of Advanced NRP KMC Training. I would like to invite the panelists of this session to the dais. Dr. Nikhil Kharod, who could not be present physically, but he has sent a video presentation. Dr. Alpa Khakkar, who is Senior Consultant Urogynecologist, Laparoscopic Gynecologist and Obstetrician at Apollo Hospitals, Chennai, India. Ms. Sanghamitra Sen Gupta, who is Founder and CEO and Head Psychologist of Shri Healthcare Research International. Dr. Madan Mohan Pradhan, who has been serving in the Health and Family Welfare Department, Orissa, with a wide experience of around 34 years. We invite the experts to the stage. Dr. Yogesh Mohan, who is a graduate in PSM from Jipmer, Pondicherry, and the healing techniques were revealed to him in deep state of meditation during the process of healing the patients. Professor Rishikesh Senapati, Professor of Education and possesses over 30 years of experience in teaching, research, development and training. Dr. Tofan Pati, Professor and Head of the Department Psychiatry, High Tech Medical College, Bhubaneswar. I invite the experts onto the stage, Dr. Yogesh Mohan, Professor Rishikesh Senapati and Dr. Tofan Pati.
Am I the only person over here? Okay, no problem.
मुव कर ना
गुड आफ्टरनून वन एंड ऑल समस्त को विनम्र नमस्कार इंट्रोडक्शन दे सो now we are here to present before us a really a most sensitive domain of child rearing. It is the conscious rearing of children since birth and children up to 5 years, below 5 years. So as we have been discussing since morning, the child, the preparation of the parents, prenatal education, prenatal factors that influencing child's nurturing and care and physical, mental, social and spiritual development. So also there are other factors which now just finished the interactive session, very vibrant interactive session, which we learned that there are so many factors which can safeguard, can ensure the safe journey of a child who is born. So let me just introduction for you. So with me, my co-moderator Dr. Deepa is there, Dr. Deepa Banker from Ahmedabad. So before she starts the questions, I will just give a brief recapitulation what we know till now. So life is a journey. It starts from infinity and goes on towards infinity. But the result, but the goal is, the purpose is perfection. But as we know, the journey begins much before conception and the child must be prayed for, as Swami Vivekananda told. So prenatal education revolves around conscious creation of being. The child chooses the parents. This is a very sensitive, interesting topic. Altogether we are not going to that, but child chooses the parents in fact. Right thinking, right health. As for the thoughts of the parents, especially the thoughts of the mother is infused to the baby in the womb, and the right health is ensured. And if the wrong thinking also gives the wrong health. So thoughts act upon the body cells and can create disorders, which is a well-known fact. As you know, it is the effect of pregnant mother's thoughts and emotions on a child in the womb. माँ जमी भल चिंता कर से भल जो इफेक्टा शिशु भीतर को जीव आ गोटे भल सुस्थ खाली नुहे सब सर्वांग परिपूर्ण पूर्णांग स्वास्थ्य होकर से जन्म हम एवं तापर भी अब्याहत रार पूर्णांगतर यात्रा आम जाचु जो स्ट्रेसफुल सिचुएशन देखिए माँ जाऊब बहुत चिंताशील थी ताले से तार कॉर्टिसोल हार्मोन बेसी हम बेसी कॉर्टिसोल इफेक्ट जो बेसी बेसी गुड़े हम पिलार सेमती बिहेवियरल प्रॉब्लम गुड़ाक हम जोटा आम गण एक्सपर्ट अच्छा तोफान प्रति जे कि प्रोफेसर एचओडी अच्छे हाईटेक मेडिकल कॉलेज साइकेट्री से भी कहे आम पर को जीवा तो कौ भाव ये जो आमर जो एबरेशन माने जो तार बिहेवियरल डिजॉर्डर्स एग्रेसिवनेस एक्सेसिव टेम्पर टैंट्रम कि जो सो कॉल्ड आम जो ऑटिस्टिक जो कहूचे से सब गुड़ाक ता द्वारा हो पार तेणु आम जानिले जे थॉट्स जो चिंता जो भाई से भाव में सेल गुड़िक भी से भाव में रेस्पॉन्ड करेंगे से भाव में शिशुर गठन भी हो सारूथो से आम जाचु आम वेदर वाक्य जे तमसो माँ ज्योतिर्गमय आम समस्ते चाहूँ आलुअ अंधार आलु आड़ को जीवाई फ्रॉम डार्कनेस टुवर्ड्स लाइट सो ऑल्सो द बेबी एस्पायर्स व्हाइल इन द womb and searches for the light. I welcome Professor H.K. Senapati, the great educationist of India, and he has also served as the director of NCERT for 5 years, 2015 to 2020, I think, and he has also masterminded the drafting of national education policy, which is in vogue now. So, sir, welcome, sir. So, like that, when the baby, after just in the advent of the birth, there is light, because the baby searches for the light. We have just learned is the baby crawls for the breastfeeding, but much before that, baby searches for the light, because points towards light. So it is the light for which we all strive for. Light is knowledge, light is wisdom, light is the meaning of living as such. So with the advent of the baby, there is flooding of the light, there is pouring of love and streams of hopes. So childhood begins with warm welcome. So everything is warm, skin to skin contact, then smart and loving care, breastfeeding, human touch, and followed by complementary feeding. But with consciousness, it has some meaning. It is actually, it is the consciousness with all these factors that adds to the momentum of the right direction of the journey. So who is the child? Let me quote from AUROBINDO's one poem. I saw the omnipotent flaming pioneers. He refers to the child. Who is a child? I saw the omnipotent flaming pioneers over the heavenly verge which turns towards life, come crowding down the amber stairs of birth, forerunners of divine multitude. Out of the paths of the morning star they come into the little room of mortal life. तेणु जो शिशु मैंने यही मरणशील दुनिया को चली आसुच्चंती से माने होउचंती सर्वशक्तिमान तांको भितरे सब किसी स्फुलिंग भर्ती से अमरत्वर एवं सर्वशक्तिमान सब किसी स्फुलिंग भर्ती एवं से माने जीवन को आसुच्चंती बिकॉज से माने चूज करंती टू प्रोग्रेस तो न्यू चाइल्डहुड आमर किसी करिबार नै से माने करंती एक्चुअली बिकॉज दे चूज अस दे चूज एनवायरनमेंट दे चूज द कंट्री एंड सेथिमे से माने ओले आसंती आमको गोटे अपॉर्चुनिटी दियंती टू बी लाइक देम मुझे कही रखे स्पिरिचुअलिटी इज इनहेरेंट टू चाइल्डहुड ऑल चिल्ड्रेन आर इनहेरेंटली बाय वर्च्यू ऑफ बीइंग ए चाइल्ड इज स्पिरिचुअल कहीं आम देखु स्पॉन्टेनियस जॉय गोटे स्वतःस्फूर्त भाव में खुशी हवा जेकोसी अवस्था जी भी था गोटे छुआ तार रोग होता हो जहाँ हो से हसब ही हसब से खेल एवं सब रेजिलियंस पुणी आउे से खेलवा अवस्था को नॉर्मल अवस्था को टू गो बैक टू नॉर्मल डे टू डे लाइफ एक्टिविटीज he strives, he aspires for. That's why everything, every minor illness भी बहुत जल्दी भल हो जाए without any complications. Same रोग बड़ मान को हम छोट पिला को हम बहुत जल्दी भल हो जाए because they don't have any reasoning mind. मिश्रण फेड़ाण गुणन हरण से करते नहीं. So they spontaneously सही अवस्था को फेदिबा को चाहती बोली सही से मान जल्दी भल हो एक भगवान आम समस्ते जाने चाइल्ड इज नॉट ए मियर टाइनी एडल्ट गोटे छोट वयस्कर गोटे क्षुद्र संस्करण नुहे बट इवॉल्विंग सोल जो डॉक्टर योगेश मोहन कहते आम से फिल करवा दरकार आम खाली भाषण में कहले हेनी व्हाट इज दैट सोल अगेन इवॉल्विंग सोल गोटे विवर्तनशील गोटे आत्मा एवं सी हूँ टीचर आम जे कि टीच करे आमको सिखाए टू बी हैप्पी एवर फॉर नो रीजन टू बी ऑलवेज बिजी विथ समथिंग and to know how to demand with all his might that which is 6. এইটি রহিলা unconsciousness আমি যাহা ডিসকাস করছে মু যাওনি এইটি আমি সারিবা এটা হচ্ছে unconsciousness we are not infusing consciousness it's just contradictory to what we are doing so this is the paradoxical situation where we can think of just for introduction I am just reviewing it. Let us go to the questions as such. We have prepared some questions but some actually it will be not a specific question to specific speaker rather we will formulate in such a way that an issue will be first formulated but Dr. Deepa will be telling and one by one we will take up that issue and pertinent relevant question will be put any of the panelists so that to answer and to stimulate the thoughts with us and all of you and we can take the opinion of experts if some clarification, some elaboration is needed for that to be more intelligible and more touching. So with this I invite you all our eminent experts with us and I invite now Dr. Deepa Banker to start with the yes.
Kindly get on to this.
Let's start with general one question only, then Nikhil Kharo, then start.
Okay.
Daba, take a pare. Just go take. Today will now will it play or?
Yeah, after the question.
First question ta gote kala pare. Next.
Yeah.
So question.
So, yeah. Good evening. Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank and my pranam to Shyama ma'am Kanungo for giving me this privilege. I really feel privileged to be here. And ma'am, preparing for this has enlightened me on so many aspects of caring for the children because there is no textbook for a normal child, in the world. So we should be writing it, ma'am. Yes, spiritual guidelines, caring guidelines, and then no one size fits all kind of a approach. It is all led by experiences and epigenesis. And so this period is so very important, and to prepare on this and to discuss on this, we will get to know so many ideas about how to deal with a child and how to raise a child. And this is, if I say that we give parents a guideline, that I am giving you the guidelines how to bring up your child, which will not just improve your child and its whole life, it will give benefit of positive health and positive social and emotional development for the whole life, but the benefits also is possible for the next generation. So this is one intervention that is why we keep on talking about 1,000 days, where we create blueprint of future and future generations. And our first question to Dr. Nikhil Kharod sir, unfortunately he could not come. I would just like to say the first question is what is the
video is there?
Yes. So his question was, what is the antenatal recommendation for positive pregnancy experience and what is positive birth experience? Both are different, positive pregnancy and positive birth experience. Yeah. So Dr. Kharod sir, who could not come, has sent his video and he is talking about positive pregnancy and positive birth experience.
Conscious parenting differs from parenting in conventional sense, which is based on the current scientific concepts. In this video, I am going to talk about three very specific aspects of parenting from the point of view of conscious parenting. These three aspects are the preconception phase, positive experiences during pregnancy, and positive experiences at the time of birth. Let us begin with the preconception phase. Although mother conceives at the time of fertilization, the life truly and really begins in the preconceptional phase. There is a kind of psychological presence of the soul which is going to take a bodily shape in the mother's womb. And therefore, parents' aspirations are very important. Prayers have a very important role to play, and so also psychological and spiritual preparations of the parents. Physical preparation includes good food and also certain practices like yoga and pranayama, which also have a psycho-spiritual dimension. Omkar has found to be very useful in preparing the parents for conception and the pregnancy and childbirth. Friends, some of these practices are also finding support from the evidence, scientific evidence these days, and therefore they are made more and more popular even in Western worlds. Modern science talks about physical criteria like maternal age, maternal weight, and maternal height in the preconception phase, absence of certain diseases, certain mandatory screening procedures, and so on. However, conscious parents would go beyond this and also prepare themselves psycho-spiritually, and therefore I very strongly feel that all the couples who want to be parents should be prepared in this sense before the conception. Coming to the pregnancy per se, pregnancy is a very important event in the couple's life, particularly the life of a mother. She goes through a lot of changes in her body and also the mindset. However, if we provide a positive experience to the mother, by all means, then it affects her total health in a positive way and also the health of the fetus in womb. The fetus has an evolving sensory system which starts from around 7 to 8 weeks, and sequentially touch, smell, taste, hearing and vision develop as the pregnancy advances. Certain practices like use of music have very positive influence on the fetal well-being. Similarly, if a mother talks to the baby in womb by putting her hand on the abdomen, the fetus can identify mother by voice, and so also father's voice can also be identified by the fetus in utero. So these practices are very useful in creating very strong bonding between the parents and the baby. Other things like preparing the mother and the family members for a positive nutritional experience, that is providing breastfeeding, and also a very developmentally friendly method of caring the low birth weight and preterm babies, that is kangaroo mother care. During pregnancy, these kind of preparations are very, very useful. So I strongly recommend for all pregnant women certain practices like effective use of music, talking to baby in womb, preparation for breastfeeding and kangaroo mother care, good reading, yoga, pranayama. All this will improve her mental and also spiritual health. At the time of birth, also certain things are useful. Birthing could be a traumatic event in a mother's life, but if there is adequate and sustained psychological support, this can be less traumatic. Mother has to be prepared psychologically for birthing during the pregnancy, and these days people are talking about birth companion in the labor room. I very strongly recommend presence of fathers during the birthing process. Unfortunately, in rural area, these kind of practices are not easily accepted, but even for our rural populace, we can encourage some of these practices. The environment in labor room should be gentle and friendly for both mother and the baby, and there should be some soft music in the labor room. Behavior of the staff in the labor room is also very important. No negative comments or no critical remarks should be passed during the birthing process. One important concept that now modern science is talking about is zero separation. It is said that if the baby gives a good cry at birth, the first thing to do is put the baby on mother's abdomen to provide immediate skin-to-skin contact, which should be continued for at least 1 to 2 hours. This provides a lot of psychological security and a positive stress-free experience for both mother and the baby. And finally, if the baby is low birth weight or preterm, this skin-to-skin care should be continued, and that is called kangaroo mother care. All these practices should be made universal if we are looking at providing conscious parenting to our future progeny. Thank you.
So that was a very nice elaboration by Dr. Kharod sir. We have a varied experts on our panel, and our experts from health, from education, from psychology, from obstetrics. So we will have further discussion on this. And to begin with, the role of motherhood may be the most important role for entire human race, that I think all of us agree. And what Kharod sir has conveyed is effective communication and effective support during antenatal care brings healthy motherhood. Everyone in the obstetric department should feel that I want to give birth to a healthy mother. The healthy baby and the healthy motherhood is so very important, and that begins with the positive pregnancy and maintaining healthy pregnancy. Now I would just like to highlight one point, and that is IPV, which I thought of even asking as a question in the previous sessions, and that is intimate partner violence. Intimate partner violence should be asked in the antenatal care as an inquiry if mother looks depressed during the pregnancy, and it has been mentioned in the guideline by WHO that you should inquire about the IPV, because that becomes a major factor for postpartum depression or depression during the pregnancy and the poor neonatal outcome. And of course, effective transition to positive labor and birth and achieving positive motherhood. The sir also described the positive childbirth experience, which are also the guidelines, as the mother should not just be medically safe in the labor room, she should also be psychologically and emotionally safe in the labor room. So it should be a mother-friendly labor room where she feels safe, she feels comfortable, and medical care is taken by the doctors, but also her emotional needs are addressed. And she should have a companion of choice, clear communication by maternity staff, pain relief strategies, and the labor position. These are the WHO guidelines. I think Dr. Prashant would elaborate on this.
The only thing we can infuse the mother's mind, that if she can understand, realize that she is not just bringing a matter made up of flesh and bones, but evolving soul. If she can realize and understand, and all the family members supports, then the whole perspective will change. So ultimately, if that thing will be can be ensured, can be mentally put into mind, then जदि जन तार भाव जे गोटे बर्तनशील गोटे आत्मा को से धारण करुच्ची एवं सेतिपई अन्य समस्ते जदि से भितर सचेतन हो जिवे ताहले ये पॉजिटिव पैरेंटिंग गुरा किसी असुविधा हेनी कहीं माँ निजे तार पॉजिटिव माइंड द बेस्ट विल हैपन सर्वोत्तम ही हम एवं केबे भी से डरबनी एंजाइटी रही तार अन्य किसी हेनी जो सब मेडिकल कजेस है ताकू भी से ठीक भाव में ग्रहण कर एटीट्यूड टुवर्ड्स लाइफ विल टोटली ऑलटुगेदर बी पॉजिटिव एवं सी तापर भी जोटा फैमिली सपोर्ट मिलला तापर निजे जहाँ करवा कथा जो क्रिएटिविटी आड़ को जीव जमी म्यूजिक सुनवा किसी पिक्चर देखा माने भल पिक्चर जोड़ाक तार किसी क्रिएटिव काम करवा ये सब भितर देखिए से तार समयटा अतिबाहित कर सागर कनेक्ट रब इवॉल्विंग सोल भितर अच्छी सागर सब से कनेक्ट लिंक एवं नंबर 2 हूँ जो पॉजिटिव बर्थिंग जोटा आसी जाऊँगी से प्रिपेयर्ड हो आगु जेहेतु यहाँ गाइडलाइन अच्छी आम भी काउंसिल वर्ल्ड फुल सर्कल जमी हो जाऊँगी आगुरी भी सेमती करा सेठीगर था एवं एंतुड़ीशाला पिलाटी जन्म होता माँ छुआ गोटे जगार रोते रूमिंग इन सांगे सांगे से करा आम से पुणी दूरे गले सो कॉल्ड साइंटिफिकली एडवांस होकर बर्तमान पुणी आउ थे कहूँ बेबी शुड बी डेलीवर्ड ऑन द मदर्स एब्डोमेन जोटा कि भी प्रैक्टिकल है केवल सीजन बेबी को छाड़ी बाकी सब प्रैक्टिकल है से जमी सार कहते स्किन टू स्किन कंटाक्ट हो फर्स्ट जिनस जो से निजे कॉन्शियस हम जो मो शिशु जी कि मुझे पर्यंत धरी थी एवं से हूँ इवॉल्विंग सोल से बर्तमान से आत्मा बर्तमान जन्म हो जो फिलिंगसटा जो फिलिंग ऑफ मदरहुड से जिन बेबी विल ऑल्सो रेसिप्रोकेट सो द मोमेंटम से गोटे पाइब गोटे एनर्जी मिल से मूव फॉरवर्ड एवं ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग तो सक्सेसफुल ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग से भी लीड कर जोटा कि पर आउ किसी असुविधा हेनी कि द राइट स्टार्ट टुवर्ड्स द जर्नी ऑफ लाइफ आउ जदि मुझे कहि डॉक्टर अलका विल यू प्लीज एलाबोरेट कैन यू समथिंग अबाउट पॉजिटिव pregnancy.
Yes, I just want to emphasize upon the positive experience childbirth. It is seen and it is surveyed that almost 34% of women are having psychological trauma of childbirth, and most of the women are, when they come for the second pregnancy, they will have that experience in their mind. Right. So as a obstetrician and gynecologist, we should have models, we should have some videos to show how they can experience the positive childbirth during that delivery. And we should also explain in detail about the analgesics, whatever medically we have to explain that analgesics, antibiotics, IV lines, everything. Over and above, we should provide them comfortable environment, complete comfortable environment with partner presence, with some light music, and we should introduce to the staff member if possible. If they know the staff members before their childbirth, otherwise suddenly they see new faces, they get anxious and afraid. The whole environment become very much tense and anxious. So we should convert the full childbirth process in a pleasant scenario, because the pain, the shouting, the screaming, it is really sometimes become traumatic to the mother. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Dr. Alpa, what is your actual practice where you are working? Does that hospital allow you this atmosphere, and have you created anything like that?
Yes, we are allowing partner in the normal delivery process. We are from beginning they can stay with them, even another family member like mother-in-law or the mother's mother can stay till she goes into full dilatation. When the childbirth is there, the one companion, whoever partner or mother wants to stay, they can stay during the childbirth. Even we allow them to cut the cord, and then they can give the baby to mother's chest immediately. So that we are allowing only during cesarean. Suppose we are planning for cesarean, we are not allowing the attender inside the operation theatre. Otherwise, during
you play music during labor?
Yeah, mild music, whatever we ask mother, if she wishes, we can play.
But you don't, promote it from your side, huh?
No, we don't promote, but if mother wish, we can ask. If she wants, we can play soft music and gentle massage during delivery process, analgesia, and liquids in between, more oxygen. We will ask them to do deep breathing. If they want to change mantra, all we are allowing during childbirth.
So the next question is how, I think you, Dr. Alpa, can throw light on this. Can you explain nurturing care for premature and low birth weight infants, and how do you support the parents of such infants? Because there is India is #1 in preterm births, India is #1 in low birth weight births. So how to receive these babies and how to support their parents?
That also we start, suppose if we are anticipating preterm labor because of IVF babies or twins babies, multiple gestation, suppose we are anticipating any preterm births, then from antenatal period of time only we are asking them to meet pediatrician, neonatologist. So before the delivery we start preparing them. So what will be the scenario after the delivery, and we give them details with meeting with the neonatologist. And after the delivery, neonatologists and pediatricians are playing a major role in explaining about the consequences and keeping them in NICU and breastfeeding and other things. Neonatologists and pediatricians are playing major roles. As a obstetrician, we are helping them to give breast milk, mother-child contact, allowing them to go to NICU, KMC, and other supportive care to mothers, which we from our sides we are giving as a obstetrician, as well as we are allowing them to come anytime inside the hospital with father, with other family members. So as mother as well as father can come anytime, any days they can come and see babies. It is not necessary to them stay inside the hospital even if baby is in NICU. So those things like continuous everyday meeting we can provide, and explanation about the situation of the baby. Those things we are nurturing in family.
Yeah. So it is very, very important to have access to the NICU and mother by the relatives. Does anyone want to elaborate on this? Anybody?
First of all, namaste to everyone, and really I am honored to be here, and my pranam to Dr. Shyama ma'am. She invited me. Thank you, Shyama ma'am. It's a really good conference, and we should know all these things because it's very important. Tomorrow is a suicidal prevention day, global suicidal prevention day. And this is the prevention part actually for suicides, the prenatal and parenting. Because I have found in my clinical experience so many people, they are suffering from depression and suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts, even attempted suicides. And I found everywhere this connection is from the prenatal, and also during the birth and after the birth. So during the birth experience, I want to tell that we mothers are actually transferring our traumas to our children, unknowingly, unintentionally, automatically. So if we have positive birth experience, so we have less trauma and we are happy. We have this happy hormones like dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, endorphin, because these all help in our labor, in context to our labor pain also, because they relaxes our muscles, because parasympathetic nervous system is then, activated. So the trauma is not there, happiness is there for the child. So we can transfer this happiness to our babies, because it's not a one-day work. This we hold it. Because in our subconscious mind, we hold these traumas. And our subconscious mind is the powerhouse. Our conscious brain is only 10%. And our subconscious brain is 50 to 60%. And unconscious 30 to 40%. So the conscious brain is only 10%, we cannot change the trauma.
But the
so
point
we
is
hold,
how to support the premature parents.
yeah.
you know.
So the how to I was telling about birth
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah.
Okay. So how to support the premature, children's parents? It's about to have the acceptance that first of all, psychologically, if we accept that this is the reality, that my baby is like this. So what we can do, we can act on it. We can understand it, we can make hopes, and we can act on it, how to act on my own emotion, own mental health, own physical health, upon diet correction, and also we can transfer it to our, children, how to make them, and also by the guidance of the doctors. As a psychologist, I can tell that because what we do in our own body, own mind, own self, that is automatically is going to the child, because we are aware of all those things, we are focusing on those things. So all the challenges we can overcome.
I
in that
understand,
way.
but this situation, I would just explain what is the situation, and I want everyone to be sensitive about it, is when life begins in loving arms of friends and family for most of the newborns. But what happens when life begins in an ICU? The baby is trapped with the wires and tubes under the incubator or warmer. The mother is separated. Mother doesn't know that she is a premature mother. With every premature birth, even the premature mother is born, she never thinks that she would have a premature delivery. And her role and her breastfeeding begins in medical and unfamiliar setting. She becomes parent in the hospital. And this can lead to insecure social bonds, and for her, breastfeeding can just become duty and not mutually satisfying experience. And therefore, it is very vital in this stage to bring mother and baby together, and fortunately, those are the WHO guidelines. Those are immediate KMC. KMC or skin to skin within 2 hours of birth or within first 24 hours of birth, because if you practice zero separation, then whatever bond which was formed during the pregnancy and was broken with the premature delivery can be resumed by the kangaroo mother care. Because human touch is the earliest sense to develop in the fetus, and babies who experience touch thrive. But we should understand that the babies experience negative touch, and they also experience positive touch. What is negative touch is our NICU environment, not to touch the baby, loud sounds, bright lights, and preterm remains isolated and deprived of all the mechanosensory stimulation. But there is, when you put the baby on mother's sensory inputs regulate physiology of the newborn, and these babies are much stable. And not only that, when you bring mother and baby together, it brings behavioral changes in the mother. And that is in the form of bonding, protection, and improved lactation. And that's what we want mother to do. We want mother to bond with the baby, her premature baby, because initially they may not even like to hold the baby, like to look at the baby, because baby is 1000 gram, 1200 gram, 1500 gram. But when you bring the mother and baby together in skin to skin, mother starts liking the baby, starts feeling competent, she does not feel helpless, she does not feel separated, and that also would prevent the postpartum depression. And that is what is kangaroo mother care, and that is the touch that gives life, as Vani ma'am rightly emphasized, that it satisfies and it makes the baby feel in the familiar environment. As a fetus also, baby used to hear mother's voice and used to hear mother's heart sounds. Now baby's all senses are stimulated by mother's touch. Baby can hear mother's voice, can taste mother's milk, can look at the mother, because that much is the vision of the baby, and can smell the mother. And this is the positive touch that gives life. So I wanted to emphasize that the family support is now a new guideline for the care of the preterm and the kangaroo mother care. So preventive and promotive care, that is in kangaroo mother care, and also the family support. So I would say it is time now to define father's role, because everybody keeps saying mother should do this, mother should do that, but then father also has to have a defined role, what he has to do. If the mother has delivered prematurely and mother cannot come to the ICU, father can come to the ICU and can provide skin to skin till mother is ready. and father's presence would make mother feel sharing of responsibilities, it would improve her lactation, it would make her feel at the right place, and she would not feel alone in such an extraordinarily stressful environment. So that was just the emphasis, and always I would like to spread this message that please support premature babies' parents, because they are premature parents. They need extra guidance, they need extra support, and they need lot of patience and lot of care. Next. You want to add?
So what we learnt now, that premature baby doesn't mean that she will be, of course, it seems very vulnerable. Usually this height of a very small, बहुत छोटे छोटे जन्म है, 1 किलो 1.5 किलो कि 1200 ग्राम तौल को आम भावुँ से बचो गोटे क्वेश्चन मार्क आसी आम भितर जे से कौन सतरे भल हम धरी पारि कि नहीं ये गोटे स्कैरी सिचुएशन नहीं कि माँ निजे फेस करे किंतु से आमको आगुरी यदि काउंसलिंग करा पड़े बिकज आम जब इम्यूनेट है जना पड़ा जे से हम ही हम प्रीमेच्योर से आगुरी काउंसलिंग आम कर सारी एवं जो हम से फुल सपोर्ट दरकार एज अदर फैमिली मेंबर्स एज केयर गिवर्स एज ऑल द सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ अराउंड हर जे आम ऑल वे ट्राइंग टू सपोर्ट हर आउ गोटे कथा कही रखे जे यहाँ कंगारू मदर के प्रोटेक्ट्स पुटरू खाली हाइपोथर्मिया को प्रोटेक्ट करेनी नेचुरली स्किन टू स्किन कंटाक्ट हाइपोथर्मिया इज द ग्रेटेस्ट साइलेंट किलर दैट इज द नंबर 1 किलर फॉर द प्रीटर्म बेबीज स्पेशली सो से प्रोटेक्टेड है कि छड़ा इन्फेक्शन भी प्रोटेक्टेड हुए इन्फेक्शन रक्षा मिले ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग इनिशिएशन ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग एनहांस करे एनकरेज करे माने अर्ली ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग एंड सैटिस्फैक्टरी ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग सस्टेन ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग इट ऑल्सो गिव्स ए माइलस्टोन फाउंडेशन सो केएमसी आम जमी प्रमोट करने कहवा तेणु केते समय सेमती किसी ना इवेन बापा भी करें नॉट नेसेसरी खाली माँ कर घरे जब माँ कभी अन्य कौटी कम जाऊँगी घर कम व्यस्त अच्छी से बापा कि अन्य किए करेंगे छाती भितर लगे देवार अच्छी दुईटा ब्रेस्ट मझीरे और छुआ को प्रोन करके शो मैंने उल्टा पेट पटेटा अपनी छाती में लगे गोटे इम्प्रोवाइज करके बहुत बैग भी आम बाहर आदित्य सार से कम कर तेणु कंगारू मदर केयर पर बहुत रिपीटेडली आम आम हिसाब से चुबाटा केते दूर इफेक्टिव होते आम कहूँ भी एसेंशियल डिस्चार्ज है बेलू बेबी धर भल है डिस्चार्ज है 1819 है 1200 ग्राम छुआटा 18 डिस्चार्ज करूँ कि कहूँ गोटे कंडीशन भी करूँ जे कंगारू बेग रे तू नहीं आसिले जाइए आम फॉलोअप करूँ इनश्योर कराऊँ एनकरेज कराऊँ के आणुन के आणुना मुझे कही रखे ये केएम हॉस्पिटल आम जो जाइलु से देखुली जे पेरेंट्स ऑल्सो व्हाइल कमिंग इन द बस फॉर द फॉलोअप ऑफ द बेबीज प्रीटर्म बेबीज दे कम विथ द बैग्स विथ कंगारू मदर केयर इंटैक्ट ऑल थ्रू आउट तो सीटा जब हम आम इनश्योर कर तार थर्मल प्रोटेक्शन है प्रिवेंशन फ्रॉम इन्फेक्शन है ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग भी हम ऑब्वियसली से निहाती गोटे बहुत इंडिस्पेंसेबल गोटे डिस्कवरी जोटा कि आम प्रोफेसर शशिवाणी द लिजेंड द पायोनियर आम प्रति निश्चित भाव में सब मन रखा एवं केमिति सेटा रूट लेवल को जीव आम समस्त से दायित्व रहा से अंगीकारबद्धता जब रहा यहाँ किसी फलप्रद हो पार आम कंगारू मदर केयर प्रीटर्म बेबी आम सब भावु सर कहि डॉक्टर पति अच्छा पानपति सर मु खाली कही रखे जोटा अच्छी आम भावुँ जे आउ गोटे कथा आम जेहेतु कॉन्शियसनेस कहूँ कॉन्शियसनेस इज नॉट ओनली अवेयरनेस मुझे कही रखे जे कॉन्शियसनेस इज नॉट ओनली रिवॉल्व्स अराउंड अवेयरनेस सेल्फ अवेयरनेस अच्छी चारिपटे आम जाऊँ विषय अवेयर हवा खाली नुहे इट गोज बियॉन्ड दैट कहीं गोटे मोटिव फोर्स जोटा कि सस्टेन कर अदरवाइज जब कॉन्शियस आम हेलु प्रेगनेंट आगुरी प्रेगनेंसी आगुरी प्रेगनेंसी बेले भी हेलु कि छाड़देलु तेणु लाइफ इज ए डायनामिज्म सो ऑल्सो हेल्थ ऑल्सो इज ए डायनामिज्म इट्स नॉट ए स्टैटिक थिंग सो अकॉर्डिंग टू एनवायरनमेंट तार बेबी तार मदर तार सराउंडिंग तार फैमिली मेंबर्स एटीट्यूड ये सब सांगे से गोटे डायनामिक गोटे स्ट्रगल करा पड़ी था बेबी को तेणु आम से दृष्टि कॉन्शियसनेसटा जब इनफ्यूज करा पड़ो सब लिंक रखिब माँ निजे एवं कौन से डरबनी जदि छुआ अच्छी एसेंशियल आम मुझे लिखी गोटे से लाइफ स्टोरी 715 ग्राम्स गोटे बेबी इन एसेंशियल आरजीएच आम तो भावुँ से बचेबनी किंतु आम पर आश्चर्य हलु द पावर ऑफ प्रेयर द कलेक्टिव प्रेयर ऑफ माय स्टाफ ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव नॉट इग्नोर्ड द साइंटिफिक मेथड्स which should be adopted for a preterm baby of 715 grams 26 weeks baby preterm थिला तेणु से देन वी जो डिस्चार्ज है ऑफकोर्स वी बियॉन्ड द प्रोटोकॉल आम 2 months रखी से जाऊ ये ता भर भी अच्छी जे जड़े भल पॉजिटिव माइंड सब रही maybe something गोटे जिनस बहुत सटल जिनस इट गोज बियॉन्ड आवर अंडरस्टैंडिंग इन डिस्क्रिप्शन सेठी आमे कहूँ जे समथिंग जोटा कि गॉड कहतु कि गोटे फोर्स कि अनसीन फोर्स व्हाट एवर किंतु तार गोटे रोल निश्चित भाव में अच्छी आम समस्ते से केबे ना केबे आग्री होइथिबा जे आमे सब किछि कला परे भी सब किछि मेथड सब ठीक जो अडॉप्ट करथिबा तथापि बेले बेले we lose the baby most of the time, usually the preterm babies. ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମେ ଏଗୁଡ଼ାକୁ ମନେ ରଖିବା. These are also improved. ଯେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରେୟାର ଗୋଟେ କରାଯାଏ, କଲେକ୍ଟିଭ ପ୍ରେୟାର କରାଯାଏ, ସିନ୍ସିୟରଲି କରାଯାଏ and ଗୋଟେ କମ୍ୟୁନିକେଟ୍ କରାଯାଏ ବେବି ସାଙ୍ଗରେ, as if the baby interact କରାଯାଏ ତା ସାଙ୍ଗରେ, ତ baby cannot reciprocate, but we go on infusing the thought that you will be all right, you will be all right, you will be all right. You have to come up to the normal. ଆଉ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଛି ତୁ ଭଲ ହେଇଯିବୁ, ଏଇଭଳିଆ ଜିନିଷ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଇନଫ୍ୟୁଜ୍ କରୁଥିବା ତାହେଲେ ବେବି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଭଲ ହେବ. ଆଜି କେୟାର ଗିଭର୍ସ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ ଭ୍ୟୁ ମୁଁ କହୁଛି, ମଦରକୁ ବି ସପୋର୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ, ନହେଲେ ସି ମେ ଲ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ଟୁ ଦ ସୁଇସାଇଡାଲ ଟେଣ୍ଡେନ୍ସି, ଡିପ୍ରେସନ୍ ଏଣ୍ଡ ଅଲ୍ ଦ ଥିଙ୍ଗସ୍. ଯଦି ତାକୁ ସେପାରେସନ୍ ବେଶୀ ସମୟ ରଖାଯିବ, ଏସେନ୍ସିଆଲି ହେବ ତାର ସେ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ସବୁବେଳେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନବାଚୀ ଥିବ, whether my baby will thrive or not, whether she will come back to me, whether I can breastfeed my baby or not. এইভাবে অনেক প্রশ্নକୁ ସେ ଯେଉଁଗୁଡ଼ା ଯାଏ ସେଟାକୁ ମୁଁ ତୋଫାନ ପରି ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ପଚାରୁଛି ଏବେ ଏକ୍ସପର୍ଟ ହିସାବରେ. ସାର୍ଙ୍କର ତ ଭାଷ୍ଟ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ଅଛି ଆଜ୍ ଏ ମେଣ୍ଟାଲ ହେଲ୍ଥ ସ୍ପେଶାଲିଷ୍ଟ, ସେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ଆମକୁ ଏଥିରେ ଦିଗଦର୍ଶନ ଦେବେ. ସାର୍
Thank you, Dr. Patra. Before I start, let me admit one thing. Any term you want to define, conscious approach to treatment, conscious rearing of children, it can have an eclectic variety of diverse definitions, which what I feel, this is the backdrop against which I shall be mentioning and stating my words. To me it means where we use consciousness as the prime force in understanding the patient, communicating with the patient and giving the treatment depending on the consciousness to work along with our efforts. This is my feeling, that is the backdrop against which I am going to express my views. Mental health concerns in this year 0 to 5 years, I would like to prepone it before 0, before conception, because there is enough evidence that stress before planning for depression, planning for conception also affect the fate of the fetus and personality of the child after it is born. One example, there is a famous study, it was called the Project iSterm in US. It was just published just before the corona virus attack. They have followed of all the babies born exposed to the iSterm over a period of 7 years, and it was found that those who were exposed to that, even before they became pregnant, they had at the age of around 5 years less cognitive development. That cognitive development impairment may not amount to mental retardation, but in a group analysis it was less, which means that if you are exposed to some stress before planning for pregnancy, it can also affect. Second, if someone is having a mental illness before planning for pregnancy, one has to be very much meticulous about the aims schemes we discussed in the morning. One has to include the presence of mental illness. At times we do not express it, how it harms. Then the major decision comes when the person is going to go through the phase of pregnancy, whether to continue the medicines or not. Most of the medicines used in mental disorders where treatment is essential, suppose bipolar affective disorder, they belong to the safest category is category C. Then what to do? It has to be with proper education and proper step. We cannot tell that we will give up the child, nor we can tell that we can give up the mother. And it has got further implication. A person with prior mental disorder is more susceptible to have the postpartum illness as well as mental illness exacerbation during the disease, and that will impair her ability to take care of the child later on also. So treatment of mother cannot be excluded, that we all still stop the medicine and you manage with only haloperidol or this, that is not possible practically. So one has to come to a stage. In my practice, all these cases I refer to the obstetrician stating that these are the medicines, she has to continue, and you This is a risk category because at times the new medicines that have come up that do not appear in the pharmacopoeia with the risk category definition. And let us decide. Let us invite a consultation liaison. That will be essential in many cases, and BPAD rate is very high. In India its incidence is very high. In India mental illness prevalence is 14.3%. Load is, we miss them, and some lady may develop a mental illness during pregnancy, and next there may be postpartum mental illness. All these things have to be scientifically approached, whether to treat, how to treat. Blanket guideline, initially try to avoid the psychotropics which will cause harm, and if there is recurrence or if the symptoms worsen, one has to think of giving medicine, then which is the safest medicine. Then comes the trauma due to any, suppose the person is having repeated children born with low birth weight. That is a trauma. It has been found. Those who has been miscarriages 1 or 2 or 3 times, or a mother is pregnant and one of her child expires, this has a significant effect on the development of the fetal neural system. And all these are documented with very much well. The total review was published recently in World Mental Health. It was a review on perinatal psychiatric care all over the globe. It was a review article. So these things are also important.
Thank you, sir. So mental health aspect we outright we can go later on also. It's a vast area which is interspersed with all the areas which we will be dealing with. So next is bonding and attachment. So it is most vital to the development. As you know, life without bonding is no life, isn't it? So everyone wants to be bonded with a bonding, mutual bonding with love and affection. Everyone wants, not only children but every one of us. So the bond, how should it be? How should it be nurtured with? What should be the nurturing care which can ensure the proper bonding between the mother and baby? Can I ask Dr. Madan for the answer? Then I will go to next part.
Yeah. We have heard that so many things. I am really worried about it from the public health point of view. Because I see that there are so many guidelines available, so many very meticulously scientific evidence are available. And for whom? Where the facilities are available? If there is a good pediatrician at the SNCU, he or she can implement the things which are available, or the staff nurse are available. And a conscious mother or conscious parents are available, they can do all these things. But most of the things happening in our society, most of the parents, most of the children are biological accidents, where the mother may have an instinct to have the child, and but in the environment there may not be any real environment for the child. So in that context we are discussing many things.
Yes.
So my concern is that these are happening, that the psychological, if we can give a good psychological environment, if we give the physical things, if we give the everything, the child can grow in a very positive way, as we have seen in the screen. But how to develop these things?
We have already discussed mother prepared. Taking into consideration the consciousness perspective,
we are thinking that
then how to sustain.
Where the mother is prepared, there we are thinking, but that is a very small portion of the society, that I am saying. Very small portion of the society, where also there is a difficulty. And there also the bonding, and we see that the bonding is very important. In that case, we have already heard that the skin to skin and toes is very important, and breast is important, and how the eye contact is important. We have all learned that things. So all these things can be taught to the mother, how to have the skin to skin toes, how the breastfeeding, and how the eye to eye contact, how to how the mother can naturally when there are so many sounds in the environment, the mother can listen to the sound of the child. That is instinct, that is available. But sometimes due to pressure in the modern society, there is a pressure to the mother for the working environment and other things. Sometimes they lose their instinct. So if that can be made available by the system, that the mother who has a child should have that environment where that can guide and that can retain the instinct of listening to the child. Also the subtle aspect of the child she can perceive. So that is important, but that the system can do. And if the system is not conscious, however the mother is conscious, what she can do, because there is other pressure where the mother is diverted.
Yes.
That is the concern.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Sanghamitra, if you want to add something?
Yeah. So there are different attachment styles in psychology, like secure attachment, fearful attachment, anxious attachment, and avoidant attachment. Now the question is, because the mother is not ready to have a child, sometimes we see, so the avoidant attachment also comes, fearful attachment also comes. Even all these things, skin to skin touch, everything, she is doing mechanically, superficially, not inside. So the main thing, the whole system, we have to reverse from the prenatal education. Before, when the class 12 children, when they are studying, we have to taught from there, so as to they can choose properly, right choice, so that their happiness can bring happy children. Or not only mother, even full couple, because as we have seen that thing is already, before conception, the thing is already there. This soul she is attracting through her mental pattern, through the husband's mental pattern. Both of the mental pattern are attracting the child, and the soul is there. And in the fertilization, soul is entering, right? So now the thing is, because if they are happy, specifically happy, loving and understanding, these three things. So if it is there, automatically all these things will not come. So if we can understand that our true identity is Satchit Anandamay, I will take a spiritual perspective, and we all are eternal consciousness and happy inside, not outside. So automatically, if we buy a car, if we buy a house, we are happy. So if we are bringing a child, if we know that awareness that this is my child, already happiness will come, all the oxytocin, all of the hormones will come. So my question is, what I feel is that we have to reverse the process from there to here, because from here if we go, there are so many things and so many detailing. And this is the reason the environment should be loving them, because father is happy that we are bringing a child, mother will be happy, the sibling, if the sister and brother is there, they will be happy. The environment should also be the loving, because otherwise the emotional pollution is happening due to cortisol, stress hormone. Because now our normal state has become stress, not the love and peace. So how to do that? That is the question, the awareness and everything.
Thank you,
and
thank
the
you.
trainings as well.
So what should be the bond? It should be based on love and affection and care. The care, this food around, it's not cure. It is only the care. Now the whole process of healthcare is pressing on that care attitude. So the caring based on bond and bonding of based on love and affection. But how can you define if it is how much love, how much bond? It may be love versus pampering, or somewhat desire versus needs. It may so develop, and the baby may find, or the child may later on may demand, may be more demanding. So as an expert, this question go to Professor S.K. Senapati, that whether our textbooks, our curriculum, can we, or have you ever written anything about that? Whether the curriculum should be made like that to infuse these thoughts to the adolescent girls. Those would be mothers. And also how to build up the care and bond of love during school, preschools.
Thank you. I'm really very happy to be part of this program. Because I am not from medical side, I'm professor of education. Recently, we have come out with a national curriculum framework for school education. Before that, for foundation stage. For the first time, we are going to put a lot of focus on this foundational stage. That is why we are going to develop a system of education based on Indian ethos. And the schooling will be 15 years of schooling in place of 12 years. Now we have 10+2 pattern, and instead of that we are going to have 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, that 15 years of schooling. And out of these 15 years, that 5 years, that foundation stage, that means class 1 and 2 and 3 years of preschool will be integrated with that. And there we are talking about the holistic education, because it is not we are going to teach them the alphabet, only the cognitive domain. Along with the cognitive domain, the socio-emotional aspect and the physical and other aspect we are going to take care of. That is why in the national curriculum framework that is meant for the founder stage, so far the Indian philosophy is concerned, now we are talking about this Panchakos, that Annamaya course, then Pranamaya course, then Manomaya course, then Vijnanamaya course and Anandamaya course. Because in medical science, in psychology, education, we know that cognitive, affective and psychomotor. But from Indian perspective, that we are going to give Indian touch, so that at least this spiritual side, that we are talking about the consciousness, and that will be strengthened, because it is not only the cognitive development that will help our children to become good citizen of this country. It is emotional development that is going to play very significant role. That is why in National Policy 2020 focus is on affective domain, because one of the vision of this policy is to develop respect for fundamental duties that is related to affective domain. And what is missing in our classroom, in our schooling, in school process, two things are missing. There is no emotion in our classroom, there is no action. And what is there in the syllabus, what is there in the curriculum, that is being transacted in a very mechanical way, so that students will secure good mark in exam. That is why you will find a paradigm shift. Now we are talking about holistic education, along with the physical and psychological, emotional, that means there will be spiritual aspect, that is going to be highlighted, so that we can give Indian touch and highlight the Indian ethos, and we can really bring about change in the system of education. That is why for the first time the focus is on this early childhood education and care, and first time in the country after independence we have come out with a national curriculum for foundation stage, and we are talking about this play, toy based pedagogy and conversation, art, craft, music, dance, and bonding with the nature, and they let them go outside the classroom, let them interact with the nature, and that means all sort of activities which will help in their holistic development. That is the concern, that is the focus of this national policy on education 2020, and we are giving a lot of focus on this foundation stage. If foundation is strong, then in future there will be no problem. And we are talking about this emotional health, and that is most important, talking about inclusion, and that is the most important thing. But practically what is happening in our system, this class 1 is extended to preschool, and from the early stage we are trying to teach our children alphabets. That is not stage appropriate, that is not age appropriate, and that is why we have come out with a different national curriculum framework, so that at least whatever we are going to provide them, that will help them in their emotional development, in their holistic development, and the instruction, that environment will be very conducive, that will match to their cognitive level, and that will match to their emotional need and requirement, and so that they can do something in future. They ultimately will be good citizen of this country. That is the purpose of designing a different type of curriculum, keeping in view the Indian ethos, so that we can really prepare our children for the whole world, because not only we are talking about citizenship education, we are talking about global citizenship and good human being, that we can create by providing right type of education. That is why putting lot of emphasis on this foundation stage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It is need of the hour, the early childhood development, and I think we need to teach children the cognitive and emotional development as well as cognitive and emotional coping mechanism. And that cognitive and emotional coping mechanisms are very important to maintain the relationship. Parenting is a relationship. It is not just one time thing, and that relationship evolves with the positive experiences, and that is why we just want to talk about why early child development is important. I will just speak for a minute on this, and then we'll have a question. That the science of early childhood development is there are the development of 1 million connections developing over the per second. This is okay, there's not, this effect is not coming. So in the early years, the first 3 years, emotionally nourishing relationships lay foundation for lifelong health and well-being, and also benefits the next generation. And that is why the early years matter the most, where child develops loving relationship with the mother, and the mother loves to nurture the baby, not just raise the baby. You nurture is, totally a different aspect, and the first month of life is once in a lifetime opportunity for children to begin their journey for unlocking their full potential. And this, as many connections they develop in their brain, that 1 million connections are developing per second, and those synaptic connections can make the baby reach the full potential. And first 1000 days is most critical, when the brain grows faster than at any other time, where 80% of the baby's brain is formed by age 3. And for the healthy brain development in these years, child needs safe, secure, loving environment with the right nutrition and stimulation from parents as well as caregivers. And it becomes a foundation of health and well-being that benefits last for the lifetime and also are carried into next generation. So the next question is, what is nurturing care, and what are the nurturing care components that has the magical benefits of even benefiting the next generation and giving the benefits for the lifelong? Would Dr. Alpa would like to answer?
Yeah, you have already explained what is nurturing and what is taking care. Taking care means taking care of food, clothes, cleanliness, hygiene, health. It is called like taking care, like any caregiver or anybody can do. But nurturing is bonding with the baby. Like you should feel that baby is not your property or not somebody smaller in this world. It is like a separate human being. So you should act like if you are acting with another human being, with full respect, full love, and full full demand. Like demand means baby, if a baby is saying something in whatever language, you should listen it with full attention, full love, and then you should answer it in that way properly, without any ego or without any self bias. So if you act like that, it is called nurturing. So you are nurturing baby with their demand and with full love and affection, and putting your ego and your ideas besides. And in that you can use tools like music, stories, singing, playing with babies, what as per the age of the baby you can play with the babies. So this is called nurturing the baby.
Yeah. So rightly said, it means keeping the baby safe, healthy, well nourished, paying attention and responding to their needs and interests, and encourage them to explore their environment and interact with the caregivers and others. What they say is that there are, with the millions of connections, the genetic pattern is everybody is born with, and that is developed, that is driven by thousands of years of experience. But these genes are exposed or they are steered by positive experiences. So that is called epigenesis. The repeated positive experiences that the baby experiences, and these genes, they are expressed, and the baby can reach the full potential, and the positive genes are expressed. And there are the components of the nurturing care, and as you can see, there are 5 components of nurturing care. First is good health. Now good health of not just the baby but also the caregiver, and these are the WHO guidelines, and they are emphasizing on the mental and the physical health of the caregiver as well as the child. The second is adequate nutrition for the caregiver as well as for the child. Third is responsive caregiving. Fourth is safety and security of both the parents and the child, and how to provide opportunities for early learning. So these are the 5 components of nurturing care, and this is what we need to train parents for, and this is what the parents need to express. Like to ask next.
So responsive caregiving is most vital, and responsive caregiving not only taking care, but the needs and what are the daily, time to time, what are the baby needs, that we have to understand and accordingly act. And also you may see that there is nothing like all the massage oil and other things. I am not uttering that words. So and such is necessary, some vitamins, minerals, these are secondary. But whatever things, what Professor Senapati reiterated, that it is emotional bonding, that emotional health should be taken care of first. The responsive caregiving means mother should be emotional. That emotional health of the mother should be intact, and she should deliver the emotional healing vibrations to the baby, so that the baby will automatically grow and will have a right momentum for the journey. So next is when the mothers used to ask, sir, nurturing care is कहते care तक तेल लगा हो कि नहीं, बोले तेल किसी लगेगा दरकार नहीं, तेल बंद हो जाइए, खाली गोटे जिनस तुम बाहर करिवो एइठु टिके हृदय टिके स्नेह बाहर करिवो और ताकू लगेबो. तो ता अर्थ होला जे जदी हमें कहूचे तेल एसो कोन होची तेल भीतर अलग जिनस चल जाउ, सब एक्सटर्नल जिनस सब आछि, मो भीतर जदी गोटे खुशीटे आसुची किछि तार दरकार की मसाज हैज इट्स रोल. बट बर्तन समय हम जेतो न्यूबॉर्न कथा पड़छे ताले न्यूबॉर्न एस्पेक्ट रे मसाज इज नॉट नेसेसरी. तो ओनली अप्लाइंग ऑयल इज एनफ. तो नर्चरिंग केयर ए सब जिनस रे हम केबे डिविएट हबानी. फर्स्ट कथा होची हम केयर नबा बेबी रो कोन नीड अछि एवं टाइम टू टाइम जहाँ सब तार आवश्यकता ताको पूर्ण करिया पड़िबो. जेमति बेबी रो फर्स्ट होची वार्मथ इज द बर्थ राइट, आउ तार एयर तापर होची ऑक्सीजन, सेटा भी बर्थ राइट. ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग इज आल्सो बर्थ राइट. तो किछि आमे दया करूने. तो ये तीनटा जिनस तापई निहाती दरकार. तो रेस्पॉन्सिव पेरेंट्स माने एटा बुझिबा दरकार ये तीनटा जिनस इंडिस्पेंसेबल अविच्छेद्य. तो एटा निहाती आमे ताको देबे पड़िबो इन एडिशन टू अदर कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ नर्चरिंग केयर. Thank you.
Asking to wind up. We're asking to wind up so we can ask this last question and we can answer.
Next question होची हमें.
So in nurturing care, that bond is secure, attachment is secure attachment, and the child feels safe, and they will not go for suicide or self-harm. And when they will, because the secure attachment gives the safety, this is the best attachment. And another is in psychosexual development, Freudian psychosexual development, this is the oral phase. So in oral phase, if the baby is satisfied, then the baby has very good self-confidence, self-esteem, and he or she will learn the skills, life skills, to cultivate resilience. So if he or she is in a bullying situation or any other situation in the later part of the growth, then they can have that skill, because he or she has this nurturing care, and it is a lifelong process, this nurturing care, because of neuroplasticity and epigenesis. These two things. So these will build a very good human being who will be people will be proud of, and he or she will be proud of the birth. And globally they will be doing something because we all come for a purpose in our life. So that will be successful in all aspects, overall health, well-being, development and growth. Thank you.
So next issue which is most burning and which happening day in day out everywhere in and around our home and family, in schools, everywhere. So how to deal with the babies or children who have been given, it's not that baby demands, it is given by parents, to make them deliberately unmindful or unconscious or subconscious, so that their work can be accomplished very smoothly. So they like feeding. The baby doesn't know what he or she feeds on, or what is the taste, how much, nothing. Of course, the body is a very smart instrument. We should remember it's a smart and conscious instrument. It's not just non-living matter. So it knows, it gives the vibration, it gives the messages that yes, the stomach may tell that I am full. But when the child, when he is engaged in the mobile and simultaneously feeding, so he cannot know how much he is taking, what is the texture, what is the taste of the food, and how much the quantity, doesn't know. So either the obesity will happen or This will be dyspepsia and other things, other aberrations, the health will occur inevitably. So let us put this question, how to get it up, how to address this issue, that we cannot go back that because gadgets throw it out. We cannot throw all the gadgets from the reach of the children. But how to deal with this, how to address this issue? Madan Bhai, first go on. Dr. Madan Pradhan.
This is a great problem coming up, but to address this in mass, it is I am not able to think. But there are example, mothers are there. I have a niece who was prevented her son for 3 years not to see a TV, not to hold the mobile will be away from the home. She could do that. So it is possible, and some who are so much conscious in that sense, they are able to do. So we have to see how the mother can be conscious that what is the bad effect of a mobile, what is the bad effect of the digital instruments, what is this microwaves, how they are working in the brain, all these things as we touch for this, and those who are mobile, and also now mobiles are available in the remote tribal area also, but we do not know how the mobiles are used in, the Android phones are mainly used in the city-based mothers. So that needs a high level of awareness in that sense. So after that awareness, how they will be conscious, and they will be conscious mother, that is a difficult question, how to tackle.
So it's a fanciful thing also.
But the examples are there, they are able to do.
Can I say something?
Sir.
This is also hereby my attention to Madan. I don't admire or I don't promote children being restricted from use of mobile phones. Reason number one, it is more detrimental for the development of a child if we make a double-bind communication.
Yes.
You go to school, the teacher tells, I am going to take your class at 8 p.m. You go online and attend it. All these years of Corona and COVID panic, I feel those are the unfortunate children who have lost their childhood. They have lost their peer group interaction in exchange for a deeper interaction with parents who are always cuddling with each other. What gain they got? And when you tell you read, you study, engineering students, hardly 17, 18, 19 years old, half of his classes are being taken online. If you have to go search for anything, it is not available in books. Books are very costly, you have to go online. Then what right we have to tell you go online for these 4 hours, then you stop and don't pray? Morally, it is a double-bind communication which will fail at any cost. Second, whenever mothers come to me, many mothers, sir say, he is playing only playing how much marks he has gotten, 80%. Okay, the average mark. Please give me your mobile number and show your screen time. You will find most of the mothers who come from a upper middle class group, they don't have to do this whole core of household works. They spend their time on, especially on Instagram, right? Especially on Instagram, Star Maker, and all the social media they have. If your screen time is per day 8 hours, and you are at the age of 40, what right you have to tell a 10-year, 11-year kid whose brain is acting much faster than you, for whom information load is much more? He goes to his peer, he tells, have you seen Open Nimmer? No. So he will go. It is once we have control ourselves, right, and we give the alternatives, unless we give the alternatives available, the strict determination, don't expose yourself to Blu-ray, does not serve any purpose. Neither ethical nor moral. Just eradicating Blu-ray does not mean anything. And I don't cater to that group of thought that seeing something on screen will stimulate that activity. Never. There are enough studies to imply that suicide is, now it is, suicide is the common talk of it, cannot be implanted by TVs.
Sir.
You see it, you commit it. You can get means to commit it. You can know means. Suicide is highest among doctors. Among doctors, highest among anesthetists. Then come the psychiatrists who have got access to the means of committing suicide. There the rate is higher. So this goes. I differ from that. And about the developmental stages Madam referred, There are many theories, Freudian theories of psychosexual development, oral, anal, phallic, latent and genital, Ericksonian theory of conflicts, Bowlby's theory of attachment, who is little progressive, and he tells that children learn through their own experiences. Attachment is related to what he was telling, developing conception of security, and then detachment from the attachment is also needed, otherwise one will become bound to the house. And Jean Piaget's theory of cognitive development, I do not want to, but what I want to impress to me and to most of the people who try to feel for the child, all these processes come on simultaneously, and most of the processes over by the age of 5 years, which we are discussing today.
Sir.
And what we need to do, we have to understand it, appreciate it to this level,
Sir.
that we can communicate to the parents. Unless we see it, and if you communicate and exercise in one patient and be successful, it will give you enough courage to do it for others. One has to be personally convinced that these are the things I have to do, has to be done. Had that vibe in my child, I would have done this. No discourse, and then it begins how I communicate to my patient. The art of communication has to be there, and with due apology to the pediatric friends of mine, of the pediatricians of my age who are in Cuttack and Bhubaneswar, they see not less than 100 patients a day. I wonder how can they effectively communicate.
Right. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for addressing this issue. But we cannot get away with the gadgets. We cannot remove them or from the reach of the children. But the main concern is we should not simultaneously mix up the things. Suppose eating. Suppose feed is given, and the food is taking food. But taking food should not be combined with viewing mobiles. How can we do that? Should be role modeling issues there. With the parents themselves, they can act as a role model, then only the children can learn. It's not by advising them. So because we have conducted a health checkup camp in our schools of 650 students, there we found almost 60% of students from class 1 to 12. Okay. They are just simultaneously seeing the mobile while taking food. So at least we counsel the parents just should change their behavior, and accordingly we hope that it will be done. Thank you, sir. So we thank you all our esteemed panelists, our esteemed experts. Maybe for lack of time, we very exhaustive. We took up only very few questions.
Prasanna Kumar Sahu to kindly come to the stage to felicitate our dignitaries. Dr. Prasanna Kumar Sahu, kindly come to the stage to felicitate our dignitaries. Thank you, panelists, experts, and moderators for this thought-provoking session. I request the audience
to
a big round of applause. Kindly move to the center of the stage for the memento. Dr. Deepa Banker. Dr. Deepa Dr. Prashant Kumar Patra.
Now I request sir to felicitate Dr. Tofan Pati. Sir, please felicitate Dr. Sangamitra Sao Sengupta. Dr. Alpha Kakkar. Dr. Madan Mohan Pradhan.
we'll start the next session on the causes, prevention and management of autism. We invite the moderators of this session onto the stage. Dr. Debasish Panigrahi, Consultant Pediatric Neurologist at Jagannath Hospital. Dr. Nihar Ranjan Biswal, Assistant Professor of Neurology, SCB Medical College. We request the panelists. I request Sanghamitra ma'am to stay on the stage as she is in this panel. Dr. Juan Guillon, he is specialized in pediatrics and cranial osteopathy. Dr. Sumana Panda, she is at present serving as District Homeopathy Medical Officer, Cuttack Circle. Dr. Seema Parija, Assistant Professor Psychiatry, SCB Medical College, Cuttack.
Professor Juan Guillon.
She said.
Yes.
Please take the stage until we invite the experts for the session. Dr. Sashivani, she needs no further introduction. Dr. Yogesh Mohan
Autism Sama Final.
and Professor Dr. Neelamadhav Ratha sir.
AUTI. Autism Sama Final last time.
We request the experts of this session to ascend the stage. Dr. Shashivani, Dr. Yogesh Mohan and Professor Dr. Neelamadhav Ratha.
That is 4:30 to 5:30.
But I wanted to take the most out of you.
Ma'am, Dr. Yogesh Mohan and Professor Neelamadhav Ratha. Requesting the experts to kindly come to the stage. Dr. Yogesh Mohan, Professor Dr. Neelamadhav Ratha.
Okay. So, a warm good evening to one and all. So, it's a very proud and nostalgic moment for me because to be here. I am a student of AUROBINDO school. I have read from nursery to class 10th in SAE under Sambalpur. And we used to do study circle and we used to school trip to Pondicherry also. I have a lot of very good moments from the school, and I am really a proud alumni of AUROBINDO school because they not only teach you subject but also invite values in you. So it's a good and very emotional moment for me to be in this faculty in this conference. Now, not wasting any time, we'll go to the topic today. So today we'll discuss on autism spectrum disorder. तो ओडिया रे ताको हमें कहू जो स्वपरायणता माने ऑटिज्म हला गोटे कंडीशन जो थरे कि पिलार कथा कहबा पिलार बुझीबा पिला डाकिले रेस्पोंड करबा आई कांटेक्ट एगुडा को कम थाए तो बेसिकली पिलार वर्बल और नॉन वर्बल कम्युनिकेशन रे प्रॉब्लम थाए ता सहित केतरगा स्टेरियोटाइपिक बिहेवियर ए सब थिले हमें ऑटिज्म बोली कहितो सो बेसिकली तो गोटे छुआ जन्म होची मां आपनकर बहुत आशा कि छुआ बड़ हबो पाठ पढिबो जेतेबेले छुआ वर्षे हला 2 वर्ष हला कथा कहूनी डाकिले शुणुनी तो इट इज ए वेरी डिस्ट्रेस्ड एंड डिफिकल्ट सिनारियो फॉर पेरेंट कौन करवा एथर डॉक्टर पाखु गले डॉक्टर कहते एटा ऑटिज्म थाई पारे कौन कहीं आमको ठीक रे जना नहीं जेनेटिक हो पारे अन्य कारण हो पारे ट्रीटमेंट केमती करवा मेडिसिन देला भल हो कि न हो पारे आपको थेरापी करिया पड़िबो सो इट्स ए वेरी ओवरवेलमिंग सिचुएशन फॉर पेरेंट when they get a diagnosis of ASD in their child. So today in this discussion we will throw some light about how to diagnose a case of autism, केमती आपको हमें diagnosis करिवा, केमती ताकू ट्रीटमेंट करिवा और केमती पेरेंट को सपोर्ट करिवा जेतेबेले गोटे हमें diagnosis of autism आछी. So we have my co-moderator Dr. Nihar, से SCB रे neurology department रे अछंती assistant professor. So Dr. Niar next. You can take up.
Very good evening to all of you. I say thanks, Sama Madam, to allow me to present here. So directly coming to the topic, our panel discussion is about autistic spectrum disorder. So autistic spectrum is a common term. Most of the parents know. आगुरु ऑटिस्टिक विषय बेसी लोग जानी नथले कारण सेते बेले ऑटिस्टिक छुआ मानू को गाँ रे पागल पिलाटा कि निर्बुद्धिया पिलाटा कहि केमती अनदेखा करूथले किंतु धीरे धीरे जो डायग्नोसिस आमर तार इवैल्यूएशन बा स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट बढ़िबा परे तो इंसिडेंस ऑटिज्म रो बहुत बढ़ी जाइछि आउ धीरे धीरे समस्त सचेतन होउचंदी ऑटिज्म पिला कोन एवं सेटा काहे कि तार कॉज कोन तेणु सेति पय हमें किछि से विषय डिस्कशन करिबा सो ऑटिज्म माने एटा गोटे ग्रीक वर्ड आसी जे ऑटोस ऑटोस मींस सेल्फ माने छुआटा निजे निजे तार सेल्फ ड्रिवन सेल्फ इंटरेस्टेड स्टेरियोटाइप गोटे टाइप रो पर्टिकुलर इंटरेस्ट रे छुआटा सबले खेलुथबो बा कथा कहथबो बा तार पर्टिकुलर गोटे फूड हैबिट को बेसी इंटरेस्टेड थियो पर्टिकुलर गोटे टाइप रो खेलना प्रति बेसी इंटरेस्टेड थियो आउ सेथिरे गोटे इंपोर्टेंट जिनिस होची कम्युनिकेशन so this as I told this term is derived from the word autos that means self. So autism means a self-behaved, self-oriented, self-restricted child. But the problem is all autistic children are not equal, like the snowflakes. Though they resemble, but they are not typical or equal to each other. So there lies the challenge, both to the parents, the physician or the pediatrician, the psychiatrist, and also the treating doctor, the therapist. So initially, I am just describing. It was coined by the German psychiatrist Leo Kenner in 1943, who in his landmark paper described 11 children with very two important characters, like they are powerful and strong, loving to loneliness, powerfully strong loneliness, and there is a strong obsession for sameness. Sameness means same type of food, same type of clothes, same type of toy, same type of play. Why they use same type of toy, same type of food, same type of play? Because most of the theories he described that they have some executive dysfunction, they have some planning dysfunction. So to make them comfort, they use same type of toy, same type of clothes and same type of play. That is why their behavior is so much restricted, and the most important problem is the communication. Communication we start in the early childhood by eye contact. They lack that eye contact, and that is, and also some verbal communication is very poor in case of autistic children. Verbal communication and also non-verbal communication is also poor. So it is, the incidence is around 1 in 68 children with a male predominance. Male to female ratio is around 5:1. There are three key diagnostic features for diagnosis of autistic children. One is there is deficit in social communication. So social communication means that the method of communication is maybe verbal, maybe non-verbal, or maybe some pantomime or gesture. So there is a very poor social communication, and there is also some language delay along with some language abnormality. Also the most important is there is some behavioral aspect, there is some specific stereotypic interest in parts of the toy, and also there is some interest in specific type of food, specific type of dress, and also specific type of play. And also there is some sensitivity to either sound, low sound, or sensitivity to high sounds. So these are the typical behavioral pattern. Also there is some motor stereotypic movements. there is like rocking movement, flapping movement and wriggling movement. That is very atypical and that is stereotype. Same type of movement they perform when they get stressed. So this abnormal behavior, usually the parents notice first and they bring to the physicians. So etiology is mostly, it is a mixed, that is some genetics and also it is associated with some environmental factors. So initially it was thought that the vaccine may be the causal for the development of autistic spectrum disorder, but many studies shows vaccine is not associated with autistic spectrum disorder. Some factors like advanced paternal age, advanced maternal age and maternal conditions like diabetes, hypertension and obesity, and some in utero exposure to drugs and toxins and also air pollutions, and also some preterm babies, low birth weight babies and severely birth asphyxiated babies may develop autistic in the future. So coming to our panel discussion, so how our understanding and definitions of autistic spectrum disorder evolved over the last few decades and what criteria are used to make a diagnosis of autistic spectrum disorder. This is to our first panelist, Dr. Seema. Can you please explain?
नमस्कार जेबे आमे ऑटिज्म स्पेक्ट्रम डिसऑर्डर विषय कथा होचु तो आमे कथा होचु ऑटिज्म स्पेक्ट्रम माने एटा माने एमती नाही कि गोटे पर्टिकुलर किछि क्राइटेरिया अछि से स्पेक्ट्रम टा माइल्ड टू नै कि मॉडरेट टू नै कि सीवियर हेई पारे सीवियरिटी अनुसार तांको सिम्पटम्स चेंज हेई पारे तो एठी जेबे आमे कथा होचु डायग्नोसिस विषय हो कि केमती हमर डायग्नोस्टिक क्राइटेरिया इवॉल्व करिछि 1943 रे जेमती आमे देखिछु फर्स्ट ऑटिज्म विषय डिस्कशन हैला तापरे 1980s आडकू जो डायग्नोस्टिक एंड स्टैटिस्टिकल मैनुअल माने डीएसएम जोटा हमारा अमेरिकन साइकोलॉजिकल एसोसिएशन सेटा दिए से क्राइटेरिया तो सेते बेले फर्स्ट मेंशन कले परवेसिव डेवलपमेंटल डिसऑर्डर करिकरी एमतिया सब करा हैला जो थरे ऑटिज्म गोटे पार्ट थला तो ता धीरे रखिले सेमती जेमती हमें कथा हेलु सोशल इंटरैक्शन कि सोशल कम्युनिकेशन आउ किछि किछि रिपीटेटिव बिहेवियर कि इंटरेस्ट जेमिति हाथ फ्लिंगिंग मूवमेंट हैला कि रॉकिंग मूवमेंट हैला तो सेमतिया किछि मूवमेंट कि रिपीटेटिव साउंड्स जहार किछि माने नहीं सेमतिया साउंड्स जो छुआ मानक भितर देखा गला कि रेस्ट्रिक्टेड इंटरेस्ट माने सपोज गोटे छुआ को गोटे टॉय दिया हिची से छुआटा टोटल से टॉय संगे न खेड़ी किरी ओनली तार व्हील गोटे पार्ट ऑफ द टॉय ता संगे इंटरेस्टेड अछि माँ ताको गेला करूची किंतु छुआटा माँ आखिरे देखु नहीं कि माँ डाकिले से सुनु नहीं आ माँ को जते भल पाइबा दबा कथा सेमिति दउनी तो एमतिया जो छुआ देखिले से माने ता परे सेई ये को हमें ऑटिज्म कहलु किंतु परवेसिव डेवलपमेंटल डिसऑर्डर रे ऑटिज्म संगे रे आउ भी हाई फंक्शनिंग ऑटिज्म जेमति एस्पर्गर्स डिजीज आउ ता संगे रेट्स डिसऑर्डर आउ पीडीडी एनओएस एमति करी कि अन्य अन्य बहुत डिसऑर्डर्स थेले तापरे डीएसएम 4 असला 1990s रे ता धीरे भी क्राइटेरियाज इवॉल्व हैला कहा हैला कि हां ऑटिज्म फीचर्स जहां भी अछि सेटा 3 इयर्स पूर्वरु रहइबो प्रेजेंटली अबिका चली छि डीएसएम 5 सेटा अमेरिका फॉलो करूची किंतु आमर डब्ल्यूएचओ कंट्रीज पे वी हैव आईसीडी अबिका प्रेजेंटली वी हैव आईसीडी 11 तो आईसीडी 11 आल्सो फंक्शंस इन लाइन विथ डीएसएम 5 तो आ धीरे भी जब आमे ऑटिज्म विषय कहलु तो एबे तीनटा कोर क्राइटेरिया न कहि कि दीटा कोर क्राइटेरिया कहा होची जोटा होची सोशल इंटरैक्शन एंड कम्युनिकेशन जदि छुआर सोशल इंटरैक्शन और कम्युनिकेशन रो असुविधा अछि और ता संगे ए जो रिपीटेटिव मोटर मूवमेंट हेई पारे या रेस्ट्रिक्टेड रेंज ऑफ एक्टिविटीज बिहेवियर इंटरेस्ट ताकू सेटा आउ गोटे क्राइटेरिया अछि ए दीटा क्राइटेरिया तो जो अच्छी रेस्ट्रिक्टेड इंटरेस्ट क्राइटेरिया ता धीरे आउरी भी अच्छी जमिति कि तंकर हाइपर या हाइपो अराउजल हेई पारे किछि भी सेंसरी आउटपुट को लेकरी तो सेई सब अच्छी और अर्ली डेवलपमेंट रू ए सब सिम्पटम्स गुडा को देखा जाउची लक्षण गुडा को अर्ली डेवलपमेंटल पीरियड रे और सेटा तंकर बुद्धि टू रिलेटेड नुह जोटा हमें को मंद बुद्धि या इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी एटा आटू बहुत ही डिफरेंट आउ ए जो सोशल कम्युनिकेशन या इंटरैक्शन जोटा नाही ता जुगुरु तांकर फंक्शनल इम्पेयरमेंट होची सोशल इम्पेयरमेंट जदि आमे देखुचु तो एमिति छुआ मानकु आमे आजिकली ऑटिज्म स्पेक्ट्रम डिसऑर्डर रे क्लासिफाई करूचु.
From the initial but that is 1943 when it was first coined the term till now, that is in 2023. So what there is there any addition or is there any?
Actually the criteria earlier the criteria were 3. The main criteria was social interaction, other criteria was social the communication, and third was the repetitive behavior or interests which was there. But now in DSM-5 they have clubbed the social interaction and communication together, making it a core criteria in which there is emotional reciprocation and the non-verbal language, non-verbal communication problem, and social relationships, like these children, they are not able to maintain and sustain the relationships. They are not able to pick up the cues which are necessary in a healthy relationship. तो सेतिपाय से माने फ्रेंड्स बनै पारंती नहीं आगुरु सही जुगुरु बहुत असुविधा हुए फ्रेंड्स दे रिमेन आइसोलेटेड. So along with that the repetitive pattern that forms another of the core criteria. And earlier also it was seen it was told that these problems should like start before the age of 3 years. So now they are mentioning it's in the early developmental period, not limiting to 3 years. So this was the change, and also the functional aspect, like there should be an impairment due to this problem which defines it.
So it can be diagnosed very early, from birth up to 6 months. If there is poor eye contact or poor following light or movement, so it can be diagnosed very early from 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months. Usually previously it was diagnosed around 3 years of age, but now the modified criteria, that is MCHAT modified, that came to diagnose from 18 months of age, but till date it has been seen that it can be diagnosed at 6 months of age. So we'll go to the next part, that what are the red flags for the diagnosis of autistic spectrum disorder. It is to Dr. Sumana.
The red flags for autism spectrum disorder, already Sima madam has told that there is disorder in communication, social communication and interaction, and next is repetitive behavior in a limited sphere. So usually in case of boys, they want to speak on focus on transportation, on games like that, but in case of girls it is they are very masking. So I will later come to this. The red flags, if is a disorder in or a delayed social communication, it is abnormal social communication you can say, and interaction is very less, and the पिलाटे तार फ्रेंड्स मानक सहित खेलिबा कथा, छोट पिलाटे 1 to 2 years बेबी देखिले से ता सहित मिसी जवा कथा, किंतु ता सहित खेली परिबनी, तार जिंस शेयर करि परिबनी, ताको देखि कि भितर जाई कि लुचि जीव, कोनोसी रिलेटिव्स घर को आसिले से तांको एक्सेप्ट करि परिबनी, इवन इफ बापा माँ को सहित भी से आई कंटाक्ट भल भाव में करि परिबनी, जोटा माँ सहित करि परिबा कथा पिला सेतिकी अफेक्शन से ताठू फील करिबनी बोली चिंता करिवो. तो आ रिपीटेटिव बिहेवियर ऑलरेडी मैडम हैज टोल्ड दैट दी हाथ हलेब कि नाक कुंडेब कि बाल टाणिब एमती किछि गोटे लिमिटेड स्फीयर इन ए लिमिटेड इंटरेस्ट, गोटे भास्ट इंटरेस्ट जमती रहिबा कथा गोटे छोट पिलार सेमती से करिबा नाही ना. अबाउट 7-8 months से माँ तार ना धरी डाकिले से जानी परिबा कथा, मदर रो वॉइस को चिन्ही परिबा कथा, किंतु से चिन्ही परिबा नाही, से किछि साउंड हले से साइड रे चाहिबा कथा, किंतु से साइड रे से चाहिबो नाही. तेणु एथुरु आमे जानी परिबा जे ही इज सफरिंग फ्रॉम ASD.
Okay, thank you, madam. So the red flags are like, as madam told, the sound. The sound, a autistic child is not interested in sound of a loud sound like a bomb blast, but he is interested in a tick-tock sound of a clock, wall clock. So he is very particular about a particular sound. The low noise sound he may listen, but a loud sound he may ignore. And also there is a very restrictive pattern. There is emotional reciprocity is lost. There is no emotional reciprocity. Suppose a mother cries, the baby should cry or she should feel sad. In autistic children, the child does not feel any sad. He does not or she does not have any emotion towards a mother's emotion. So that is loss of social or emotional reciprocity. Then if you give a toy to a child, then suppose you give a truck, then he will take and he will start playing with the truck. But in autistic child, he will segregate the toy and he will put the wheels in some places and would play with the wheels. So he will be more interested in parts of the toy. That is a specific interest that is different from the common interest. So we'll go to the next question. It is to Sanghamitra Madam. What are common signs or symptoms of autism? How autism is diagnosed and at what age can it be diagnosed?
Yes, so everything Dr. Seema and Sumana has told, but there is another thing is that sensitivity, you know, the sensitivity, what they feel that from the input that they take from the environment, that varies. Sometimes they have hyperreactivity, sometimes they have many autistic adults or autistic child, they have hyperreactivity or hyperreactivity. Hyperreactivity means they are very reactive when the sound is there, loud sound or loud light or any pain, and they are very reactive, some autistic child or adult, and so much reactive, then they can become aggressive as well. And from the stress, anxiety, depression, loneliness, because they cannot connect to other people or connect to other children, peers, or so they can become alone or not alone, loneliness. They can also, feel loneliness, and the aggressive, hostile behavior, and also maladaptive behavior also can be seen. And whoever is hyperreactive, they can show self-harm because they want to enjoy, because we all want to enjoy this, this sensory stimulus. So they want to enjoy, but they don't have that, that sensation. And they also, someone also cannot understand what I am hungry or not. So they don't take those stimulus. So there the mental disorder disease also come, even gastrointestinal problems, sleep disorder, those also things come from this reactivity, hyporeactivity and hyperreactivity. This thing was only missing, but they told all the things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. So these are what madam told. These are the comorbid conditions. These are associated with autistic spectrum disorder, like gastrointestinal disorders and also sleep problems. Along with that, hyperactive disorder, ADHD. These are also in some cases epilepsy is associated with autistic spectrum disorder. And what madam told that there is some aggressive behavior and there is some abnormal behavior. They stressed out. The autistic children usually get stressed easily. They cannot ventilate their emotion to the peer group or to the parents. That is why they get stressed and behave abnormally. Sometimes they violently behave. So in that case, we should be aware of that violent behavior and treat accordingly. In the next part of our session, we will go to management. And our next question is to Dr. Joan Gulen. What is the general diagnostic process in osteopathy in children?
Namaskar. I think I will advance a little bit to what we can actually diagnose in relation to autism, not to make it too broad. One of the fields inside osteopathy is called cranial osteopathy, and what we do is through the structure, for example, the bones of the cranium or the membranes of the cranium or the fluids, the cerebrospinal fluid, through palpation we can identify areas of tension in the central nervous system. So for example, a child which is born with a lot of compression in the birth process may have a push from the back of the head, the occipital bone, over the cerebellum, over the brainstem, the back portions of the brain. And what we find is when there are compressions affecting the brain, there is a phenomenon called sensitization, central sensitization, which basically means that the threshold for a group of neurons to be excited lowers, which means that that child is more likely to be hyperstimulated in some parts of the brain continuously. And that can be very counterproductive to social engagement, where we need a good balance between sympathetic activity, stress response, and parasympathetic activity. So that's what we usually, one of the main things we look for in a child with autism is if all the structures supporting the central nervous system are in any way very tense or not. That's one of the things. And another thing is all the enteric system, the digestive organs. There are a lot of theories of linking autism with imbalances in the microbiota and in the digestive system. And that makes a lot of sense because there is a connection neurologically between the nucleus of the vagus nerve that receives a lot of input from digestion and the nucleus of the facial nerve and the trigeminal nerve, which are the muscles through which we can express things in our face. So when a child, for example, the digestion is very disturbed, through the vagus nerve that connects with the trigeminal nerve, and they become, so to speak, more stiff in their facial expressions. So then what happens is the mother tells something to the baby, and because the baby is not responsive through facial expressions, the mother understands that the baby is not really responding. So that's a breakdown in face-to-face communication from the mother to the child, which is the foundation, as you said in the introduction, to more higher ways of communication. So one thing that we can check is if in the digestive system something is very disturbed and there are some indications of social engagement problems, even without a diagnosis of autism, if we can improve the condition of the digestion through osteopathic techniques, and if that improves immediately how the child can communicate, there could be a link in that sense. So these are some of them.
So that was really interesting to listen about osteopathy. It's completely new domain for us. So thank you, Dr. Julian. So going to the next set of questions, next question to Dr. Seema. What are the tools in our disposal to diagnosis autism spectrum disorder? Screening and diagnostic.
Actually, adding to the previous question also, the red flags, like if a child is not reciprocating to the mother, is not making any sound, not forming two words by 2 years of age, and if these kind of signs are there, then the parents usually bring for screening. For screening purpose, actually, American Pediatric Association, they have like few tools like MChat, okay, which is a checklist for assessment of autism in toddlers. So these tools can be administered, which is 20 questions which are given to the parents, and it's marked yes or no. तादिरे एमतिया क्वेश्चंस थाए कि छुआ आपन को किछि जिंस दरकार जदी ताकू पॉइंट करूची, छुआ आई कांटेक्ट करूची आपन को संगेरे कि एका एका खेलु नहीं, कि एमतिया किछि क्वेश्चंस थाए जहारा यस नो रे आंसर थाए, तो तादिरु आमे ऑटिज्म को स्क्रीनिंग करि परिबा। आउ एमतिया अलगा भी बहुत सारा स्केल्स अछि, जेमति चाइल्डहुड ऑटिज्म रेटिंग स्केल, ऑटिज्म बिहेवियर चेकलिस्ट, आउ तापरे किछि किछि डायग्नोस्टिक टूल्स अछि, जेमिति अबिका हमर इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट रे गोटे नुवा स्केल अछि जोटा हमर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अप्रूव करछि, व्हिच इज इंडियन स्केल फॉर असेसमेंट ऑफ ऑटिज्म, व्हिच इज इजा, जोटा हमर प्रेजेंटली डायग्नोस्टिक टूल भी आउ प्लस जो ऑटिज्म रो जो छुआ अछंती तंकर डिसेबिलिटी बेनिफिट पई भी ए टूलटा यूज हुए। तो एमतिया टूल अच्छी जो थे कौन हुए कि किसी क्वेश्चंस थाए जोटा पेरेंट्स को पचारती ता संगे रे तांको किछि ऑब्जेक्ट्स आइटम्स दे किरी आमे डायरेक्टली ऑब्जर्व करते हमर क्लिनिकल साइकोलॉजिस्ट कि तांका बिहेवियर केमतिया अछि आ ऑटिज्म रो फीचर्स अच्छी कि नहीं तो सेटा को हमें डायग्नोस्टिक टूल्स कहू एटा हमार इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट रे किंतु बाहर कॉन्टेक्स्ट रे आउ भी अच्छी स्कूल्स स्केल्स लाइक ऑटिज्म डायग्नोस्टिक इन्वेंटरी एडॉस which is autism diagnostic observation schedule तो किंतु इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट रे is a standardized tool which is used for diagnosis but again the clinical diagnosis based on DSM-5 is what we follow is in our setup to confirm to know the diagnosis.
Thank you, Dr. Seema. So the message will be that screening is very, very important because early diagnosis and early intervention are the key. So every pediatrician, when a child is coming for a well child visit or a immunization between 18 to 30 months of age, M-chart is a good tool to assess for autism and early, and as madam has told, ISA and DSM-5 based incline are the tools that are available in India to use in this regard. So my next question to Dr. Sumona will be, why is early intervention important and what are the effective strategies being used today for treatment of autism? Once we made a diagnosis, that we will move to treatment. So why early intervention is important in this regard?
As Dr. Seema told, that early intervention is very important because the disorder path has not progressed so much at that time. So if we are diagnosing the case by 6 months, 8 months or within 1 year like that, so as a strategy, I am a homeopathic doctor, so I can put light on that observation is very, very important in that case for my field because how the child behaves, how he, the stimulus, any stimulus, touch, pain, sound, how he responds to those stimulus because every case is different, every child is different and in every case we will get different symptoms. So according to the symptoms we have to observe that how the child responds. Even if in a case of in an infant we can mark that how he behaves, whether he avoids all will not avoid the crowd, all will not avoid the people. So some children will avoid crowd, some children will be very happy. The smile we will not find in some cases any smile in any children. Okay, so how he responds, so everything to taking into account our observations and the symptoms from the parents and the history from the mother during the preconceptional period, during the pregnancy period, and the history of the father, the emotion of the mother, whether what type of stress she has undergone, whether that was anger or excitement or anxiety or jealousy or suspiciousness. So to be particularized about that emotion and at what time, what is the time or any modalities we have to take into account, in which phase it was worse. So many things we have to take into account, and after that we have to find out a constitutional remedy for that child, along with if the child needs speech therapy or any occupational therapy, we have to add to a holistic approach is the strategy for nowadays in my view, and the child improves. Definitely the child improvement is very good if we are taking care of early diagnosis and early intervention.
Thank you, madam. So we have been learning about neuronal plasticity, and so the child's brain has a lot of potential to modify. So if you pick the child early and start intervention early, and many studies have proved beyond doubt that early intervention is the key in management of autism. So even if you diagnose a child, go for a complete assessment, as madam has told, occupational therapy, sensory profile to find the sensory issues, any speech assessment, then if there is a negative behavior, maybe functional behavioral assessment. So all these assessment, then as it is a spectrum disorder, all the child are not same. So a IEP by individualized educational program need to be formed, and we can proceed accordingly to get the best results. So,
Can I add just one comment here? Just one comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Because of late we are coming across many cases where the young educated ladies, means mothers, they suspect autism at every step. And because anytime the child is not reacting to them or anything, they immediately refer to Google, and first thing they come out, my child is having autism. I'm sure all of you must have faced this situation. So in that case, the right diagnosis also is very important, and in that one intervention which I take more importance is how much time the mother is, quality time the mother is spending with the child. How she has been stimulating, how she has been reacting. Otherwise, sometimes before this diagnosis, many times the children were left on their own, mothers did not spend that much time. She paid attention to their nutrition, she paid attention to vaccination. That is the time she would count, but not the quality time for stimulating the child, how much she has spent. So this also becomes a very important thing, because once we make the diagnosis of autism, lifelong observations are required. It is not a cure totally. You can symptomatically control. That is our understanding. Now the recent ones I do not know, but that is our understanding, and in that case, if this is a suspected case of autism because of the anxious nature of the mother, and then we find child is otherwise good peer reaction, only at home the child is not reacting to the parents and all. So sometimes this misdiagnosis also causes a concern. So I think we should bring out that.
definitely, madam. That's why what madam has told us. That's why DSM-5 has included, given more importance to impairment. Mere presence of symptom don't make a diagnosis. It has to be impairment. The child, because of the symptom, if the child is having impairment at home, impairment with peers, impairment with school, then only we make a diagnosis.
But again, the DSM-5 also,
Yes.
who handles it, that also makes a lot of difference.
Okay, yes, madam.
We have come
True.
across that
Yes,
cases
madam.
many times.
Definitely, madam.
Right.
So next question to Ms. Sangamitra madam. So what are the effective strategies for supporting individual in autism in educational setting?
So in educational setting, so this is actually very complex phenomena. So everyone should come up, like parents, teachers, and then this therapist, alternative therapist, occupational therapist, and homeopathy doctor and psychologist. If they can make in that way, and so they can, how you told that unique, the assessment and planning for that person, because the difference is unique, and this is brain difference. It's a developmental difference is coming from brain difference. It's not a disease. It's a disorder. They are not like other people, but they have a different, mental pattern, a restricted mental pattern. So if we can do that, and in schools, if we can make some programs, some programs like how can we assist them in learning, how can we assist them in writing, because they have delayed writing, delayed learning, and how not to discriminate that they are autistic, or rather to respect, and how to bring the environment, because we have control on the environment, how to bring the environment energetic, and so that they don't react with the bright light, or they don't react with the sound, so that things. And we can also use iPad visual, because they are good in visual things, iPad, and also because they cannot write, they can work on the keypad. So we can have to understand the alternative things which are in our control in schools.
Well, many times parent ask कि हमारा बच्चा normal school जाएगा कि we should send him to a special school. This is a very common question, and in our setting also school are that not receptive. There are 30 students and this child is disturbing in the class. He is not able to sit. So they also become very reactive to the parent कि अपने बच्चे को ले जाओ. So how to deal with this situation?
So the awareness, only the awareness, and to to practice compassion for everyone, because they are unique, not like us. That is a disorder, not a disease. Impairment, you told, right? So if we can be compassionate on every living being, and if we have empathy, so this can be done. But this is only through awareness, because soft skill, we can cultivate soft skills. even for the professionals. So if we can do that, that is a very, the movement, that should be a movement. But we can do it actually, and how Madam told, that care and nurturing care, that is different. So if the parents do that nurturing care, and if, that is actually, it's not world-referential, it's self-referential, because they can grow in self-referential, that what is their strength and what is their liking. Because I had a case, and he is now a musician, because he liked to hear music. And he is a musician, now he is an autistic child. So if we can focus on the learning, because they have the same pattern, they don't want to change. They are comfortable in the same pattern. So if they can, interested and motivated in one thing, suppose in music, then that can be, that teachers can do that, teachers, parents, all together, and the therapist.
Here I would like to share one experience. In Edinburgh school, my grandson was studying. He was just about 5 to 6 years age at that time. And they were expecting a child with Asperger's syndrome to join the school. Almost since 1 week before the child was to join the school, they had prepared the students also what is going to be the behavior of the child, why it is so that the children will also treat the child with proper thing. I think it's a very, very important concept, and we should be able to introduce at least in a few schools where such attention. So it is not only the teachers, parents, psychologists and therapeutic people, but even the students are students of nursery schools. They are prepared in their own language. They will just say he has got this problem. It is not his fault. He has got certain and he will behave like this, and how you should treat him like. And they even made a mock presentation like that, and how the children will sit. Almost for 1 week they were prepared.
Yeah, they can have a positive pattern of any friend, and they can be a role model. So they can, connect, and the social communication skill will enhance.
I
So
think
many
we
things.
should be able to reach this stage,
Yes.
even when Down syndrome or many of these children with borderline problems, we expect them to join the normal schools.
True.
So preparing the whole atmosphere also, it should become a very
And do they, madam, need separate education or separate school?
No. It is regular school. No separate school, regular school, and they want to incorporate all these children along with the other children. And how they prepare the whole class to receive these children, it is worth seeing. Because in those countries, school education is free. They cannot afford everybody to put in special schools. Again, it is not necessary, not good for that child also. So they select they have criteria, and they select all those children who can be put in the normal school, but they prepare the school children also to receive the child. That is a very, very important concept.
True, madam. The inclusive education does not mean providing therapy in the school. It is preparing the normal children to accept the difference.
That is.
Well, make them one of them. So that's what is the concept. They will make the
Make
plan,
the plan,
but
Not therapy.
No, not only therapy at school, but also sensitizing the children about the condition. So that's very important.
The awareness and the education.
Awareness and education. True, madam. So next question, to Dr. Juan, how osteopathy diagnostic process can reveal structural dysfunction that may contribute to autism?
So this I touched a little bit on the previous answer. Structural here means anything in the anatomy that goes wrong at any point of time that affects function of the central nervous system. I would like to share some, I had one case last year, one autistic child, and in the testing we found that there was a lot of tension in the chest area. And the technique I treated with that child was some massage on the chest area that affects the tension on the pericardium, which is the sheet that covers the heart. And somehow after the session he looked more engaged, he looked more attentive and so forth. And the next session, when the child came after a week, he took sessions for maybe 2 or 3 months. The next session he only put his hand on the heart and he was pressing like I was doing on the first session. So that was kind of an eye-opener for me that these children that sometimes look so disengaged, when something connects with them, it's very powerful. Sorry, the question was what structural? Okay. Here, if I may, the previous point, I said it very quickly. The birth process for us in osteopathy is very essential in many ways, psychological and anatomical. And what happens many times is that the compressions that take place in the body during birth somehow remain for sometimes for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and some children never fully are never fully able to decompress, especially in the head, from those pressures. And imagine that the brain is growing at a very fast pace, and if the sutures of the cranium, the structural aspect of the cranium is not allowing that, for example in a case of plagiocephaly or in a case of any dysfunction that affects the bones of the skull, then the brain will have an issue in growing. And this is something that we find very often, that children with any type of social engagement problem have tensions which are abnormal in the bones of the head, in the membranes of the head, and that our thesis is that this affects the function of the central nervous system, impairing social engagement. So,
Okay. So we'll come to intervention. So our first question to Dr. Sima: what are the behavioral interventions done for the autistic children?
So each child is unique, and each child with autism is also unique. So the behavioral intervention which is most commonly discussed is the applied behavior analysis. So एटा गोटे बहुत ही माने आम घरे समस्तंगर छुआ अछंती, तो छुआ मानू केमती डील करिबा कथा, एटा इट्स अ नॉर्मल हाउ वी शुड डील विथ अ चाइल्ड इन आवर होम. तो कहार को आमे बिहेवियर जदि चाहूचु कि से बिहेवियर टा बढ़ू कि से बिहेवियर टा कमू, तो ता पई आमे यूज करि परिबा किछि रीइन्फोर्समेंट, जेमति पॉजिटिव रीइन्फोर्समेंट. सपोज गोटे छुआ अछि ऑटिज्म रो, आउ ताकू किछि जिंस दरकार, ताकू भोक होउची और से गोटे बिस्कुट डब्बा आनी किरी मां सामने रे फोपाड़ दउची, और मां ताकू उठेई किरी दउची और बिस्कुट खोली किरी दउची. तो एटा कोन हैला, छुआटा सिखिला कि मु जदी बिस्कुट डब्बाटा एठी फोपाड़ी दउची तेबे भी ताकू से बिस्कुटटा मिली जाउची. तो मां को न उठेई किरी से बिहेवियर को मां जदी देई देला तो सेरा रीइन्फोर्स हे गला. ता बदला रे जदी ताकू भोक लागिला छुआ को, और छुआ आसिला और बिस्कुट डब्बाटा मां ताकू देखैबो कि हां ताकू हाथे धरैबार अछि, जदी धरैला तबे मां ताकू ओपन करी करी बिस्कुट देला. तो सेथरे बुझी आसिला कि हां छुआ को कि जेबे भी मते किछि दरकार अछि मो अन्य पर्सन को सामने रे हाथे रे ताकू धरैबी. तो सिमिलरली फॉर ईच एंड एवरी बिहेवियर, so there is A, B, C. Like behavior, the antecedent means what happens before the behavior, and the consequence, what happens after the behavior. Similarly, आम घरे भी suppose छुआ अछंती, तो simple way गोटे स्टार चार्ट, लाइक छुआ मानन को प्रेयर्स बहुत भल लगे, स्टार्स बहुत भल लगे, खाइबा जिनस बहुत भल लगे, हग्स बहुत भल लगे, किसेस बहुत भल लगे. तो सेमती छुआ को जहा दरकार जो जिनसटा माने ताकू आमे गोटे पॉजिटिव रीइन्फोर्सर हिसाब रु से छुआर बिहेवियर को मॉडिफाई करबा पय यूज करबा परिबा. तो सेमिति एबीए एक्चुअली ऑटिज्म रो छुआर सोशल इंटरैक्शन, कम्युनिकेशन, इनफैक्ट जोटा डिस्ट्रक्टिव बिहेवियर ताकू भी कमई पारे. तो सेति पय वी नीड टू डू इट. इट इज अ माने जदि आमे एबीए को पूरा फॉलो करिबा तो आइडियली 2 to 5 hours एवरी डे जदि आमे दउचु कि 40 hours वीकली दउचु सेशन अप टू 120 hours इन अ मंथ. तो सेमिति इंटेंसिव जदि लगा होची तो आदरे प्रोग्नोसिस विल बी वेरी गुड.
What is the role of mother? What the mother should do at home if the child throws tantrum or gets some negative emotions? At that time, what the mother should do ideally?
Ideally, if a temper tantrum is there, तो आमे घरे we resort to punishment, which is not good. In fact, the short communication should be there, like no, and the mother should try patiently ignore, not give any attention, because any positive attention or any negative attention is some form of attention. So the child wants attention, so give attention to the child when the child is doing something good. So it will improve the positive behavior, and if we want something negative to go, then we should not attend to it, and if we want, we should give the child, after the behavior, we should give some time out. Like you stand here for some time and no one will be looking at you, and this is a corner dedicated to you. For that, like the communication with the child, ki eita kale, eita bad behavior, eita hochi good behavior. So that should be also explained to the child properly.
So there is a lot of role for the mothers to take care in the home.
Yes, actually, in fact, if we are talking about autism, then the first thing we should do when we see the patients, because we cannot do everything. The therapists we are referring them to, they also can't do everything. So we should direct them towards some resources, some resource material which are available. In India also, there are autism support groups. So mothers should be psycho-educated about the condition, like what to expect, and then how to go ahead. Like there are some wonderful books, like ME book for autism, and which self-help books. Some books are there for prerequisite learning skills. Suppose we want a child to learn something and the eye contact is not there. So first thing, the mother should focus on improving the eye contact. Then only we can go to the next step. So mother's role is very important, because mother is spending more majority of time with the child at home.
So I will just add a thing, ki it's not only mother, all families should be in the same page. If mother is restricting, father is giving, grandparent is giving, then again you are ruining the whole process. So all family members have to be on the same page, and I am listening a lot about mother, it's always family. The mother is not, the onus is not on the mother always, it's on the family. So that's important. Definitely, onus is, we put all onus on the mother. Whenever there is a diagnosis, ma therapy ko nabo, ma neki jivo, baki samaste kisi kare. So that should not be the way.
Okay, our next question is to Dr. Sumana. What is the homeopathic approach for treatment of autism?
Coming to homeopathic approach, whether it may be autism or any disorder, the fundamental concept is we don't treat the disease, we treat the patient as a whole. So the patient, when we are thinking patient as a whole, the constitution is treated, that is the physical makeup along with the personality trait which is modified by the environment. So we have to take into account all the factors. So जेतेबेले गोटे छुआटे ऑटिज्म बोली आमे न्यूरोलॉजिकल डायग्नोसिस करूचे, तापर जने होमियोपैथिक डॉक्टर पाखक आसुची, से काहे कि ऑटिज्म हैला, वी हैव टू गो टू द रूट why a autistic child born. Okay, then सेठी काहे कि हैला, from preconceptional period we have to drag the history प्रथम. ସେମାନେ ଚାହୁଁଥିଲେ whether the parents were ready to accept the newborn baby or not, whether the environment was conducive or not. ତେଣୁ ଏ ସବୁ ଜିନିଷ how they have impacted the mother. ଯେତେବେଳେ ପିଲା already autistic, we take the history of the mother, but in case of preconceptional counseling, we take the history of mother and father both, and we treat both of them to prepare a healthy sperm and a healthy ovum, which is more effective in case of preventive purpose in homeopathy, I will say. But in a curative purpose, we will take the history of the mother. What was her emotion during that time? Because we are having different drugs. If the mother has a very anxious mood during pregnancy, what type of anxiety, whether anxiety with fear or anxiety for her job or anxiety for the family members, we have separate medicines for each of these conditions. Okay, so accordingly we have to proceed from the mother's history. Next we have to observe the child, what type of response the child is giving. We divide it into three, one axis we make, that is the sociability, activity and destructibility. So sad axis we say. So sociability, how much sociable, how he is sociable, we observe it, whether he is responding to only family members or to public
or he has an aversion towards the family members who are having drugs. They like floric acid, we are having a drug. He is very indifferent to family members, but the child of 2 years, 3 years, he accepts the public, accepts the strangers. Okay, so like this we are having drugs. That the aversion to crowd, we are having drugs like sepia, we are having drugs like natramur, indifferent to pleasurable events, or very much indifferent to the crowd. We are taking like this. So each and every routine work, even if a simple thing, we take into account. So like this we take the history, the past history, family history, everything, and we find out a constitutional remedy. So that is our plan of treatment, and with this when we find out a constitutional remedy, along with that we advise the mother to go for a holistic approach that I have adopted after from my Guru Ma Sama Madam, that she has taught me that for every case, in case as she is a child or he is a child, autistic child, the mother has to develop an positive energy inside her. If she will write every day, what I learned from Madam only, that the day by day, every day my child is getting better and better. If she will write at least 100 times in a paper, the mother will write or the father will write, like the, or any family member will write, then that creates a positive conducive atmosphere in that family. And with a positive attitude, the meditation, all this slow music, all these things, but the most important thing is homeopathic constitutional remedy. When we are selecting a homeopathic constitutional remedy for the baby, definitely the baby improves in very quickly. But in autism grade 3, we can say he improves. Definitely there is improvement, but it becomes very slow, and that may remain throughout the life. I have seen just 4-6 months before a lady of 48 years. She was a patient of autism during her childhood, but not taken care of. She is writing always. She is writing in air like this. What she will see in that screen, she will write, and throughout this she will write something. We are having a very good drug for this condition, and lycopodium, so imitates the writings. So other symptoms also are there, and lycopodium is very greedy and very hot patient, desire all the desire for sweet, so very constipating, having gastric disorders. She heard all these things, and the right knee pain. She came to me for right knee stiffness and pain for osteoarthritic complaints. But when taking the history, I found this, and I went with lycopodium, and she is improving very well improvement. Of course, not 100% in this complaint, but about 60% improvement she had within last 6 months. So I can say that homeopathic approach is a very good approach in autistic children specifically, but I will more focus on preventive aspect. Prevention is much better in homeopathy if preconceptional medicine, constitutional homeopathic medicine will be selected for the father and the mother, and during antenatal, throughout antenatal period, along with the nutritional supplementations, iron, calcium, protein, all these things, along with the checkup, all the investigations, along with that, if we are adding homeopathic treatment, then definitely I have seen within last 20-22 years about 3,000 antenatal cases I have treated, and till today I have not found any autistic child the outcome. So I think this is a hypothesis. The more research is needed in this field. I can't say that this will definitely prevent, I can't say like this, but definitely this will lessen the incidence of autism if we are taking the homeopathic constitutional remedy during preconceptional period and during the conceptional period. So this is the plan of treatment as a whole. we take the case history, the more focusing towards the mental symptoms, the emotions, every little bit, and the physical generals like whether the lady is hot or chilly, how she likes, what is about her appetite, about thirst, about stool, and of the child also. So we are taking, and the of the father also. So we are taking history from the parents and the child, and we are amalgamating, and again we are selecting a remedy which is becoming more suitable for the child.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for elaborating.
Thank you, madam. Then our next query is, what are the misconceptions and myths about autism, and we should be aware of it. This question to Samantha, madam.
The misconception is it is a disease, that they think, they perceive that it is a disease. This is a very misconception. And again, the second thing is that boys are affected more, because girls are also affected. After assessment, it is seen girls may be developing in later stage. And third is that that is the main thing, that they will actually, and third this thing is misconception is that it can be treated, because it's not disease, it cannot be treated actually, because we can change the quality of life. It's only a brain difference. So they are unique in their development. We have to make this awareness as well, and these all are misconceptions. So the education and awareness will help it.
So they are differently abled and unique. So we can explore their talent and their
we can
skills.
explore their talent and skill and what their interest is. Because the autistic child came to me in class 3. He was in class 3, and the mother has a lot of expectation on him. A case I am telling. Just I am reflecting on a case. The mother has a lot of expectation. So what I have to do is, I have to do the mothers, because mother was single mother. The father was not there. So I have to go for inner child healing, breath work for the mother, to make her accept that he is having the brain difference, because people all around her, they are discriminating in his son. So I have to make her focus from the one differential to her differential. And I saw that in the child, when she was child, in her own child experience, she has a lot of trauma. So she is stuck there, and so expectation is coming from that. So to make her accept that she, reality that he is, because whenever she will be accepting, she can make a routine, she can make some few steps, she can change her thoughts, she can change her vocals, because the positive thing should be developed, the environment can be positive. So inner child healing and breath work, I have to give breath work, how he told, to make her, relax. So that I saw that she is stuck in here. So I have learned from international community work. So those things helped. What she could do is, now she is a musician, because she has healed her whole trauma, and now she can plan accordingly what is the skill of the child and what is the interest of the child. In accordance to that, she can make the child develop in a better way.
Okay, thank you, madam. Then our next question is to Dr. Joan Gulen. Yes.
Last question.
So by osteopathy treatment, can we treat autistic spectrum disorder?
We have time, Jamaji, or no more? We have time for one more?
You will give a brief answer and we'll wind up.
So very brief. In osteopathy, we do not treat conditions of this kind. We treat the child, and it depends, of course, on the history and on the characteristics of the child, if we will be able to help at all or not. And the treatment includes relaxation of the nervous system, stimulation of the viscera, decompressing anything that may be compressed in the spine or in the craniosacral system, like that.
Yes.
My experience treating autistic children, well, one thing I notice very often is sometimes we have to start by treating the parents, because there is such a high level of stress at home that it's difficult for the child to relax in the first place. So that's something very basic on very fundamental for any improvement with osteopathy is the child should be able to access deeper levels of relaxation. If not, if there is a high sympathetic tone the whole time, it's very see, social engagement, this was explained by a man called Stephen Porges, the polyvagal theory. Social engagement depends physiologically on a high vagal tone, which simply means that the child is relaxed enough to socially engage. As mammals, if we perceive danger, our whole physiology is predisposed to fight or flight, not to socially engage with pairs. So that is a very basic fundamental thing, that if the child is not able to fully relax, and for the first few years of life the child will mirror the nervous system of the mother to a certain extent. So if the mother is very stressed, it's very difficult for the child to be able to relax, which means that the physiology of that child will not allow for social engagement. So that, I think it's something important when someone comes with an autistic children. I take 10-15 minutes to understand how is the life of the parents before trying to help the child, because they will be expressing any trauma or any stress which is going on at home.
Thank you, because taking care of parent is very important. Yes, Ron.
So now in advance in psychotherapy there is a neurofeedback therapy is given, that is the latest I think. In that brain waves are addressed, because we have different brain waves, alpha, beta, theta, delta, and then they give the affirmation, how the madam told, affirmations to the client, means to the autistic child or adult, and with music and with singing, so their brain waves come to the theta level and they can take the affirmations that I am healing and so many things. They enjoy it.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. And we will, because of lack of time, we will wrap up this session with my last expert opinion from madam. Do you feel that methods like KMC, which helps in mother-child bonding, can reduce the incidence of autism and neurodevelopmental disorder?
There are so far no reports.
No reports. Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much, sir. So with this,
really, I am very thankful to be to participate in this session. To the organizers, very much grateful to the organizers that this is a very good topic, and I am privileged to be here in this topic. And I am also privileged to be a member of Sri Aurobindo Medical Association, and very much grateful to Sama Madam that she has given me the scope to talk on this topic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
madam.
Thank you so much, all the panelists.
Wonderful and very informative session. Now I request Dr. Shashi Vani to felicitate our dignitaries on dais.
Thank you.
Dr. Seema Parija. Dr. Sanghamitra Sahu Sengupta. Dr. Sumana Panda. Dr. Juan Gilon. Dr. Debashish Panigrahi. Dr. Niharanjan Viswal.
Sorry, excuse me. Can I say something else? I can imagine many of you are here because you have family members or friends which are autistic. Please feel free to visit our Shishi University 20 minutes from here. and we have an OPD which is free of cost, and we treat children and we treat autistic children. So please feel free to take our services.
We will go ahead with our plenary session on the new childhood. We invite the chairpersons of this session onto the stage, Dr. Badal Mahanti, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Sahu, and Shri Gadadhar Mishra. Inviting the chairpersons of this session onto the stage, Dr. Badal Mahanti, Shri Gadadhar Mishra. We will first have the video presentations. We will first have the video presentation by Dr. Alok Pandey from Sri Aurobindo Ashram.
I have been asked to speak upon I have been asked to speak upon on the subject of the children, the new children. We can word it in different ways. One of the ways we can say is the children of tomorrow. That's how it was worded in the 60s, but the children of tomorrow now are already children of today. So in 1918, I think, when mother was in Japan, so she observed while giving a talk to the women of Japan that we can see nature is in upheaval. So that time the war had started, many new discoveries were being made, many old paradigms were being thrashed and thrown aside. So she said we can see nature is in upheaval, and this upheaval is a sign that something new is going to come. She saw in the upheaval the sign of a labor birth which earth undergoes from time to time when it is to change its mode of functioning. And we can see that in many ways. This is being told in the Bhavishya Puran, for example, that when will Kali Yuga enter, it speaks of many abnormal manifestations. Of course, it is its own way of saying, and it says that, when boys and girls there will be no difference, and then it will rain this or that from the sky. So basically, if we go to leave aside the details of the description, because many of them are symbolic, it has been predicted that when nature starts manifesting abnormal behavior, and this abnormal behavior is because nature is now wanting to, the old modes are broken, giant dance of Shiva, Tandav, and something new is coming. So earthquakes increase in earthquakes, natural calamities, sun flares, all this is signs, and equally we see the number of abnormal cases, madnesses are rising. When somebody told the mother that number of mad cases is rising in America, she said for the time it is good. Why? Because it means they are breaking from the past pattern.
At the same time, there was an increase in the number of child prodigies. So if you really look at today, many of these things that are happening in the world around, especially if we watch the programs, some of these programs, we'll see a number of child prodigies. So though people try to explain it in various ways, so these child prodigies at the age of 5, 6, 7, it's amazing. Even the established singers say that we used to take so many, except for a genius like maybe Kishore Da or someone, they used to take so many retakes to complete a song. And these people come on the stage and they are so, of course they practice, but on stage there is no retake, and they do so well. So there is a sign of the breakdown of the old patterns. At the same time, nature is trying to shoot beyond herself. That is what is called in the phenomenon of genius, because of which we see new discoveries, new possibilities, simply because nature is trying to shoot beyond its own limits. And this we see in various fields all over the world. This is happening. And on one side, this is very discomforting to many, because people are so used to their comfort zones, and then suddenly these new things are coming up which are breaking the old patterns. So among them, the biggest challenge that people face is with the children. Why? Because these children are coming with a new chip. Mother spoke about it, that how these new children are coming with the supramental substance fused in their very bodies and their nature. That's how she gave one of the messages, that nature has accepted this new substance. So it has far-reaching implication. That means when children are coming, though they are coming through the natural process of birth, but something has gone into them which we don't understand now, and perhaps it is this which is causing mutations on one side, leading to sudden kind of surge of illnesses of a totally unknown origin which we cannot really understand. So all this is part of the same working of a consciousness greater than the human mind, and it is pressing upon earth, and while some are opening to greater and greater spiritual light, which we see again in the form of number of movements that have come up in the last 30-40 years all over. Somebody was saying, where is the sign that there is a spiritual thirst which has increased? So I would say that just look 1893, when on one side Swami Vivekananda went to Chicago and AUROBINDO crossed the other way. I don't know whether their ships crossed or not, probably not, because the routes must have been different, but he came all the way to India. So in India itself, the great spiritual impulse was nearly forgotten. It was Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa who embodied the best of India. But otherwise yogis were like sannyasis living in caves or far away from the maddening crowd. They were there, but never in the forefront the way we see today. And equally in the West, there was nothing except the standard format of an organized religion, which many people believe, many were beginning to disbelieve, but still that was the only format. And they had arranged for an interfaith meeting when Swami Vivekananda spoke in the Parliament of Religions. And we know that began to change, a new thought began to surge within the heart of humanity. And so we see today it has taken the shape of so many forms of spiritual movements and seeking. For good or worse is a different story, but man is seeking. Whatever it be with the gurus and teachers, that's a different story, but the seeking has increased definitely. So these children cannot be, we use the word handled very often when parents feel very frustrated. They tell the children, oh, it was so easy in our time, we never disobeyed our parents, and it was so easy, but now these children don't listen. They are barrier breakers, literally, as AUROBINDO says. And I remember one of the child whose parent was complaining about the child's diet, and the child overheard. The conversation was on phone. So suddenly the child snatches the phone and tells, Alokda, if you have anything to know, you ask me directly from the original source. I say, okay, that's great. Original source. 11-year-old child from the original source. So it is true that these children nowadays, we may use the word precocious, even physically they are changing. Puberty is taking place earlier. And frankly speaking, schools are becoming irrelevant educational institutions, because whatever information you can give in a school in terms of the board and this thing is available. Much more than that. That's why we see there is a springing up of so many coaching classes and all, each claiming its own way. So information, going to school for information has become meaningless. We still do it because we are still in many places, even in India, we are still living by the old paradigm. But information is available, but what we need is a new format in terms of both education in the health sector. I'll come to it just in a moment. So what we need is, we should have platforms where children can gather information under supervision. And then when they have questions, they can be guided by people who can give them its real inner sense and significance, and arouse curiosity in them to go beyond the answers. This is what is needed. Like, information is there, why are the plants leaves green, and well, chlorophyll, and why chlorophyll makes it green, so you have the answer. But to where the answer stops, they must be more curious beyond it. So how are we going to deal with these children? Deal is a wrong word. When mother was asked that, some teacher asked the mother, how do we come down to the level of the children? Mother said, don't say come down, come up to the level of these children, because these children are not going to bother about the fixed format. Life should be like this in the frame. So we see there is a breakdown of all the conventional social models. So what will replace it? Mother was asked. So in the conventional social model, right now we have individual morality, or a morality through which we maintain a social order. And this morality is built by the human reason and his moral sense controlling the vital instinct. That's the way human beings emerge out of the animal. Animal is driven by instinct. Whatever its vital seeks, it goes there. But man emerges out of the animal by using his reason and his moral sense, which is not there in tigers and lower animals, so therefore nobody blames them for good or bad and sin and evil. But human beings have developed this sense, and therefore we have been given a reason which can discern between what we should do and not do. At the same time, we have been given a kind of moral and ethical sense through which we can control our vital instinct, animal instinct, and thereby we can become what we call as human being. So now this is going to break down. So what is going to come in its place? So what is going to come in its place is an intuitive sense, which is more subjective. So this is what Shobinda and the mother have said, that in its place a new intuitive sense is going to come. So now we see children, they don't listen to reason. They go by what their intuitive sense tells them. Now again, this has its dangers, doesn't matter. Shobinda speaks about it, because when the subjective age begins, reason was a strong foothold, you could reason out, but now it's based on I feel so, I believe so, I want to try it this way, and it's a dangerous passage, but one has to accept the perils of the passage and go along with that. So when we do that, then slowly an intuitive sense is going to emerge. And this intuitive sense, which is already emerging, has its great application in the field, in every field. For instance, in education, you have to allow this intuitive sense to understand things. Right now we don't allow. We don't allow the experiment. So what does the intuitive sense say? It comes up with very creative, new ways of understanding something. And I have seen it, number of examples in the field of education, that how a new intuitive sense can change the way we understand life, we understand objects. These children somehow feel that they can have a direct contact with even material objects, and we often tell them that no, this child is imagining, but it's not true. They have developed this kind of sense, new senses are developing. But in the field of health, its implications are extraordinary. Thus, for example, when a person goes to a healer, healer, by that I mean in the previous century, if you see, the only authorized system of medicine was allopathy. And it was regarded by a slate of tongue, not of hand, but there was a big, huge background, a kind of conspiracy behind it, wherein allopathy was made the default mainstream medicine, and homeopathy, etc., were called alternate medicine. Now this itself is creating a mindset that only if allopathy fails, maybe you can try it, but this is not what is authorized. But now we see, because of this intuitive sense, more and more patients come up with, they feel their bodies, a lot of body work is going on, they feel their bodies and what would suit their bodies, what kind of things they will work with them best. So a tussle is going on between the old way, which are established, as I said, in society, in education, in the field of health, in psychology. On the other hand, there is this new something emerging with these children, and they speak to us as if they are equals, because at some fundamental level they begin to realize that age is not equivalent to wisdom. So they don't respect people simply because they have grown a beard, white or black. They respect people based on their true inner knowledge, which somehow they come to know. You can't just cheat them, and they can ask freely and frankly. So those days when people would just accept why because Papa is saying so, that is gone. So we have to understand this new emergence. It is taking many forms. Much more is going to happen. Many things are going to break down in the process. These children themselves will break it. Many new powers are going to arise. This is the other part which the mother says. It is also so relevant in the field of health, that the power to heal oneself. Now animals have it. So we say that how can this be possible? Well, animals heal themselves. Now we have veterinary doctors, but before the veterinary doctors came into being and spoiled perhaps the natural balance of the animal world, many animals heal themselves. They know how to stay quiet, they become still, they rub themselves in certain ways or wash, I don't know what they do, but they heal themselves. It's not that they also get an innate sense. They are driven by this instinct. We have lost it. Same thing in education. So basically the shift that we take to close the whole thing is, right now everything is given to us from outside. There is a book, there is somebody, there is a blackboard, and all information is being fed. This is treating the person as either a dead person or a passively, instead of blackboard you are writing on his brain with the chalk. But more and more it has to become a participant process, where to start with, the child participates in his own learning. Now this is coming as project work, but still we are following the old paradigm. Participant learning, participant education. And equally in the field of health, it should be participant. Doctor and patient form one unit. The patient is a participant. He is not just a dead body where you pump medicine and he has to recover somehow by the use of medicine. He must participate in his own healing process. So all these are happening because a new age has dawned. New children are coming with new possibilities. Genes are going to mutate. Right now, because of that, we see abnormal manifestations. But tomorrow these mutations will one day lead to who knows what, sky is the limit. Maybe one of the mutating gene will create a body which is radiant and it is a glow. This was asked to AUROBINDO. He says, who knows? Nature, everything is possible. Because after all, if light is the origin of creation, God said, let there be light, and there was light. If light is the origin of creation, and darkness is a self-concealment of light, that means in every cell there is light. In every atom there is light, this we know. And this light is somewhere trapped inside, this light is somewhere held inside. So it is held inside because of a certain constitution of the cells. But we don't know in the future if this light which is trapped inside will begin to emerge. And we know yogis, this light tends to emerge. I have seen myself with Champaklalji, and people have felt this, seen this with Mother and AUROBINDO. And this light which is closed inside the cells and the atoms will begin to emerge. The whole atomic structure, the cellular structure is going to change to accommodate the emergence of the light. And when there is light flooding the base, light above, light around, light within, light on the surface, then we'll remember what AUROBINDO said in Savitri. Night is not our beginning nor our end. She is the dark mother in whose womb we have hid from too swift an awakening to world pain. We came to her from a supernal light. By light we live, and to the light we go. Who knows, tomorrow we'll see more of healing by the light. Thank you.
We will now have the video presentation by Dr. David Marshak from California.
Hello. I'd like to thank Dr. Kanungo again for this opportunity to speak with you. And I'm going to share my screen so I'll be able to introduce my topic and be effective. There we go. So I'm going to talk about evolutionary parenting. I'll talk a little bit more about what I mean by that. And particularly insights from birth to age 5. So very quickly, I'm going to run through this. The background for the insights that I'm going to share with you today come from my exploration of the teachings of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, Hazrat Inayat Khan, and Rudolf Steiner, who at the beginning of the 20th century, in the first 15 or 20 years, offered a detailed, systemic, complex description of human beings and human unfoldment from birth through age 21. And my argument, which I detail in my book, The Common Vision, Parenting and Educating for Wholeness, is that this is essentially the same description. While there certainly are some variations, differences in language, obviously differences in cultural background, that the most profound elements of the description are the same, and that's why I call it the common vision. So the common vision, the insights of the common vision inform what I've come to call evolutionary parenting. The idea that this particular orientation to parenting provides an opportunity for evolution in the unfoldment of individual consciousness and the unfoldment of evolution in the human species. And to be particular about it, that children and youths who experience evolutionary parenting can access, to use Sri Aurobindo's terminology, intuitive mind or lumen mind by the age of 21, or to use the language of developmental psychology, adult developmental psychology, integral consciousness or post-integral consciousness. And one of my favorite authors about this work done in developmental psychology is Jenny Wade, and she uses the terms authentic for integral and transcendent for post-integral. So the fundamental notion, though, is that these evolved states of consciousness can be accessed by people as young, even as 16, as I've illustrated in my book, Evolutionary Parenting, but certainly by people in their early 20s. And if we had significant numbers of folks on the planet who were achieving these stages at the beginning of their 20s, we would have a transformation of consciousness on the planet, which of course has been predicted and described by Sri Aurobindo and the Mother and other spiritual teachers. So I'm going to focus on 4 key topics relating birth to age 5. And here they are: the paramount role of the psychic being, the role of imagination, parenting as a spiritual path, and what to do about technology. So the first one, the will, as you know, is the expression of the psychic being, and the infant is born with the integrity of the psychic being expressed through the will. So the infant's capacities are very limited. The mental capacities are limited. The emotional capacities are limited. The physical capacities are limited. But the will is fully formed and active. So the parent's task in these 5 years is to honor the will as much as possible while keeping the infant safe and cared for and loved. And of course, this is a lot easier to say than it is to do. Any of you who have parented young children, you may be smiling right now because you know how profoundly true the complexity of this is. It's easy to say and very challenging to enact. So to think about this and feel into it as a parent, what comes up is how do you regard the will? And for many parents who are not evolved, the will is the enemy. It's like, I want my child to do what I want my child to do, and I want her or him to do it. And for fundamentalists, and I would argue this is true of fundamentalist Christians, fundamentalist Muslims, fundamentalist Hindus, fundamentalist Buddhists, fundamentalist Jews, the explicit parenting advice is to break the will of the child, which of course is the worst thing to do. The opposite view, the evolutionary parenting view, is to say, my child's will is the expression of the psychic being. This is a sacred part of my child. And even better, my child's will is my ally, my friend, and my teacher. And when I used to do conscious parenting classes in Seattle, this is probably the most powerful teaching that I would offer to parents, for them to really feel into and think about how they could transform their perception of their child's will so that they could see it as an ally and a friend and a teacher. Not that there weren't moments when the will of the child had to be disregarded. Sometimes you just had to get the child to the next place, or into the child seat, or to the meal, or to bed. So this is not an all or nothing, and nothing in parenting is an all or nothing, but it's about more and less. One of the qualities of the first 5 years is that it's a very intense and demanding time for parents because there's a lot of demand. And so often, or almost always, the parent's subjective experience of this time is that it passes very slowly. But it's just as frequent that when children get to be 5 or 6 and the parents, some of their intensity of the first years is relieved, it's often the case, or almost always the case, that parents look back at those first 5 years and feel like, well, how did they go by so quickly? So there is a relativity of time, given the intensity of parenting of the young child. And the key, though, is the same, that providing the will as much expression as possible, providing the soul as much expression as possible, at the same time keeping the child safe, cared for, and loved. Imagination, this is the second element I want to discuss. So by the age of 3, most children have complex language and complex visual imagery. And so the access to the imaginal realms is as vivid for children ages 3, 4, 5, sometimes even 6, as vivid as the objective reality that we participate in. And the imaginal realms of these years are the first doors of entree into the spiritual. It's not spirituality as adults experience it, but it's an opening to spirit that can then be renewed in the years after puberty. Imagination, then, is the key to awe and wonder and gratitude, which, again, these are the spiritual feelings. So one of the responses, particularly in so-called modernity and excessively rational society, is parents who tell their child, it's only your imagination, it's not real, it's only, you're only imagining it. And this, of course, is destructive. So parents who listen to their children's description of imaginal realms respect them and honor the psychic being, because it's the experience of the imaginal realms that opens the door to these experiences of awe and wonder and gratitude. And these are the direct experiences of spirit. Number 3, parenting is a spiritual path. Parenting itself is a spiritual path for the parents. the power and intensity of the infant's will, and for that matter, the toddler's will, can quote unquote drive the parents crazy. But it inevitably evokes feelings of frustration and anger and failure for parents. So this is the challenge. The emotional responses that can be evoked come from the lower vital. And of course, if they're expressed continuously, they're destructive. The opportunity for the parents is to recognize the lower vital and to give themselves this great opportunity to master the lower vital. Perhaps initially just to experience the lower vital and not express it, and eventually evolve their own spirituality to the point at which the expression not only is ceased, but the experience changes, and it's transformed into opening up into feelings of love and joy and hope, and beyond that, into opening up into the transcendence of the psychic being. So the toddler, the infant, give parents an opportunity pretty much every day, and sometimes every hour, to choose how they're going to work with this energy, to be in the lower vital, to be stuck, or to transform that energy, to rise through it and above it. And then finally, technology. What to do about technology. So you all, I imagine, live in a technological culture. I imagine that children born today in India, for the most part, will live in technological cultures. I know that's certainly true in the United States where I live. And undoubtedly, parents will use technology in the presence of their children. So I suggest it's important to remember that screens are two-dimensional. They're not reality, and even virtual reality, which inevitably will come upon us, is not reality. And of course, none of these technologies existed 100 years ago. Rudolf Steiner in particular talked about wanting to give children in these ages, 2, 3, 4, 5, unfinished toys so they could complete and define them with their imaginations. And screens are never unfinished. Screens present completely finished, detailed images. Human eyes are also evolving for young children, and they were created for three-dimensional reality, but not for two-dimensional screens. It's important to remember that parents lose trust when they say, I can do this, but you cannot, to children. And finally, you don't want to make technology into a forbidden fruit, dangling it in front of the child, but saying, well, it's not available for you. So there are a couple of suggestions. One is moderation in all things. It's probably good in many different dimensions of life, but moderation for technology. If parents use phones and tablets and computers in the presence of the child, I would suggest that you need to allow the child to use the technology with age-appropriate content, but for a moderate amount of time. Avoid the forbidden fruit dynamic, of course, and then much more time in the, quote, real world, in the three-dimensional physical world, than the screen world. Whoops, I skipped one here. Here we go. So this is a quick exploration of these ideas in the time I have available. I describe them much more fully in this book, Evolutionary Parenting. And if you actually are interested in pursuing any of these ideas and insights in greater detail, I will be offering this course on Zoom in India in September. And if you're interested, you can contact the Gnostic Center, or in fact, you can ask Dr. Kanungo about this because she participated in a version of this course not that long ago. So thank you very much. I hope this has been useful to you, and I hope you're having a wonderful conference.
I request Dr. Nityananda sir to come onto the stage. I request Dr. Shashivani to
Hello.
address the gathering on
I'd
the
like
what,
to
why
thank-
and how of KMC. I request Dr. Nityananda Swami sir to please come onto the stage and take a seat.
Can they project it? Can they give me that pen light? Now, at the fag end of the day, I am talking about a very familiar subject to all this group, but I am still venturing to talk just to fill up a few gaps here and there. Because the time is too short and the topics are very big, I will just give summary of each slide, won't go much in detail. So, kangaroo mother care, what, why, how? That is the topic. And first of all, I bring greetings from KMC Foundation India. Right in the beginning, I will give a disclaimer. We do not want to promote kangaroo mother care as a vertical program. It is just one part of newborn care, and we want to give a little more focus to it so that the proper skills are developed and proper confidence is developed, and it comes in the practice in the main forum. So that is the idea. So we are not in any time trying to promote it as a vertical program. It is one of the important components of the newborn care. And our objective, it is clear that we want to create a healthy tomorrow for both the mother and the baby. And health of mother and child are interdependent and not independent. I won't go in details now. And global every newborn action plan have given the same vision which we are also trying, that there should not be any preventable deaths of newborn and stillborn also, because we have so far not given much attention to the problem of stillborn. Many of these stillborns could have been easily avoided, and sometimes even the early neonatal deaths are being classified as stillbirths, and that also is magnifying the problem. Every pregnancy is wanted and every birth is celebrated. That is the same theory on which we are also working. Every woman, baby and child reaches full potential of physical and mental growth. Well, in Kangaroo Mother Care Foundation, we have started with our 3 mission statements, that mother's chest is the best place for the newborn, mother's milk is the best food for the newborn, and zero separation of mother and her baby. And I'll tell you, at least these slogans we have formed almost a decade ago or even earlier. And now we are happy to note that same slogans are being endorsed by all the authorities all over the world, including WHO. And our vision is also, right in the beginning we have said that kangaroo mother care should be part of the routine care of all the newborns, especially for the newborns with birth weight less than 2,000 grams at all levels of care. At that time when we coined this vision statement, 2,000 gram was the statement given, because otherwise in the hospital setup we will have too many babies to care for, and which may not be often required. So from that angle it was stated, and now also we find that now WHO has recently advocated that kangaroo mother care should become a part of the routine care for all the low birth weight babies, including preterm babies who are having birth weight less than 2,500 grams. So kangaroo mother care, what is it? This is a simple way of holding the baby on mother's chest. It's a human, low cost, evidence based, high impact. We have given all the adjectives, but in reality it is low uptake. So high impact, yes, but low uptake. So we have to give a lot of introspection why this situation is there. And It is a way of holding the mother and the baby in such a way that the baby is held on mother's chest, in between her breasts, in direct skin to skin contact, without any clothing between the mother and the baby. And then baby and mother are covered from above. And baby is kept in as vertical position as possible, because more often we are dealing with preterm babies, and they will require to be kept in a vertical position to avoid certain complications. And mother and baby should have an eye-to-eye contact. There are certain situations where the mother is not able to have a direct eye contact. They are even given a mirror so that the mother can have a direct eye contact, and that stimulates a multiple hormonal situations in mother and gives us the benefits of kangaroo mother care. And most important thing is, it is not mere skin to skin contact, not a superficial contact. It is actually a loving body hug between the mother and the baby. And the whole importance of kangaroo mother care comes in that crux, that it is a loving hug, and so many emotions are transmitted to the baby, and that gives so many of the benefits. WHO's definition in 2003 that it should be started as early as possible, it should be prolonged and continuous skin to skin contact, and with exclusive breastfeeding whenever possible, and early discharge with adequate follow-up and support. And this practice should be initiated in the facility wherever the child is there, and it should be continued at home till the baby decides to leave the mother. So we don't go by any particular time frame, or at this age we stop it, or at this weight we stop it. The baby will decide that yes, now I don't want to stay any more further. So that was the definition earlier, and recently with so many experiences which I accumulated, lots of evidence which has generated, in the last 17th November 2022, WHO has issued the recent position statement on kangaroo mother care. So here you will notice the difference. Earlier they said it should be given as a selective for some of the babies only, but now they have come out with the statement that kangaroo mother care is recommended as a routine care for all the preterm and low birth weight infants, and KMC can be initiated in the health care facility and also at home. Earlier they just mentioned it should be always initiated in the facility and to be continued at home. But now even at home-based KMC is also permitted after knowing the safety, feasibility and acceptability of the home-based kangaroo mother care, and particularly the benefits which received in the Indian context. And Indian context is the first one we projected, but the same thing was applicable in most of the other countries also, so they have said. And another thing, earlier the time limit was not noted, just as frequently as possible, as long as possible, but now they have come with a specific recommendation, it should not be less than total 8 hours in 24 days, and it can extend almost up to 24 hours also. And one more dimension which has been now added is, kangaroo mother care for preterm and low birth weight babies should be started as soon as possible after birth. We need not wait for the babies to stabilize. Even for the sick and very small newborns also you can start. And to facilitate that, ideally you should be able to admit the mother within the NICUs. So bring the baby and mother as much together as possible. And when we say mother, naturally her family members are also included, and the onus of the management of the baby should be now not only with the doctors and nurses, but the family members take the primary lead and we all support them. So that is the paradigm shift which has come now. And origin, just to interest, that it started in the South America, in a city of Bogota in the country of Colombia. and there too neonatology started this, because in those days lots of deliveries were there, lots of low birth weight babies were there, enough incubators were not available, so many babies who were admitted in the hospital, they were overcrowding, infection and death, and they suffered from the breastfeeding problems also. And those who could not be admitted even with this overcrowding situation, they remained outside, and very often they died because of the body cooling, that is hypothermia. So initially it started as a process of maintaining the body temperature of the baby, but still people continue the same concept that kangaroo means prevention of hypothermia. No, now it has been recognized that it has got multiple benefits. So after almost 5-6 years, UNICEF reported to the world that intriguing and incredible survival of kangaroo babies unparalleled in medical literature. So that time itself it was realized that it has a lot of potential, but still it takes a lot of time to convince everybody about that. Anyway, just because the care resembled that of the marsupial care, the kangaroo care, it was called as kangaroo baby at that time, that there is a pouch in the baby, a pouch in the kangaroo for holding its preterm baby. It continues to have direct skin to skin contact, provides warmth, continues with breastfeeding, and much more important, all the time carries its baby with it, so zero separation of mother and baby. Now this kangaroo, our mothers many times do not appreciate, our health workers also do not appreciate, so we use the word sometimes to illustrate the same features, monkey-like care. Conventionally, all over the world, now they have accepted the term kangaroo care, even if the kangaroo is limited only to Australia. But still, in different countries, now we use these illustrations to explain the principles of the care. Now, why it is called kangaroo mother care? In kangaroo care, promotion of exclusive breastfeeding is included, and breast milk mother can give. So conventionally, with all the different other arguments, it has been decided that whoever gives the care, whether it is father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, sister, neighbor, anybody who can help, but still conventionally it will be called as kangaroo mother care to signify the importance it has given to include the breast milk promotion in that. And irrespective of who gave, it should be consistently called kangaroo mother care. That is the terminology, and the whole family should be involved in that. So it is not the onus of only mother. The kangaroo mother care doesn't mean only mother should give the care, because that is the misconception, people still have it. So all the family, so any reliable, responsible, willing adult with proper orientation and skill can help the mother, or sometimes even substitute a mother for giving the kangaroo mother care. And right in the 1998 they have declared that it can be given for all the babies irrespective of place. It should be considered a basic right of every newborn. Kangaroo mother care is not just holding the baby on skin to skin contact. There are three major important components. One is to hold the baby in kangaroo position, as I said, on mother's chest. Then second one is kangaroo nutrition, that is promoting as much as possible exclusive breast milk feeding. I have used the word breast milk feeding because whenever kangaroo care is being given for the very preterm baby, very low birth weight babies, direct breastfeeding may not be possible. In that case, express breast milk also can be given to the baby. So as much as possible breast milk feeding, and then kangaroo discharge and follow. This is another important component in kangaroo care, because by having regular scheduled follow-up, you can ensure two things. As a routine follow-up, you can ensure the baby is taking feeding well, baby is growing well, baby is getting vaccinations well, and all the mother's concerns are being addressed to as an ongoing program. And second most important point, which is very unique to Kangaroo Mother Care, is we insist on neurological examination. And neurological examination, by that we can identify the problems earlier and early intervention can be started. So Kangaroo Mother Care has got three major components: kangaroo position, kangaroo nutrition, and kangaroo discharge and follow-up. Most of the situations nowadays, including WHO, more emphasis is given only for the kangaroo position and kangaroo nutrition. In fact, kangaroo position is often interchangeably used with the terminology kangaroo mother care. But as I said, kangaroo mother care includes breast milk promotion also, but this follow-up element is not given that much emphasis. So that also we should remember. And in follow-up in Indian context now, we have to remember one thing. Institutional delivery rate has increased. Babies are being delivered in the hospital, but the baby's care in the hospital is not improved much. Many babies, even before the satisfied criteria are achieved, they go home. Early discharge happening. So, we divide the discharge element into two groups. Wherever a baby follows strict rules as per the discharge criteria of the family, discharge criteria of the hospital, that is, the baby should have regular weight gain, baby should be able to maintain the body temperature only in kangaroo position, there should not be any other gadgets required for the maintaining of the temperature. Baby should be able to take oral feeds, sometimes it could be even tube feeding, sometimes it could be cup feeding, and if possible then shift to the direct breastfeeding. So if all these criteria are considered and then mother says she is confident enough in taking care of her babies in the same way which she was guided in the hospital, and family members also assure that yes, we will support the mother for all the kangaroo care, in that case it is known as a planned early discharge. Only when the planned early discharge with assurance for the regular scheduled follow-up is achieved, then the benefits of kangaroo mother care are there. But if the baby mothers leave much earlier without completing all the criteria, all the benefits may not be achieved. So again the same component, kangaroo position, nutrition and discharge, and regular follow-up, post-discharge continuation of KMC at home, and a lot of family support. So this is what is kangaroo care. Now why kangaroo care is to be given? Simple terms I am just saying. Our main objective now is newborns are not for mere survival only, newborn care. We want to achieve an overall well-being and thriving with good intelligence, love and good quality of life. And this is most likely to be achieved if quality kangaroo mother care is given to the babies. And survival of the newborn should be an asset and not a liability to the society, in the sense the care of the newborns, including the preterm and small babies, should be taken to good quality so that the babies do not live with any neurodevelopmental disabilities or any other problems. So this is the main idea. Pardon me, I am quickly passing through the thing. And same care could be given in the NICUs with the help of experts and equipments. But remember that emotion, that loving sentiments, they are lacking. And the baby definitely recognizes the importance of that. And that is why and then another thing, why kangaroo mother care and breastfeeding? Lancet Neonatal Survival Series way back in 2005 said, in developing countries with high mortality, neonatal mortality rates, infant mortality rates, and where the public health system is not adequate to cope up with the requirements, simple interventions
like breastfeeding promotion, kangaroo mother care, hand washing, and even avoiding some of the basic harmful traditional practices and promoting good traditional practices. All these can save a lot more babies than those babies who can be saved with ventilator, a surfactant and other gadgets. It's a simple equation. Generally we know 80 to 85% of the newborns require only the basic care, keeping the baby warm, clean, encouraging breast milk and observing for the early danger signals. Only few babies will require a little extra care in the form of IV fluids, phototherapy, antibiotics and so on. Barely 2 to 3% of the babies require highly sophisticated, technologically dependent care. And very often we equate newborn care only with the technology-based intensive care. And we miss out these simple interventions. And they have also projected that breastfeeding promotion has got the highest level of evidence and the potential to save the babies, almost in the range of 55 to 87%. Kangaroo mother care also has got the best potential. Others also have it. And so many reviews, including Cochrane review, have supported with full evidence that kangaroo care definitely reduces morbidities and mortalities. Newborn care challenges in India. We have got highest number of births, highest number of neonatal deaths, highest incidence of low birth weight, highest incidence of preterm, any number of world records which we should not be having, we are having. And in that situation, and there is again a wide disparity, which is what is happening in rural areas against urban areas, and in the best of the private hospitals compared to the public hospitals and so on. And with this background, simple interventions should have a lot of say. So, but of course recent years we have made some difference, that NMR has reduced from 47 to 23 per 1,000 live births in 2019, and in recent few years there is some other improvement also, but institutional delivery rate has gone up. But with this background, what is the current status of KMC coverage in India? We had set a target of 75% coverage for the year 2025, and currently we are having a data of only barely about 25 to 40% of coverage. This is a little older data, but that too we have not specified the exact duration. Even if it is given for 20 minutes, we still say KMC given. And even if it is given for 2-3 hours, we still say it is given. And ideally now WHO recommends not less than 8 hours per day. So with that background, if we say our data is still a long way to go, so with this status we have to give a lot of attention. And kangaroo care, preventing hypothermia is just one part of benefit. There are so many benefits. So now it should be given as a comprehensive care method. So many benefits are there, and most important thing is, see the downlines, it improves brain development, it improves mother-baby bonding, feeling of safety and security to the baby, and that gives several other advantages, including reducing illnesses, deaths, prevents body cooling, improves breastfeeding, and so on. And what are the sensations that wire the brain? We had a lot of discussion about the early brain development in the first 1,000 days, and especially I was saying about the first 1 hour and first 24 hours. In all the first golden minute also they count for the baby's breathing. First 1 hour also they count, and when you put the baby immediately for early skin to skin contact or early initiation of breastfeeding, concurrently so many sensations are stimulated, and that increases the synaptogenesis and brain development. So kangaroo care has such a vast potential for the brain development. And remember, we again talked about zero separation. That is, put the baby on mother's chest as much as possible. Now we say even the procedures you do on mother's chest. Suppose you want to give IV, you do it on mother's chest. If you want to do ultrasonography, do it on mother's chest. If you are doing cesarean, there also put the baby on mother's chest. If you are transporting the baby, you put the baby on mother's chest. So many scope we are finding. And what happens? There, mother's familiar heartbeat, reassuring voice, contact and touch all are there. Baby feels safe, secure, body calms, brain calms, and that leads to attachment and emotional intelligence and so many other benefits. Same baby, when it is in an incubator, strange sounds are there, scary smells are there, bright lights are there, so many noxious stimuli are coming. Naturally the baby is in a mood to fight it out, that situation. In a hypermetabolic phases, requirement of oxygen, energy is more, baby has low blood sugar, hypoglycemia, that also can affect the brain and so many complications happen. So, we should not be able to, so separated from mother, infant's brain works in a stress mode, and that releases the stress hormones and stress neurotransmitters. I won't go in the delay, but it stops or delays normal brain development. So that is more important. And when this separation is for a short term duration, these are all reversible changes. But in preterm and low birth weight babies, if the baby is kept in the ward for almost say 4 weeks, 6 weeks, like that, sometimes they are required, when toxic stress response occurs continuously or is triggered by multiple sources like too many lights, too many sounds, too many medicines, too many interventions, it can have a cumulative toll on an individual's physical and mental health, and that will remain for a lifetime. So this is a very, very important concept, even for kangaroo mother care, for zero separation, justification, everything. And so non-separation should be achieved, and this is one of the best developmental model. And kangaroo mother care, it is a natural KMC environment essential for the optimum neuroprotection and neurodevelopment. The basic idea is preterm care implies the baby has come out earlier. So for some time it should continue to have the same care as if the baby was in mother's womb. So that womb care, that can be given by the kangaroo mother care. Each one I can go on for 2 hours, but I am just going for the quick thing. And baby sleep is a very important thing for the brain development, and as soon as you put the baby on mother's chest, baby gets a good quality sleep. And to complete a good quality sleep, baby requires to be put at least for minimum 1 hour to get that effective thing. But to achieve that effective 1 hour, we should say 1.5 hours. Then only by the time the baby settles, mother settles, and then you continue observation, you are definitely sure that 1 hour minimum of sleep cycle is achieved, and good sleep cycle promotes good brain development. Same thing now, they have in many neonatal nurseries, developmentally supportive care programs are developing. And you will see the core measures which they have taken into consideration. A healing environment where the touch, smell, taste, sound, light, everything should be there. Partnering with the families, positioning and handling of the babies, safeguarding the sleep, minimizing stress and pain, protecting the skin, optimizing nutrition. All these are achieved by simple kangaroo mother care. So you can see all the developmentally supportive care you can have, and that gives the neonatal integrative developmental care. Similarly, in another developmentally supportive care also, now they have included skin to skin contact. But they are still reluctant to specify it as kangaroo mother care. Now, butterfly effect. Even a small good effect in the beginning because of kangaroo mother care, as the baby grows up, it magnifies into multiple beneficial effects. So there are now studies for that also. And all these are achieved because of the oxytocin and several other neuroendocrine hormone mechanism, and which gives multiple benefits. Benefits not only to the baby, even to the mother is there, and there The mood disorders, depression, that also decrease, and successful breastfeeding is achieved, bonding is better, and much more importance, confidence and competence for the care of the small baby. Mother gets that instruction in the hospital and she continues the same care at home. Otherwise, nowadays what happens, best care is given in some of the NICUs. But mothers or parents are not involved, family participatory care is not there. And as soon as they go home, they do not know how to handle the baby and they'll end up with severe problems. So that all can be achieved, avoided by giving kangaroo mother care, allowing the father and the mother also. And father's role is also a very important point, again reiterated by the WHO also. Benefits to the family is also there, more involvement is there, less cost in the care is there, benefit to the hospital in reducing the cost is there, there are benefits to the community also, harmful traditional practices are lost, but the communities learn about the child care programs, and the stigma attached to the preterm babies, low birth weight babies, that is lost, and ultimately at the nation level, healthier and intelligent newborns, which is the nation's wealth, that is achieved. And now how to be doing? Just put the baby on mother's chest, as explained. Why mother's chest? Because this is the area which is very sensitive, and oxytocin, a hormone, which is a hormone of calmness, composedness, love hormone as we call it, happy hormone, that is manufactured there. And that stimulates breast milk production, the breast milk secretion, that stimulates the happy feeling of the mother, reduces the stress, reduces the strain both in the mother, both in the baby, and relieves the pain, and so many other effects are achieved. Oxytocin is one of the major hormones. There are multiple other neuroendocrine mechanisms also supporting it. So that is why it should be on mother's chest. Other places skin is not that sensitive to produce oxytocin. So that we have to remember. So if you say, I am cuddling the baby or holding the baby on tummy while breastfeeding, it is skin to skin contact, but that is not the same as the contact on mother's chest. And now it has been even in the best of the countries with best of the facilities, they have accepted. Here Dr. U.V. Ewald is from Sweden. One of the countries, Scandinavian countries, where the minimum newborn mortality is there. All the facilities are given by the government free of charge. You ask for it and the staff is available, equipment is available. Still they have accepted that the new place for care of the preterm infant is the chest of his or her parents. That means they have found just giving the care in any other equipment and giving the care on mother's chest is totally different with many advantages. And immediate skin to skin contact soon after birth. This is another simple doable intervention, but still we are not doing. As soon as the baby is born, even before the baby is dried, even before cutting the cord, you just immediately put the baby on mother's abdomen, because by that time the cord may not be that long. And then quickly you mop up the baby, and by that time delayed cutting of cord for 1 to 3 minutes can be achieved. Unless the baby requires some immediate urgent resuscitation or some other life-saving intervention, immediate skin to skin contact should be possible for all the babies. And then immediately you shift the baby to mother's chest. It starts with stabilizing the physiological parameters. Respirations and heart rate is stabilized. It starts with preventing hypothermia. It starts with preventing cry of the baby. Excessive cry is also harmful for the brain damage. Earlier we were not giving attention to that. Even that is now being attended to. So we should not allow the babies to cry excessively. Only if the baby shows good breathing, fine. Otherwise that is harmful. And then it achieves, enables the baby to go for a good sleep also. Start initial breast milk and then go for a good sleep, and that also helps for the mothers also to be relieved of stress, and several advantages are added. So kangaroo mother care positioning, the baby should be lying on the mother's chest without any clothing between it, and already in the morning also they said cover the head and cover the feet. Cover the head because maximum heat loss occurs from the head of the baby. And then of course you maintain the baby. And as we notice, even babies with IV fluids, babies with tube feeding, babies with CPAP, and now even with mechanical ventilation, and even in advanced stages of management, phototherapy in all these babies can be kept on mother's chest. The procedure is shown here. I am not going in detail, starting with good counseling and then hand washing, and mother should be ready for the baby to give. And mother can then move around with the baby, and they can have even entertainment, and this idea is to give as long as possible. As I said, in one sitting not less than 1.5 hours, and totally such sittings you can count. If mother is comfortable, even in one sitting 3-4 hours also she can give, and in 24 hours not less than 8 hours, and it can extend up to even 24 hours with the support of other family members. And that has got the maximum benefit. This already I have said, one sitting it should not be there. Intermittent KMC we were earlier giving in all the special newborn care units. And now we have gone to one more stage. Intensive care units also we want to admit the mothers and continue with the newborn care on mother's chest. And I was told even in Orissa also they are planning for one unit now. In private sector corporate hospitals also now 1 or 2 hospitals have come up. They admit the mothers in the NICUs, but they charge much less so that the mothers can be staying there for a longer time. Then KMC wards are created where the mothers can continue the kangaroo mother care. Relaxation is provided. Mothers can do many activities. Effective counseling is one of the basic needs for a successful kangaroo mother care and breastfeeding. And not one sitting, at multiple sittings it has to be there. Starting with the antenatal period, where we request all our obstetrician colleagues to sensitize the family members right in the beginning that soon after birth, skin to skin contact may be required, kangaroo care will be required, and breastfeeding will be initiated and other parts. And then just before delivery you remind the mother, they will give you the baby to hold on chest, don't be alarmed, do it. Then in cesarean cases you have an alternative provider, maybe father or family members, anybody who is properly oriented well, how to wash the hands, how to hold the baby securely, safely, and then you can promote. And multiple sessions are useful. And then scope for kangaroo mother care, as I said, earlier we were giving only for stable babies, now even for the sick babies, even babies on treatment also you can give, transport also give, cesarean also you can give, and even during COVID time also we allow, recommended, weighing the benefits of mother-baby separation and the possibility of having COVID infection, it was much better to have the mother and baby together and continue kangaroo mother care and breastfeeding. And guidelines for, so again in the end, do not separate mother and her baby, minimize separation, putting the baby in as much KMC as possible, establish a family-centered approach, empowering parents to become primary nurturer of the kids. So, over. And now the significant perception is, in deprived sections of society, KMC is life-saving, in middle income group cost-saving, and higher income group quality improvement by better brain growth and emotional growth. So we have the same carry-on messages that kangaroo mother care is one of the very important intervention for not only the physical growth of the baby, but also for the mental, emotional, social growth, and a lot of potential for quality improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your electrifying speech. This is a plenary session, so no question is allowed. And we will go for the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Nityananda Swai, who is a well-known motivational speaker. He will mesmerize also you in his talk, and his talk is the divine child, Dr. Nityananda Swami sir. The floor is yours. ଦେବଶିଶୁ ଦେବଶିଶୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ସାର୍ କହନ୍ତି, ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହିବେ।
ମୁଁ 7:30 ଖାଏ, 8 ଶୁଏ। এইটা କରି ଆସୁଛି ଏବେ ନୁହେଁ, ଏ ବର୍ଷ ବର୍ଷ ଧରି। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମୋ ଅବସ୍ଥା ହେଉଛି ମୁଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ନିଷ୍କ୍ରିୟ ଆଉ ନିସ୍ତେଜ। ଆପଣମାନେ ମାନନ୍ତୁ ନ ମାନନ୍ତୁ, ଆପଣମାନେ ମଧ୍ୟ ନିଷ୍କ୍ରିୟ ଆଉ ନିସ୍ତେଜ। ମୋତେ କହିଲେ ମୁଁ ତାକୁ କେବେ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ କରିବିନି। ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଉଠେଇକିରି ମୋ ଭାଷଣ ଶୁଣିବା ପାଇଁ ବାଧ୍ୟ କରିବି, ଏଇଟା ଆଉ ମୋର ସାଧ୍ୟାତୀତ। ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ମୋ ବିରୁଦ୍ଧରେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଚକ୍ରାନ୍ତ ହେଉଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ ଯେଉଁମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଅପେକ୍ଷା କରିଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ 45 ମିନିଟ୍ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଆସି ଅପେକ୍ଷା କରିଛନ୍ତି ଭିତରେ। ତେଣୁ ୟା ଭିତରେ କି ଭାଷଣ ନଦେଲେ କେମିତି ହୁଅନ୍ତା? ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ମୋର ମୁଣ୍ଡ କାମ କରୁନି। ଆଚ୍ଛା, 2-3ଟା ଗପ ଖାଲି ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ, ଏ ଭାଷଣ ଆଡ଼କୁ ଯିବାନି। ଭାଷଣ ସମ୍ଭବ ନୁହଁ। ଆପଣମାନେ ନ୍ୟୁ ଚାଇଲ୍ଡହୁଡ୍, ନୂତନ ଶୈଶବ ବିଷୟରେ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ଆଲୋଚନା। ଶିଶୁମାନଙ୍କ ସହିତ ମୋର କୌଣସି ଆଉ ସମ୍ପର୍କ ନାହିଁ ଗତ 30-40 ବର୍ଷ ଧରି। କାରଣ ଆମ ପାଖରେ କେହି ପିଲାପିଲି ଆଉ ରହୁନାହାନ୍ତି, ଆମେ 2 ଜଣ। ମୁଁ ଶିଶୁ ରୋଗ ବିଶେଷଜ୍ଞ ନୁହେଁ କି ମୁଁ ପ୍ରସୂତି ରୋଗ ବିଶେଷଜ୍ଞ ନୁହେଁ। ତେଣୁ ଶିଶୁମାନଙ୍କ ସହିତ ମୋର କୌଣସି ସମ୍ପର୍କ ନାହିଁ। ଯେ ଥିଲେ, ହଁ ମୋର ସମ୍ପର୍କ ହେଉଛି ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ। ଆପଣମାନେ ନୂତନ ଶୈଶବ ଶୁଣିଛନ୍ତି ବା ଆଲୋଚନା କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ଶୈଶବ ଶୁଣିଛନ୍ତି? କେହି ଶୁଣିଛନ୍ତି ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ଶୈଶବ? କିଏ? ବାସ୍। ତେଣୁ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ଶୈଶବ ବିଷୟରେ ମୋର ଅଭିଜ୍ଞତା ଅଛି, କାରଣ ମୁଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ଶୈଶବ ଅବସ୍ଥାରେ ଅଛି। ଆଚ୍ଛା, ଥିଲେ ଜଲାଲୁଦ୍ଦିନ ରୁମି। ଜଲାଲୁଦ୍ଦିନ ରୁମି ସେ ଥିଲେ ଜଣେ ସୁଫି କବି। ସେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏଇ କିଶୋର ବୟସର, ସେ ଖୁଦାଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ରାର୍ଥନା କରି କହିଲେ, ହେ ଖୁଦା, ମୋତେ ଶକ୍ତି ଦିଅ, ମୁଁ ଏ ସାରା ଜଗତକୁ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରିଦେବି। ଉପରୁ କୌଣସି ଉତ୍ତର ଆସିଲାନି। ଖୁଦା କୌଣସି ଉତ୍ତର ଦେଲେନି। ଆଉ ରୁମି ନୀରବ ରହିଲେ। ବୟସ ବଢ଼ି ଚାଲିଲା, ରୁମି ଯୁବକ ହେଲେ, ବାହା ହେଲେ, ପିଲାପିଲି ହେଲେ। ଯେତେବେଳେ ପିଲାପିଲି ହେଲେ, ରୁମି ପୁଣି ଥରେ ପ୍ରାର୍ଥନା କଲେ, ହେ ଖୁଦା, ମୋତେ ଶକ୍ତି ଦିଅ, ମୁଁ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ଟିକେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରିଦେବି। ଖୁଦା କିଛି ଉତ୍ତର ଦେଲେନି।
पुणी चलला किछि दिन वर्ष पर वर्ष बीतला रुमी बुढ़ा गले जिते बड़े बुढ़ा गले सेते से पुणी खुदा को प्रार्थना कले खुदा मते शक्ति दियो मुझे निजुक बदल दिए एबे उत्तर आसला ऊपर खुदा कहले अरे रुमी यही कथाटा जदि प्रथम रु मागी था प्रथम जदि यही कथाटा मागी था तू निजे बदली जाइथांतु तो पिलाए बदली जाइथांते ये सारा संसारटा भी बदली जाइथांता तेणु जदि आपण न्यू चाइल्डहुड विषय रे कि पिला को गोटे नूतन शैशव दवाई आग्रही आग नूतन प्रौढ़त्व विषय रे आलोचना करंतु न्यू अडल्टहुड आपण आगे निजको परिवर्तन करंतु पिला पछरे आसीबे पिला ताक मन को मन परिवर्तित हो जिवे जेते बेले आपण परिवर्तित पिता माता को देखिबे तेणु न्यू अडल्टहुड रुमी कठू एतिकी शिखिबा कथा मु कौन करी मत जीवाक माने आगे को इच्छा हो हाँ जे पुरा पिला खेलुले गोटे पिलार केश टिके अलगा थेला थोड़े पिला भीतर जने कहला से कहीं सेमिति देखा जाउची आउ गोटे पिला कहला मु जानी से होची गोटे पोष्य पिला अडॉप्टेड चाइल्ड से सेमती है आउ गोटे पिला कहला अडॉप्टेड चाइल्ड कौन पोष्य पिला कौन मु जानी कहलु कौन ना जो पिला को ता माँ पेटरे बढ़ई बड़ न करी हृदय रे बढ़ई बड़ करे से होची पोष्य पिला तेणु आपण जदि न्यू चाइल्डहुड कथा आलोचना करिवे आपण पिलाटी की बड़ करेबे हृदय की जदि हृदय रु बड़ करिवे से पिला नूतन शैशव धरी जन्म हब हृदय रु बड़ करिवे जेमती पारंपरिक ढंगरे पेटरु बड़ होछि आउ गोटे पिला शीत दिन डिसेम्बर मास न्यूयॉर्क शहर भीषण शीत पड़ता है पिलाटार गोड़े जोता नहीं मोजा नहीं से थुरु थुरु हो गोटे जोता दुकान सामना रे ठिया अनेची जोता दुकान रो झरका बाटे एतिक बेले जन महिला जने आसिले से आसी पचारे कौन करचु कुआड़े चाहिचु ना नहीं मु ईश्वर को मागुथली जोता हले से महिला जनक पिलाटी को से जोता दुकान पछपट को नहीं गले ता गोड़ धोईदेले गोटे तौलिया मगई ता गोड़ पोछीदेले दुकान रु गोटाए डजन मोजा किणीदेले गोटाए मोजा ताको पिंधेदेले आउ हले जोता किणी ताको पिंधे कहले केमती लगुच पिलाटी जोता मोजा पिंधि बेस ताको आराम लागला कला भल लगुच ताको आउ 11टा मोजा देदेले डजन मोजा किणीदेले 11टा मोजा देदेले तापरे कहला हो जा से पिला छल छल आखिरे ये महिला हाथ को मुठे के धरी पकेला कहला तमें कौन ईश्वर स्त्री तेणु आपण माने ईश्वर स्त्री हो पारे जदि आपण गर्भरु देव शिशु जन्म नब आउ जदि पिलाटा देव शिशु ईश्वर सहित आपणकर कि संपर्क से भी कहुई इहुदी लोक कथार कहुई ईश्वर सबु समय सबु जगार उपस्थित हो पारिबेनी बोली से माँ मान को सृष्टि करचंती तेणु माँ माने होउचंती शिशु ईश्वरंकर चलंती प्रतिमा तेणु आपण माने ईश्वरंकर चलंती प्रतिमा जणु माँ माने ईश्वरंकर जणु चलती प्रतिमा से पिलाटी जणु कहला जे तमे कौन ईश्वरंकर स्त्री से किसी भूल कहनी आपण ईश्वरंकर स्त्रीर परिचय नहीं जदि बंचीबे पिलाए आउरी भल हो जिवे गोटे जड़े मनोविज्ञानी साइकोलॉजिस्ट पर चिंता हला ये भारत रे बड़ मनीष माने वयस्क ये माने ये दुष्ट पिला चगला पिला को गाली दियंती नहीं कहीं दुष्ट पिला चगला पिला को बेस किसी स्नेह आदर करती कहीं से निजे प्रश्नटी पचारे पुणी कि समय नीरव रही पुणी निजे उत्तर देले मनु को मन कहले यही जे बालुत कृष्ण माने पिला श्री कृष्ण बालुत कृष्ण थिले महादुष्ट आउ महाचगला से होउचंदी कोटे दुष्टामी आउ चगलामीर चलंती प्रतिमा थिले श्रीकृष्ण पिला बेले आउ इतिहासर सबुठू चगला पिला यह वर्णना से करचंती इतिहासर सबुठारु चगला पिला होउचंती श्रीकृष्ण पिला बेले आउ सेई श्रीकृष्ण को जी दुष्टामी आउ चगलामीर चलंती प्रतिमा तांकू ये सबू लोक भारतीय माने एते भल पाती एते स्नेह करती एते आदर करती आउ सेई जो महादुष्ट आ महाचगला पिला से होचंती परवर्ती कालर श्रीकृष्ण तेणु चगलामी आउ दुष्टामी ये पिला मानक चरित्र सहित ओतप्रोत भाव में जड़ित तेणु ताकू हे बड़ माने ताकू सह करी जानतु एवं जेमिति श्रीकृष्ण को आदर करुचंती स्नेह करुचंती प्रेम करुचंती श्रद्धा देखौचंती पिला मानकू सेया करंतु ये होची माने नूतन शैशव पाई ये होची आउ गोटे पावछ एतिकी आपण माने आलोचना कले केबे आलोचना करे मु किंतु भाबिली आपण शैशव बोले केते वर्ष जाय नैथिले कि काई 5 वर्ष काई 5 वर्ष ये माने पेडियाट्रिशियन बोली ये माने कहिले कि तो आमे शिशु पिला कोन सबु शिशु होउचंती पिला सबु पिला शिशु नुहंती तेणु शैशवटा 5 वर्ष भितर जो ये माने मन भितर भाविचंते आमे ए आलोचना करिबा तेणु ये कहिदला 5 वर्ष किंतु आपण तो कहीं कौन सी वर्तमान पिला जन्म होला बेले को ताको नहीं मास्टर पाखरे थौचंती कहीं तो शिक्षक आ शिक्षक मानक भूमिका विषय कहीं तो किसी आलोचना करे ना आलोचना अच्छी शिक्षक मानक विषय तो कहीं किसी आलोचना कले नहीं पिला मानकर पिला मानकू न्यू चाइल्डहुड पिला मानकू जदि गोटे नूतन शैशव देबे नूतन शिक्षक आ नूतन बाप माँ दरकार नूतन शिशु पे आ नूतन बाप माँ जदि नूतन चरित्र आ नूतन चेतना नहीं बाप माँ शिशु जन्म करिवे ताले नूतन चेतना और नूतन चरित्रधारी शिक्षक मध्य दरकार नूतन शैशव पे थिले जने शिक्षक गोटे पिला से क्लास नौचंदी गोटे पिला जाई कहला सार मो घंटा टी के चोरी करी नहीं से कहला अच्छा ठीक अच्छे तो घंटा मिलिबो व्यस्त होना से सब पिलांक मुहरे पट्टी भिड़ी देले एवं समस्त बैग जाई दरांडिकी देखिले देखिले गोटे बैग रु घंटाटे मिलला से मिलला परे से कहले घंटाटा मिलला एथर पट्टी खोली दियो पिला पट्टी खोली देले ये घंटाटी नहीं जो पिलार घंटा हजि था से घंटाटी दे देले जो पिलार बैग रु से घंटा मिली थला से बड़ व्यस्त रहिला जे मु वर्तमान चोर बोली ये सारा क्लास रे कही देबे सार सार किछि कहले नै पिला ता स्कूल को ता पर दिन सेमती छानी आई आसला सार आज कही देबे सार कहले नै बीती गला 4-5 दिन सार कहले नै बीती गला मास मास सार कहले नै पिला बड़ हला बड़ चाकरी कला दिने गोटे एमतिया सभारे सार सांगे देखा है से जाकि सार गोड़ धरी कहला कहला सार मु आपण पाखे बहुत ऋणी ना कहीं ना मु आज्ञा से घंटाटी चोरी करी आपण एपर्यंत ताकू लुचेक रखिले सार कहले मु तो जानी तू घंटा चोरी करिछु कारण मु तम समस्त मुहरे पट्टी बांधिया जमती कहली मो मुहरे मु पट्टी भिड़ी देली तेणु क्या पाखु ये घंटा चोरी होती मु निजे भी जानी नहीं कारण मो पाखे ये सबू पिला सबू छात्र छात्री समान तेणु तू नहीं थु बोली मु केमती जानी मो मुहरे तो पट्टी भिड़ा होता तेणु यही हूँ शिक्षक एमतिया शिक्षक हेले पिला भल न गति ना थाऊ थाऊ से हाँ बहुत धन्यवाद
स्वामी सार को अत्यंत धन्यवाद से नाही कहबिनी कही अत्यंत मंजी कथा गुड़िक कहीगले तेणु एत समय बकिया जोटा कि कहती सब मत यदि गोटे दिन कह पड़ो मोर किसी प्रिपेरेसन दरकार नहीं गोटे घंटे जदि कह पड़ो मुझे 2 दिन प्रिपेरेसन करी आदि मत 5 मिनिट कह पड़ो ताहले बोधे मु 5 दिन प्रिपेरेसन करी से 5 मिनिट पे से भाई कहीं से 5 मिनिट भितर सब मंज कथा तिक निहित थाए तेणु आज नित्यानंद सार से मंज कथा गुड़ाक कहीकि आपण मानक नूतन दिग्दर्शन देले जोटा अक्षर अक्षर सत जोटा कि आम परदार पछरे किए रोचे परदार आरपटे किए रोचे ताको आम देखुनु आगु जी आसला तारी कथा ही चिंता करुचु किंतु आउ टिके आगे गोटे पाद जमी नित्यानंद सार कहले शिक्षक कथा कहतु कि बापा माँ कथा कहतु बापा माँ हृदयर बदलवा कथा कहतु नव नूतन चेतना जागृत करने कथा कहतु से गुड़ाक आम चिंता करूना सार को असंख्य कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद से समय भितर आम मानकर जो चैतन्य उदय कराई आम मान मन भितर सहीटा आमर सबुदिन पे मन रहिबो।
मुंडी मारे जाऊँगी गोटे संस्कृत कहले नित्यानंद कहला बेलू मन पड़ा श्लोकटा हूँ गोपे प्रसिद्धं नवनीत चोरम गोपांगनाश्च दुकूल चोरम अनेक जन्मार्जित पाप चोरम चोराग्रगण्यं पुरुषं नमामि जे गोटे चोर अच्छा से कृष्ण तांक विषय डिटेल वर्णना कले कहूनी आउ किंतु मूल कथा हूँ प्रत्येक पिला भितर जे गोटे भगवान को उपस्थित रही माँ को उपस्थित रही या अनुभव करवा एवं डाकवा और तापर एक रेस्पन्स आसो आम देखू पाठ पढ़ार सब असुविधा दूर हो बहुत बहुत कथा इज द प्रेजेंस इज द सोर्स ऑफ ऑल पीस ऑल जॉय ऑल सिक्योरिटी फाइंड दिस प्रेजेंस इन योरसेल्फ and all the difficulties will disappear. ପିଲାଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଆମେ ଡିଲ୍ କରୁଛୁ ଯାହା ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ କହିଲେ କୃଷ୍ଣଙ୍କୁ ଯେ ପଢ଼ଉଥିଲେ ସେ କେତେ ହଇରାଣ ହେଉଥିବେ କୃଷ୍ଣଙ୍କ ଭଳିଆ ପଚାରିଲେ ଦକ୍ଷିଣା ଦେବା କଥା ଉଠିଲା କୃଷ୍ଣ କହିଲେ ଯେ ଦକ୍ଷିଣା ନିଅନ୍ତୁ ବୋଲି ପାଠ ସରିଗଲା ସେ କହିଲେ ତୁମକୁ ପାଠ ପଢ଼ି ପାରିଲି ୟାଠୁ ବୋଲି ବଡ଼ ଦକ୍ଷିଣା ମୋର କ'ଣ ଅଛି ଭାଗ୍ୟ କ'ଣ ଅଛି ଏକ୍ଜାକ୍ଟଲି ଆମକୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏଇ ଭାବରେ ଆପ୍ରୋଚ୍ କରିବୁ ନ୍ୟୁ ଚାଇଲ୍ଡହୁଡ଼କୁ ଏମାନେ ନୂଆ ଚାଇଲ୍ଡହୁଡ଼ ମାନେ ୟାଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଆଉ ଏକ କିଛି ବସ୍ତୁ ରହିଛି ଯେଉଁ ବସ୍ତୁ ଫୁଟି ଉଠୁଛି ଉପରକୁ ବାହାରି ଆସୁଛି ତାକୁ ରେକଗ୍ନାଇଜ୍ କରିବା ହେଉଛି ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ଏହାର ଅର୍ଥ ନ୍ୟୁ ଚାଇଲ୍ଡହୁଡ଼ ହେଉଛି ମନର ନୁହେଁ ପ୍ରାଣର ନୁହେଁ ଶରୀର ନୁହେଁ ସମଥିଙ୍ଗ ଏଲ୍ସ ଇଜ୍ ଦେୟାର ଆମେ କୃତଜ୍ଞ ରହିବା ପ୍ରାର୍ଥନା କରିବା ଆମେ ସେଇ ଉପସ୍ଥିତିକୁ ଚିହ୍ନି ପାରିବା ଏବଂ ଥରେ ଚିହ୍ନି ପାରିଲେ ଆମକୁ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ କରିବାର ଧାରା ଖୋଲିଯିବ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ
Thank you, sir, for those beautiful words. We request Dr. Shashivani Madam to kindly felicitate Dr. Nityananda Swami, sir. Madam, kindly felicitate Dr. Prasanna Kumar Sahu, sir. Requesting ma'am to felicitate Shri Gadadhar Mishra. With that, our academic session comes to an end. I request all the delegates to fill the feedback form and the post-conference questionnaire and hand over it to our volunteers. Now we will move towards the cultural program by Shri Aurobindo Kala Parishad. I request all not to leave the hall as we will be having our cultural program now. Also, I request everybody to hand over the feedback forms and the post-conference questionnaires to our volunteers.
କାହାର ମିଳି
ଗୋଟେ ଚଷମା ଏଠି ଛାଡ଼ି ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି କିଏ?
ଚଷମା ଗୋଟେ ଷ୍ଟେଜ ପାଖରେ ମିଳିଛି ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି ଟିକେ ଫାକଲ୍ଟି କରିଥିବ ହ୍ୟାଲୋ 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 ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
away.
ଆଜିର ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟା କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ସାଂସ୍କୃତିକ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ସନ୍ ଆଇଡ୍ ଚିଲଡ୍ରେନ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଏ ମାର୍ଭେଲସ୍ ଡନ୍ ଶ୍ରୀରଙ୍ଗ କଳା ପରିଷଦ ତରଫରୁ ଅଭିନୀତ ହେବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି। ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ।
It was the hour before the gods awake. It was the hour before the gods awake. It was the hour before the gods awake.
Battle cry was in my ears. Alarm and rumor shook
honored month.
the heavenly verge which turns towards life, come crowding down the amber stairs of birth, forerunners of a divine multitude. Out of the paths of the morning star they came into this
of mortal life. I saw them cross the twilight of an age, the sun-eyed children of a marvelous dawn. The great creators with wide brows of calm, the massive barrier breakers of the world, and wrestlers with destiny in her lists of will, the laborers in the quarries of the gods, the messengers of the incommunicable, the architects of immortality.
Shut